Chapter 631. After getting Wan Er's approval from Fu Qingqing, Yang Fan's heart was at ease. He no longer looked around and strode towards the palace gate. Yang Fan had just left the Meridian Gate when he saw Li Shucai, the assistant minister of the Yellow Gate, walking towards him. Behind Li Shucai was a scribe who was carrying a stack of documents. It looked like they were going to the political affairs hall. As soon as he saw Yang Fan, Li Shucai smiled and stood still. He cupped his hands and said, "Yang Longzhong, it's been a long time." Yang Fan recognized him. This assistant minister of the Yellow Gate was the trusted aide of Prime Minister Li Zhaoda. After Li Zhaoda took power, he was also very famous in the court. Yang Fan smiled and stood still. He cupped his hands and said, "Assistant Minister Li, it's been a long time." "Ha! Yang Longzhong's trip to the southern border is very satisfying. Now that you have returned with success, the saints will reward you. Moving Yang Longzhong to the heavenly official Fu is exactly what everyone wants. It's a cause for celebration." Li Shucai laughed loudly as he walked closer. He lowered his voice and said, "Second Lang's trip to the southern border did not disappoint. Prime Minister Li is also very happy. Today, Prime Minister Li has set up a banquet in the Fu and invites Lang to come." "Oh, Prime Minister Li is really too polite to me." Yang Fan's heart was slightly moved. He did not hesitate and calmly cupped his hands and thanked him. Li Shucai smiled and cupped his hands again to Yang Fan. He then walked towards the palace. Yang Fan stood where he was and looked at his back. His eyes showed that he was deep in thought. Before the journey to the southern border, Yang Fan had anticipated that this fierce battle with the censorate would inevitably result in him being impeached by the censorate. In order to avoid being hindered by the imperial court, he had requested Li Zhaoda to protect him, and Li Zhaoda had graciously agreed. Later, Huang Jingrong forced Wu Man, and by man to rebel. When the news of the rebellion of the black and white barbarians reached the capital, Wu Zetian's attitude changed drastically. She went from obstructing Yang Fan to supporting Yang Fan. As a result, Li Zhaoda did not have to use force. However, regardless of whether or not Li Zhaoda played a role in this matter, his previous promise was enough. When Yang Fan returned to the capital this time, he definitely had to pay a visit. Li Zhaoda was very clear about this. Since that was the case, why did he take the initiative to extend an invitation to the wise? This was not Li Zhaoda's usual style. The current Li Zhaoda did not put anyone in his eyes. Yang Fan didn't need to think too deeply to know the reason behind it. Southern Frontier's official selection. The selection of officials. Now, there were more and more officials attached themselves to Li Zhaoda. Why did they follow him? Wasn't it because following him would give them a more stable position, more opportunities, a brighter future, and more opportunities for their children? Very obviously, Li Zhaoda was also eyeing this good opportunity of the southern border's official selection. Yang Fan secretly smiled bitterly and turned around. As soon as he turned around, he jumped in fright. This was in front of the palace gate, so there was no need for him to be on high alert at all times. In addition, he was deep in thought, so Yang Fan didn't notice that someone had already come up to him. This turn of events gave him a fright. The person standing behind Yang Fan was Guanglu Temple's deputy Song Zhixuan. Song Zhixuan was looking at him with a thought-provoking smile. As soon as he saw him turn around, he said with a smile, "Erlang is independent of the palace gates and seems to be deep in thought. What happy event has happened?" Yang Fan had already calmed down. Hearing this, he said with a smile, "Deputy Song must be joking. I just happened to think of a trivial matter. How can there be any happy event?" Song Zhixuan laughed and said, "Erlang has returned with success. His Highness, the King of Liang, is extremely happy. He especially set up a banquet in his manor to welcome Erlang. He invites Erlang to attend the banquet at 1 o'clock today. 1 o'clock today. Yang Fan cried out involuntarily. Although he did not know when Song Jishuan arrived, he dared to confirm that when he was talking to Li Xiucai, Song Jishuan was definitely not here yet. Therefore, he could not have heard Li Xiucai's words and deliberately chosen this time. It could only be said that it was a coincidence. Although the emperor was not attending court today, the various yamens were operating as usual. If the officials had any private matters, they would usually finish their official business in the morning and then deal with it in the afternoon. Therefore, it was not strange that Li Zhaoda and Wu Sanxi coincidentally chose this time in the afternoon. Seeing Yang Fan's appearance, Song Jishuan could not help but ask suspiciously, "What could it be? Erlang already has an appointment?" Wu Sanxi and Li Zhaoda coincidentally invited Yang Fan. This was no different from the purpose of the Shandong aristocratic families and the Guanlong aristocratic families. These large powers and powerful ministers had such behavior, but it did not mean that Yang Fan could make a decision on the selection of the southern frontier officials. Wu Zetian did not give him this authority, and the final decision was not in his hands. But since Wu Zetian wanted to cushion the pressure from the various powers and factions and ease the resistance from the tribal leaders of the southern frontier, she had chosen him. So he had the right to make the initial selection. Li Zhaoda and Wu Sanxi, as well as the various aristocratic families, used their own connections and power. Could they forcefully insert their own people into the selection? Could they overrule the candidates proposed by Yang Fan? Of course they could, but to do so, wouldn't it be too evil? It was easy for him to suppress Yang Fan, but he would not be able to suppress the impeachment from the other factions. Yang Fan could not do anything to them, but the other powers would have sufficient reason to impeach them for using their power to overstep their authority and interfere with the selection of officials for their own personal gain. But through the candidates proposed by Yang Fan, they would be justified. At that time, they could do whatever they wanted and secretly support Yang Fan. As long as they could resist the attacks from the other powers, they would be able to achieve what they wanted, and they would not fall into a passive position from the beginning to the end. The importance of Yang Fan lay in this. Wu Sanxi and Li Zhaoda put down their differences and took the initiative to quickly invite him, because they were afraid that others would beat them to it. Of course, Yang Fan would not say that Li Zhaoda had already sent someone to invite him. The fact that he sent someone to invite him proved that there was contact, and a relatively close relationship between them. For example, Wu Qingxi could only do his best to recommend his people. He also predicted that Yang Fan would not give him special care, so he could only grit his teeth and wait to find the weakness of Yang Fan. If Yang Fan told Song Jishuan that Minister Li had already sent someone to invite him, Wu Sanxi would immediately understand. Yang Fan was connected to Li Zhaoda's faction, and Yang Fan would have one less trump card. In the future, it would not be easy for him to maintain his current status of being like a fish in water. But the truth could not be said, so how could he refuse? Whether it was Li Zhaoda or Wu Sanxi, if they refused the invitation, they would definitely offend someone. Just as Yang Fan was in a dilemma, suddenly there was the sound of horse hooves coming from afar, galloping towards them. Galloping horses in front of the palace, unless it was an urgent military report, was almost impossible. Which official or noble would not know to restrain their horses and gallop in front of the palace? Could it be that something big had happened at the border? Yang Fan and Song Jishuan were a little surprised. They turned their heads together and saw that the approaching person was not a military courier with a triangular flag on his back, but a monk with a bald head and a large robe. The monk galloped wildly on the horse and scrupulously. There were only a few people in front of the palace. He saw Yang Fan at a glance and immediately grinned. He laughed and shouted, "Brother Hong Lu, I trust you have been well since we last met." "Brother Hong Lu." Yang Fan was overjoyed. He quickly excused himself to Song Jishuan and quickly walked up to greet him. When the horse came close, Hong Lu hurriedly pulled the reins and jumped off. He laughed and gave him a tight hug. "Brother Hong Lu, we brothers all know about what you did in the southern frontier. Good job. You did not lose face for our White Horse Temple. Under Master Shue's tutelage, one must have an insolent spirit. Whoever dares to go against us, we will teach them a lesson." Hong Lu's eyebrows danced as he said this, and he heavily punched Yang Fan's chest. It seemed that Yang Fan had killed 2 imperial envoys in the southern frontier, causing the other imperial envoys to be imprisoned after returning to the capital, was really to this ruffian monk's liking. Yang Fan laughed and said, "Brother is overpraising me. How did you find your way to the palace? After this matter is over, I should have gone to pay my respects to Shizhuan and all the other brothers." Hong Lu laughed and said, "It's not like you don't know Shizhuan's temper. He is as impatient as a thunderbolt. How could he have the patience to wait for you in the temple? As soon as he heard that you had returned, Shizhuan was grinning from ear to ear. Right now, he has already gone to the Golden Hairpin Drunk to wait for you. All the other brothers are there. If there is nothing else, let's go now. Don't let Shizhuan wait for too long." Yang Fan was overjoyed when he heard this. A prime minister and a prince, one with political power and one with imperial power, chose to invite him to a banquet at the same time. No matter how quick-witted he was, he could not think of a solution that would satisfy both sides. Unless the emperor wanted to invite him to a banquet, no matter what reason he used to reject one party's invitation, he would offend them. But there was one exception, and that was Xue Huai. Xue Huai was an unreasonable person who did not care about anyone. Whether it was Li Zhaoda or Wu Sanxi, they were not willing to bicker with this unreasonable person. His purpose in inviting Yang Fan to a banquet was the purest of all. It had nothing to do with the selection of officials or the politics of the court. He had invited Yang Fan to a banquet purely because he was in a good mood and wanted to drink. Regardless of whether it was Wu Sanxi or Li Zhaoda, when they heard that he had stolen their guest, they could only laugh bitterly. They would not vent their anger on him, nor would they blame Yang Fan. Yang Fan was overjoyed, but he quickly put on a troubled expression. He turned to Song Jishuan and said, "Deputy Song, I am overwhelmed by the king's invitation, but since my master has summoned me, I do not dare to refuse. Why don't Yang Fan pay a visit to His Highness King Liang tomorrow? What do you think?" As Yang Fan spoke, he shot him a meaningful glance. His meaning was self-evident. "Deputy Song, the person behind me is a scoundrel. The scoundrel behind me is the #1 scoundrel in the entire dynasty. Yang Fan really has no choice. You should be careful with your words, lest you get beaten up. He really does dare to beat you up." Hong Lu glared at him. "What? Does King Liang also want to invite my 17th brother to a drink?" Song Jishuan smiled bitterly and stepped forward. He cupped his fists and said, "His Highness King Liang does indeed intend to invite Erlang to a drink. However, since Master Xue has already prepared a banquet, then, cough, cough, having a master is like having a father. Naturally, this old man will report to His Highness that he will host another banquet tomorrow." Yang Fan did not dare to ride his horse in front of the imperial palace. After bidding farewell to Song Jishuan, he led his horse and Hong Lu out of the imperial palace. Only then did he get on his horse and gallop towards drunken Golden Hairpin. Hong Lu, who was riding on his horse, suddenly laughed out loud. He gave Yang Fan a thumbs up and praised, Erlang, you are truly capable. Yang Fan smiled bitterly. Sixth senior brother, you're at it again. Isn't it just a trip to the southern border? There's no need to praise me over and over again. Hong Lu shook his bald head vigorously. That's not what I'm talking about. Yang Fan asked curiously. Then what is it? Hong Lu winked at him and chuckled. Don't hide it from me. Everyone already knows about this. Yang Fan was even more baffled. What do you mean everyone already knows? Hong Lu grinned mischievously. Of course, it's about Princess Taiping's pregnancy. Ha ha! Don't tell me that the child belongs to Prince Consort Wu? Chapter 632. Yang Fan suddenly pulled the reins and screamed. What did you say? Princess Taiping is pregnant? Hong Lu saw that his shocked expression did not seem to be fake and said in surprise, What? You don't know? Yang Fan thought for a while and calmed down. He shook the reins and said, Let's go. Let's talk while walking. Hong Lu didn't hide anything and immediately told him everything he knew. On that day, Ma Qiao, Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and others escorted Princess Taiping back to Luoyang from Chang, and the emperor's son-in-law and the royal family's relatives and friends who were close to Princess Taiping all went to greet them and then entered the palace together to meet the emperor. The news that Princess Taiping was pregnant was spread after they entered the palace to meet the emperor. It was said that the princess was pregnant when she left Chang, and so she did not realize it. She did not know it until she arrived in Chang, and at that time, she was responsible for worshipping the ancestors. She was afraid that it would affect the worshipping the ancestors, so she temporarily hid the news. After worshipping the ancestors, she was not in a hurry to report the news back to the capital. She hid the news first and said that she wanted to give the emperor's son-in-law a surprise. Princess Taiping had always been straightforward, so it was not strange for her to do so. The emperor's son-in-law was really surprised and held a big banquet to celebrate. The emperor was also very surprised and gave the emperor's son-in-law and the princess many gifts. However, Wu Zetian had always loved Princess Taiping, so she did not send an imperial physician to check her body. In the past, when Princess Taiping had a headache and fever, the emperor was worried about the medical skills of the doctors in the princess's mansion and had to send someone from the palace to treat her. Why didn't he send an imperial physician this time? This unnoticeable detail was discovered by people who liked to gossip. They quickly figured out a reasonable answer. The date of the princess's pregnancy was not right. Princess Taiping went to Chang and to worship the ancestors and was escorted by Yang Fan. The relationship between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping was well known. They must have been in the same carriage and sleeping together on the way. So, was this child conceived before or after the princess went to Chang? And the emperor did not send an imperial physician. Was it because she was worried that the imperial physician would find that the pregnancy time was not right? Thus, before Yang Fan had even returned to the capital, his love affair had already begun to spread through the capital. Hong Lu told her what had happened and asked with concern, 17, that child really isn't yours? When Yang Fan heard what he said, he was shocked. I didn't do anything with her. Is she really the child of Prince Consort? Thinking of this, Yang Fan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, a little sour. Speaking of which, the person who should be jealous and had the right to be jealous should be Consort Wu, who was already a mess in the eyes of the commoners of Luoyang. Yang Fan really had no reason to be jealous, but since he had already accepted Taiping, how could he feel comfortable hearing this kind of news? Besides, when she and Princess Qixi toured the Luo River, she had said that she would never let the son-in-law touch her, but now Yang Fan felt a little hurt in his heart. As soon as this feeling arose, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. In the past, he had no knowledge about pregnant women. But ever since Xiao Meng got pregnant, he had some experience with pregnant women. If Tai Ping was really pregnant before she went to Chang, and how could she look normal when she was in Chang? And when Yang Fan went to Chang and met Princess Tai Ping, she pulled Yang Fan into her boudoir. She dressed herself in her underwear and dressed herself in front of him. She even hugged and kissed him and rubbed her ears against his. Her enchanting waist twisted like a snake. It was so thin that it did not seem like a woman who was 3 months pregnant. Yang Fan was secretly suspicious, but he still maintained a calm expression. He shook his head gently and said, "No." Hong Lu was very disappointed. He had heard the rumors and was sure that the child Princess Taiping was pregnant with was his junior brother's. His junior brother had an ordinary background like him. Now, not only did he take the princess's body, he gave the son-in-law a green hat, and he even took the child's place. His group of brothers were very proud. Hong Lu did not give up and asked, 17, are you sure that this child is not yours? Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, this matter, the princess has never told me. You know, I am very busy. This matter, I have to ask her before I know. Hong Lu was overjoyed and said, then you must ask quickly. You must ask clearly. Before you ask clearly, don't be in a hurry to deny it. This is a great thing to be proud of. If you deny wrongly, you will spoil the mood of your brothers. To tell you the truth, Master also praised your ability. Lu Dao Lane was located in the southeast corner of Luoyang. It was far from the center of Luoyang and had fewer residents. However, the scenery here was beautiful, and the land and housing prices were not high. Therefore, some scholars with average family backgrounds who liked to be cultured liked to buy houses and live here. In the second section of Lu Dao Lane, there was a small house with 2 courtyards. It was called a small house because the house was simple and plain, and it did not look rich or noble. In terms of the area it occupied, it was not inferior to the luxurious houses with 5 courtyards in the center of the city. This was the house of Scholar Xiang Jun. Scholar Xiang had never held any important position in the imperial court in his life. He had always been a scholar and civil official with a leisurely job. His reputation in the officialdom was far less resounding than his reputation in the scholarly community. Scholar Xiang had retired due to old age. He only had one son who was a county magistrate in the north. The old man was the only one left in the house. He rarely went out these days and did not socialize as much as he did when he was young and strong. Therefore, in the already deserted Lu Dao Lane, this scholar's house was especially inconspicuous. Although the Xiang residence was one of the more deserted residences in the square, the Xiang residence was not deserted at all. The grass and trees in the residence were lush, and the birds were chirping. The exuberant vitality swept away the bleakness of late autumn. It seemed that after Scholar Xiang retired, he devoted himself to being a gardener. The plants and trees in the yard were all evergreen herbs carefully selected by him. He planted and pruned them attentively. There was a special flavor in them. At this moment, in the backyard garden of Xiang's house, a white-robed man was strolling leisurely. Behind him was a shrewd man in black. The white-robed man had his hair loosely tied up in a bun. He wore a moon-white yen house uniform. He had a small beard and a natural and unrestrained temperament, like a tall bamboo in the grass and trees. He was completely different from the shrewd man in black behind him. The white-robed man was young Master Jiang, and the man in black behind him was his confidant, Yuan Tingyun. The place where young Master Jiang was now had nothing to do with the succession hall. The owner of this place was Scholar Xiang. Scholar Xiang's only son was a county magistrate in the north and was secretly supported by the Lu family. The relationship between them was not known to the outside world. In the past, young Master Jiang had never had any contact with County Magistrate Xiang or his father, so this was an absolutely safe place. No one would have thought he was hiding here. Yuan Tingyun reported in a low voice, "When the court built the 3-yang imperial traveling palace for the emperor, we started to interfere. Now, we are responsible for at least half of this project. After it is completed, we can profit." Young Master Jiang interrupted his words and asked, "Is Xianzong responsible for this project?" Originally, he was Xianzong, and Xianzong was him. But now it was not. The current Xianzong sect master was Yang Fan, and he was a distant nephew of Scholar Xiang who had already retired. He had gone to Jing to prepare for the spring examinations next year. So what he meant when he asked this question was whether or not other people in Xianzong knew or participated in this project. Yuan Tingyun hesitated slightly, and then responded in a low voice, "Yes." Young Master Jiang said decisively, "Then abandon it. Our people cannot interfere again in case they follow the clues and find our tracks. Remember, we have to cut our wrists." Yes, Yuan Tingyun thought of that large sum of money, and his heart ached. In order to obtain this project, young Master had put in so much effort. Now, Yang Fan was reaping the fruits of his labor. Thinking of this, he was especially unwilling. He couldn't help but ask, "Should we do something? Our people have just retreated. They haven't had the time to erase our tracks. If we act now, we can—" "No." Young Master Jiang decisively refused. He thought for a moment and then smiled faintly. He said disdainfully, "The succession hall was built by me. It is my blood and sweat. It is my son. I have to leave something for Yang Fan. I can't let my son starve to death." The person he wanted to deal with was Yang Fan, not the succession hall. In his heart, Yang Fan was Yang Fan. The succession hall was the succession hall. The succession hall was his heart. Yang Fan was the one who took it away. He wanted to defeat Yang Fan and take back his heart. Therefore, he couldn't deal with Yang Fan by hurting the succession hall. He would get back what belonged to him sooner or later. Everything he was doing now was for this purpose. Of course, he couldn't destroy the foundation of the succession hall to deal with Yang Fan. Moreover, he was no longer the master of the succession hall. It was impossible for the succession hall to not take precautions against the things he had done. Why should he be a villain? However, once Yang Fan controlled the succession hall, he would have great power. At that time, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. From this, it could be seen that although young Master Jiang was defeated in person, his heart was not defeated, and his confidence was not destroyed. Young Master Jiang was silent for a moment and asked again, "What else is completely in our hands now?" Yuan Tingyun became spirited and said, "We can't hide those businesses that can bring long-term benefits from the succession hall's eyes and ears. The businesses that are completely controlled by Young Master are all short-term, but it's not that there aren't huge profits in them. For example, Wu Sansi built Tianshu. This project is undertaken by us. The bronze and iron used for Tianshu is the total output of the Tang dynasty in the past 2 years. Moreover, there are smelting, casting, forging, and other matters. We can profit from them." Young Master Jiang regarded the succession hall as his personal underground kingdom, but the aristocratic families didn't think so. He couldn't control all the people in the succession hall. He had his own confidants. He wanted to control these people firmly in his hands, so the resources allocated to them couldn't come from the succession hall. Therefore, he used the succession hall to hand over some businesses to his own people. Now that he had been deposed, these secret businesses had become his only source of income. Of course, he could ask the Liu family for help, but young Master Jiang had always been proud. Now that he had lost so badly before he took back his position as sect leader, he didn't even want to see a single member of the Liu family. How could he shamelessly ask the family for help? Young Master Jiang said in a low voice, "Good. What should be given up, we have to give up. What is in my hands, we have to hold on tightly. Right now, we really need money." Young Master Jiang took a deep breath. He raised his eyes to look at the blue sky and said slowly, "The selection of officials in the southern border is the first thing that Yang Fan will do after becoming the leader of Xian's sect. I hope that this will be the last thing he will do after becoming the leader of Xian's sect. Ha ha! To rise because of this matter, to die because of this matter. For him, there is cause and effect, a cycle." Chapter 633. Xue Huai was very happy to see Yang Fan. His fellow disciples were also very happy to see Yang Fan. They were indeed a group of ruffians who stole and fought, but to their own people, they were a group of loyal men. In their eyes, Yang Fan was one of their own. Not only were they close to Yang Fan, but they also saw Yang Fan as their pride. Not only them, but to Xue Huai it was the same. Xue Huai was becoming more and more frustrated. He could no longer hide his fall from favor. Although he never mentioned this matter, he was very clear that this matter could no longer be hidden from anyone. Zhou Ju dared to impeach him and interrogate him because of his pride as an imperial censor, but it was also because he knew that Xue Huai had fallen from favor. Among those who came from the White Horse Temple, only Yang Fan was rising step by step. His reputation was becoming more and more resounding. Now, Yang Fan's reputation in the imperial court was already above his. If he had not fallen from favor, perhaps he would have been a little jealous. However, in this situation, the rise of Yang Fan was entrusted with all of his ideals and hopes. He did not want to borrow anything from Yang Fan. His power came from the harem, so Yang Fan could not help him in any way. However, today, when the White Horse Temple was gradually declining, there was still Yang Fan who outshone others. This more or less gave him some comfort. When Yang Fan saw Xue Huai and the other ruffians, his heart was also very happy. He had many friends, but no matter what kind of friends he had, these banquets and gatherings must have a deeper purpose. Only this group of people from the White Horse Temple, their only purpose was to gather, drink, and laugh. When he was with them, Yang Fan could let go of all his schemes. There was only relaxation, only satisfaction, and only wine. Half drunk, Yang Fan keenly sensed that Xue Huai had something on his mind. He was still laughing like a great bell, still wild and unruly, but the uneasiness and despair hidden deep in his bones could be concealed from Yang Fan's careless fellow disciples, but not from Yang Fan. Yang Fan knew very well that Heir Zhang was becoming more and more favored. Xue Huai was already an empress who had not yet been thrown into the cold palace, but had already fallen out of favor. It was just like the Empress Wang, who had competed with Wu Zetian for favor back then, and knew that she would definitely lose but was not stripped of her title of empress. Xue Huai's current cheerful demeanor and domineering attitude were all to conceal the fear in his heart. Although Yang Fan could see through Xue Huai's thoughts, he couldn't offer any advice. Xue Huai loathed that old woman in the palace, but his prestige, wealth, and status all came from that old woman. He loathed that white-haired old woman who occupied his freedom and body, but he was also unwilling to give up everything that the old woman gave him. This was a knot that could not be untied. What could Yang Fan say? When Yang Fan returned to his home, the sky was already slightly dark. The sun was slanting to the west and was about to set on the distant mountains. In front and behind him, there were many guards in the light and dark. Needless to say, there were guards in the dark. They could dress up in all kinds of colors and blend perfectly into the surrounding crowd. Even Yang Fan didn't know how many of them there were. Perhaps the dark-skinned man, not far away, was one of them. Perhaps the simple and honest farmer carrying an empty vegetable basket who looked like he had just sold out of vegetables was one of them. There were only 4 bright guards by Yang Fan's side. It wasn't appropriate to say that they were guards. They were all dressed like servants, wearing green clothes and small hats. Their appearances were unremarkable. With Yang Fan's current position as an official, it was normal for him to have a few servants by his side. Who would be able to tell that they were Jianghu masters with outstanding martial arts? There were also many martial arts masters secretly guarding around the Yang mansion. But even Yang Fan, who knew that they were there, couldn't tell which of the pedestrians and peddlers were his people. He only knew that the Ji Sitong was planning to buy the houses on his left and right and across the street. In the flower hall of the Yang mansion, Xiaoman and Anu were playing with the child. It was getting colder. Perhaps the first snow of this winter would come soon, except for the warm weather in the afternoon. When they would take the little fellow out to bask in the sun, they usually played with him in the big house. Anu's love for the child was no less than that of her mother. At this time, Anu was holding the 1-month-old baby, while Xiaoman was holding a bronze mirror in front of the baby. She teased him in a childish tone. "Nian Nian, look, who is this?" Nian Nian was the baby's nickname. Yang Fan gave him the nickname Yang Nianzu. So far, Yang Fan didn't know the real names of his parents. The name Nianzu meant that no matter what his surname or name was, he would never forget his ancestors. Yang Nianzu's eyes widened as he stared in astonishment at the little face in the mirror. He didn't quite understand that the little fellow was himself. He raised his little hand timidly, not knowing if he wanted to touch the reflection of himself in the mirror or if he wanted to shove the reflection of himself away. "Hey!" Xiaoman suddenly poked her head out from behind the mirror and made a face at him. Yang Nianzu saw his mother and clearly let out a sigh of relief. His pink lips pursed, and a ball of foam came out to show his joy. Xiaoman put down the bronze mirror and said dispiritedly, why doesn't this boy laugh even when I tease him?" Anu looked at the little fellow and asked worriedly, "Is there something wrong with the baby? Stop talking nonsense." Xiaoman glared at her and said angrily, "Look at how smart my baby is. How can there be anything wrong with him? Let me see." Xiaoman took the child and put him on the couch. She held his chin with her hands and began to carefully examine him. As Yang Fan walked to the back of the mansion, he thought about the arrangements for tomorrow. He had to deal with Li Xiaoda and Wu Sansi. He also had to go to Princess Taiping. The next step of the plan required her close cooperation. The day after tomorrow, would leave the palace. He had to go accompany her. He also had to take time to look at the various information that Xianzong had reported to him. He had to gradually understand and truly control this huge force. Yang Fan thought along the way as he walked into the parlor. Xiaoman had just finished her visual inspection and said to Anu seriously, "What's wrong with my baby?" "There's nothing wrong with him at all. He's very healthy." Anu was teasing Yang Nianzu's little penis. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at her and said, "You know the result just by looking?" "Of course. The child is the flesh that fell from my body. Of course, with one look, don't knock it off." Xiaoman saw that Anu was treating her precious baby as a toy and quickly snatched it. Anu giggled and said, "It's not made of mud. How could it be knocked off?" At this time, Yang Fan walked into the hall and said with a smile, "What are you guys talking about? Why are you so happy?" When Xiaoman saw her Lang Jun come back, she welcomed him with joy and said worriedly, "Lang Jun, our child will smile when he is asleep. But when he is awake, no matter how you tease him, he won't smile. At most, he will purse his lips. Don't you think it's strange? Yang Fan took the child and kissed him on his face. The child's saliva was stuck on his face. Yang Fan was reluctant to wipe away the milky smell and said to Xiao Man with a smile, "You are too anxious. The child is too young and doesn't understand that you are teasing him. When a child smiles when he is asleep, that is because he is sleeping. Immortal Granny is teaching him something. When he learns it, Immortal Granny will praise him. When the child is praised, he will smile. Don't be anxious. Wait until he is a little older. And wait for another month. At that time, you can tease him and see if he will giggle." Xiao Man said with admiration, "Lang Jun really knows a lot. You know more than us women." Yang Fan said shamelessly, "Of course, your husband is very knowledgeable. How can this kind of small matter trouble me?" Anu covered her mouth and laughed. Yes. I don't know who asked Granny Wong, who is washing clothes, about these things yesterday. I heard it clearly from behind." Yang Fan was exposed, but he didn't blush. He rolled his eyes at Anu and said to Xiao Man, "You two, one doesn't understand, and the other doesn't understand. In the end, you still don't understand. We don't have elders in our family. These things we should ask the elders in the house." Xiao Man was suddenly enlightened. She said happily, "Lang Jun is right. I'll ask Grandma Wong. This child always sleeps hard at night. She groans like a calf, and her face is red. I have to see if there's any problem." Yang Fan was surprised. "Does the child have this problem sleeping at night? Why didn't I know?" Xiao Man rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are asleep. You don't even wake up when there is thunder. How would you know?" After saying that, she carried the child and left excitedly. Anu looked at her back with envy on her face until Xiao Man disappeared at the door. Anu reluctantly retracted her gaze. When she turned her head, she saw Yang Fan staring at her with a smile as if he knew what was on her mind. She couldn't help blushing. Yang Fan walked forward and gently held her hand. He whispered, "Winter is coming. Don't worry. Let's get married in spring, okay?" Anu's little face suddenly turned red. She said bashfully, "Who's anxious?" Yang Fan grabbed her shyly retracted hands and said seriously, "I don't want you to follow me secretly, but in the past, you can't expose your identity. It's different now. We have enough power to protect ourselves. Young Master Jiang can't do anything to us. The reason why I have to wait until next spring is because I have something important to do now. I really can't find the time to arrange our marriage. I have to start taking over the power of the succession hall evidence sect. Also, the evidence sect and the hidden sect were opposing each other in the past. Naturally, it won't be like this in the future. Shenmu is in Goguryeo. When he returns, I have to have a good talk with him. Since the evidence sect patriarch has changed, I think his exile has ended." Before Yang Fan finished speaking, Anu made a gentle sound. She shyly lowered her head and said in a small voice, "And I'll listen to you." Yang Fan hugged her and said in a low voice, "Also, the most important thing for me right now, the selection of officials at the southern border. Only when this matter is completed satisfactorily can my position be secure. Since young Master Jiang has escaped, he definitely won't be willing to fail. If I haven't guessed incorrectly, he will definitely make a big deal out of this. If he can send me to prison and have the emperor chop off my head, so what if I take his position? Similarly, if he loses this battle, he will never be able to rise again. This is the final battle between me and him. Right now, I am waiting for him to come." Chapter 634. The bright moon in the sky reflected the silver frost on the ground. At night in Luoyang, except for a few luxurious places like the Tungfang, the rest of the city was in deep sleep. in the back garden of the Yang family, a gurgling stream flowed quietly in the moonlight. Suddenly, a loud and powerful baby cry broke the silence of the night. Then a man's voice sounded in a daze. "The baby is crying. Feed him." Then a woman's voice came. "Grandma Wang said that babies sleep and wake up. Don't feed him as soon as he wakes up. He might not be hungry. You should coax him first. If he continues to sleep, just ignore him." Oh, after a while, the baby's cry continued. Finally, a soft light lit up the window. Then, a beautiful woman's silhouette appeared. She gently opened her clothes and held a baby in her arms. The milk obviously didn't work as it should. The baby was still crying. The beautiful woman began to push the man beside her. "Hey, get up. The baby is not hungry. He doesn't need to pee. The little devil is making trouble. Just walk around the house with him in your arms. Then he will stop crying." The man's sleepy voice vaguely said, "Grandma Wang said that you can't always hold a baby. Or else, he won't sleep if you don't hold him in your arms next time. Just coax him first." Oh, the woman obediently began to coax the baby. Unfortunately, although she was obedient, the baby was not. So the woman continued to push her husband. "Get up. The baby won't sleep." Her husband immediately responded with a loud snore. The woman was angry and funny at the same time. She patted him and said, "Tomorrow, hire a nurse for the baby." The snoring man immediately responded, "I already said that I would hire a nurse. It was you who couldn't bear to let others take care of him. You insisted on doing it yourself." "Huh. I knew you were pretending to sleep. Get up and coax the baby." Phew phew. On the same night, the autumn moon in Chang and was as bright. Chang, and which was similar to Luoyang, was like a chessboard bathed in the moonlight. The only difference was that there was no Luo River on this chessboard, but the same thing was that Yongkang Square was also like Luoyang's Gentleness Square, with luxurious music and dazzling lights. Under the moonlight, there was a secluded courtyard. There was a house in the courtyard, and the lights were still on. Outside the wall, the night watchman banged his clapper as he walked past. It was already past the third watch period. A woman was lying on her back on the couch. Her fair skin was exposed, and half of her plump chest was exposed under her half-covered undergarments. Her soft and beautiful curves and her soft and beautiful complexion were rippling with a gentle and beautiful charm. An old woman sat beside him. Her face was full of wrinkles, like the bark of an old tree that had lived for hundreds of years, rough and wrinkled. The skin on her hands was almost as rough and loose, but her grip was still strong and steady. She gently pressed the ribs of the beautiful woman who was lying on her back, and a relieved smile slowly appeared on her old face. He had already recovered, but he still couldn't move his fists and legs for the past few months. However, he could already walk and move like a normal person. "Girl, you are really lucky." The woman gently pulled down her clothes to cover the spring scenery in front of her chest. Unconvinced, she said, "Ting Er left the Chui family at the age of 14 to work in the succession hall. After so many years, I have never suffered a fatal injury with the skills that have been passed down in my family. This time, if it wasn't for my own people attacking me, I wouldn't have been able to defend myself." "How could I?" The old woman's wrinkles spread out as she smiled. She poked her forehead and said, "Girl, you like to win, just like when you were young." The woman tied her belt and sat up. She asked, "Granny, did you find out about the news I asked you to find out for me?" The old woman nodded and said, I have already found out that the new sect master is called Yang Fan. He is a young man who was very famous in Chang, and a while ago. It is said that he has an unclear relationship with a girl from the Dugu family. However, after he became the sect master, he brought his wife and son back to Chang, and Gu Zhuting cried out involuntarily. Yang Fan, Granny, you said that the new sect master of the Xian clan is that Yang Fan who young Master Jiang sent people to kidnap his wife? The old woman said, Yes, it is him. Gu Zhuting said in shock. I didn't think that he would become our new sect master. When Gu Zhuting said this, her voice suddenly paused. When she looked at the old woman again, a strange expression floated onto her face. Granny, you said that he brought his wife and son back to Chang, and it's a son, not a child. The old woman laughed and said, Isn't a newborn child a child? Gu Zhuting hurriedly shook her head. No, there is only one child. The old woman said, The more you speak, the more confused you are. This is the first child of the sect master. Not just one, but several? No, this is not right. Gu Zhuting shook her head forcefully, her expression confused. The old woman looked at her in surprise and asked, Ting Er, what happened? Gu Zhuting slowly raised her head and looked at her. She said word by word. After Yang Fan's wife was kidnapped, she gave birth to a pair of twins that night, not a son. It is a son and a daughter. The old woman's expression gradually became serious. She said in a deep voice, A son and a daughter? Are you sure? Of course I am sure. I was the one who delivered his wife. His daughter, did she die? The old woman said, Impossible. The news that this old woman has heard is that only his wife and son were taken back by Yang Fan. There is no talk of a daughter. Where did his daughter go? Gu Zhuting's thin brows furrowed slightly. She shook her head and said in confusion, I don't know. The old woman slowly paced around the room for a while and then sat down on the side of the bed. She said gravely, Ting Er, you have always been hesitant about the cause and effect of your injuries. This old woman has already gone into seclusion and did not want to ask about it. However, this matter is really not a small matter. You must tell me everything from beginning to end. Gu Zhuting took a deep breath and told her the whole story of how she was suddenly questioned that night and how she asked her to help Xiao Man after learning that she could deliver a baby. The old woman had served the aristocratic families for a lifetime. Although she was old now and was no longer as agile as before, her wisdom and experience were something that Gu Zhuting could never catch up to. The old woman connected the information she had heard with Gu Zhuting's experience. Her eyes gradually lit up, and she muttered to herself, This old woman understands. I understand. Gu Zhuting said anxiously, Granny, quickly tell me what is going on. The old woman said, That day, Madame Yang was kidnapped and happened to be in labor. There is no midwife in young Master Jiang's residence, so he asked you who can deliver a child. Gu Zhuting nodded and said, Yes, what's wrong? The old woman's eyes shone coldly as she said, Young Master Jiang sent people to kidnap Yang Fan's pregnant wife. He probably wanted to use her and her child's lives to force Yang Fan to work for him? Gu Zhuting nodded again. I think so too. But what does this have to do with the little girl's disappearance? The old granny said, Madame Yang unexpectedly gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. I'm afraid that no one would have expected this. Madame Yang fainted the moment her first child was about to be born, so she didn't know that she had actually given birth to 2 children. Gu Zhuting said anxiously, Granny, what are you trying to say? The old woman said solemnly, As long as young Master Jiang has Yang Fan's woman and child, it is enough to use them to threaten Yang Fan. The additional child will not increase or decrease his bargaining chips. So he hid this child. He didn't want others to know about this, and you're not his trusted aide. That's why he sent people to kill you. Gu Zhuting was still confused. After thinking for a long time, she said, Why would he hide a child? If he wanted to hide a child, why not the boy? The Yang family does not have a son yet, so the boy should be more important to them, right? The old woman shook her head and said, "Why would he hide a child?" This old woman cannot think of a reason. At least, he could not have planned to use the girl to threaten young Fan in the future. Otherwise, he would not have killed you, an insider. As for why he hid the girl and not the boy, it is easy to understand. The old woman explained to Gu Zhuting in detail. It is because of the importance of the boy that young Master Jiang wanted to let young Fan know that his wife gave birth to a son. This way, both his wife and son are in young Master Jiang's hands, so he can use them to threaten young Fan. That day, when young Master Jiang decided to break out with 4 carriages, he did not know that Yang Fan was smashing the Liu family's residences one by one. The reason he wanted to leave was because the aristocratic families wanted to put him under house arrest, right? Gu Zhuting thought about it and said, yes, at that time, there was no news of Yang Fan breaking into the Liu family. Young Master Jiang was in a hurry to break out because he did not want to be manipulated by the aristocratic families. The old woman said, that's right. The aristocratic families wanted to put him under house arrest, but if he wanted to leave by force, the aristocratic families would not use force to stop him. In fact, when he escaped, the aristocratic families did not use force to stop him. Young Master Jiang was very clear about this. The reason why he split into 4 groups was to give the aristocratic families an excuse that they did not stop him. He did not want them to be angry. You understand? Gu Zhuting said sternly, I understand. He thought that he could definitely send Yang Fan's wife and son away safely. Because the aristocratic families would not use force to stop him, he could send these 2 important hostages to the safest place for him. For example, the Liu family. This way, he would have the conditions to hold Yang Fan hostage. He did this deliberately to tell Yang Fan, your wife and son are in my hands in the Liu family. You can't take them back. As for the baby girl, he hid from the beginning. He did not want to use her to threaten anyone. But he hid a child, not to use her as a hostage. What does he want to do? The old woman shook her head lightly. This is what I cannot understand. Gu Zhuting thought about it, and her expression changed again. Oh no, I delivered the child, so I can be considered as young master's accomplice. If the new clan leader knows about this, he will also kill me. The old woman shook her head and said, silly girl, if you had not delivered the child, his wife would have died in childbirth that day. You owe the Yang family a debt of gratitude. Young Master Jiang wanted to hide a baby girl, and you did not know about this. You almost lost your life because of this, so what hatred is there? Since Yang Fan could become the clan leader of Xian clan, his breadth of mind and courage are extraordinary. He would not take his anger out on you. But the old woman took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, girl, you cannot slowly heal. You have to go to Luoyang immediately and tell him about this. If you hide or drag this matter, you will offend both the new and old clan leaders. At that time, there will be no place for you in this world. Chapter 635. Li Xiaoda walked out of the myriad divine palace and straightened his back, feeling a deep weariness. Compared to those old prime ministers who were easily in their 70s or 80s, the 60-something-year-old Li Xiaoda could be considered a man in the prime of his life, but with the entire world pressing down on his shoulders, he still felt somewhat powerless. Many matters were discussed in today's court session, but the first matter was particularly important. This was the achievement that Wu Zetian was most proud of, the recovery of the 4 garrisons of Anxi. This achievement was the most glorious achievement of the Wuzhou dynasty. Thus, Wu Zetian had not been stingy in publicizing it and rewarding it. The 100-some civil and military officials who had participated in the recovery of the 4 garrisons of Anxi had all been rewarded. Commander-in-Chief Wang Xiaojie had been promoted from Great General of the Left Guard, promoted to Minister of Xia, a third-rank official of the Phoenix Pavilion, and promoted to Prime Minister. Wang Xiaojie had made such a great achievement that his promotion to Prime Minister was inevitable. Li Zhaoda would not stop him, nor did he need to. Wang Xiaojie's title of Prime Minister was the same as Liu Shida's. It was only an honorary title that would not divide his authority. Power was something that could make one feel like they were walking on clouds. Good food and silk clothes could not compare, children and grandchildren could not compare, beautiful women could not compare, and a long life of 100 years could not compare. It was the greatest temptation in the world. For the sake of power, the Empress could even kill her own children and grandchildren, her own flesh and blood. He was only dragging his old body, working a little harder and getting a little more tired. What did this count for? The second matter discussed in today's court session could be said to be the icing on the cake of the first, the completion of the heavenly pivot. The heavenly pivot was erected at the Duanmen Gate of the imperial city, consuming 2 years' worth of the entire nation's steel production. The heavenly pivot was 105 feet tall, with 8 sides, each side 5 feet in diameter. Beneath the heavenly pivot was an iron mountain 170 feet in circumference and 2 zhang tall. Copper-coiled dragons coiled around it, with a qilin coiling around it. At the top was a cloud-bearing plate, 3 zhang in diameter, and 4 dragons holding fire pearls, 1 zhang tall. On the Tian Shu were engraved the names of the civil and military officials and the chieftains of the 4 barbarians, as well as the inscription that recorded the achievements of Wu Zetian in appointing Wu Lizhou. There was also a line of words written by Wu Zetian, praise Tian Shu of the 10,000 kingdoms of the great Zhou dynasty. The completion of Tian Shu coincided with Wang Xiaojie's return to the imperial court, and Wu Zetian wantonly rewarded the meritorious officials, so the inscription recording Wu Zetian's achievements was even more convincing. Therefore, Wu Zetian cherished this opportunity to publicize her achievements very much and ordered the civil and military officials to discuss a grand celebration ceremony. Now, Li Zhaoda could make decisions on important matters in the imperial court with a single word. The so-called discussion among the officials was completely planned by him alone, in order to make this grand ceremony look awe-inspiring and dignified. Li Zhaoda racked his brains and finally satisfied the Empress. Of course, this matter also consumed a lot of his energy. There was another matter that did not seem to match the festive atmosphere, because the third matter was about killing people from the imperial censorate. Originally, there were ministers who suggested delaying the execution. Seeing blood on such a joyous occasion was not very auspicious. But Wu Zetian herself objected. She had stepped over countless corpses and waded out of a sea of blood. Why would she care about killing people? In her view, killing people added a bit of solemnity to this grand ceremony. Compared to the 100-some officials who had recovered Anqi being rewarded, it made her seem even more impartial in her rewards and punishments. Since the Empress herself did not care, Li Zhaoda naturally followed her advice. Moreover, he had long since wanted to execute those ruthless officials from the imperial censorate as soon as possible. A long night was fraught with trouble. Ever since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, the situation in the imperial court had become even more unpredictable. It was safer to kill these people as soon as possible. As a result, the last item in the imperial court was to announce the crimes of the ruthless officials from the imperial censorate and publicly execute them. Huang Jingrong and Lu Guangye had already died in the southern border, so they were only relieved of their official positions. The others, such as Wan Guojun, Wu Rang, Zhao Jiulong, and Wang Deshou, were all executed. The once glorious imperial censorate, which even the prime ministers of the political affairs hall feared like snakes and scorpions, was thus wiped out in one fell swoop. all the civil and military officials of the imperial court celebrated. It was as if the cruel politics of the Wu and Zhou dynasties had come to an end with the deaths of these people. The criminals were paraded through the streets and then dragged to the 3 cities of the north, south, and east for public executions. They were also abandoned for 3 days. The execution grounds of the North City were crowded with people. Most of those who had been persecuted by the imperial censorate were from the families of officials. Even though the ruthless officials of the imperial censorate had been executed for extorting the barbarians of the southern border and framing the vagabonds, and their crimes would not be vindicated, some of their family members, relatives, and friends in the capital still surrounded the execution grounds and set up incense tables. They lit incense sticks and burned paper money, waiting for the moment their heads fell to the ground to console the souls of their deceased loved ones in heaven. Among the many incense tables of various sizes set up for the wronged relatives, there was a small and unremarkable incense table. A boy and a girl, dressed in mourning clothes, were kneeling in front of the memorial tablets. They were the son and daughter of the Panzhou provincial governor Feng Juanheng, Feng Yuanyi, and his older sister, Feng Min-er. Feng Min-er had originally been imprisoned in the musical house and served as an official slave. Now that Feng Juanheng's case had been vindicated, she was released. She was also taken by Yang Fan and temporarily placed in his home. Today, the imperial court publicly executed a group of ruthless officials. The 2 siblings also came to the execution grounds and set up incense tables for their loved ones. The execution grounds were very quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Even the cold and stern voice of the executioner could be heard clearly by everyone present. When the executioner raised the executioner's saber high, the entire place was even more silent. It was as if one could hear a pin drop to the ground. The saber rose and fell. A cold light brought a rain of blood. As the saber fell and the rain of blood rose, it was as if the gates of hell had been opened on the 15th day of the 7th month. Shrill and horrible cries quickly filled the entire place. Countless people burst into tears and wailed. They were not crying for the ruthless officials who had been executed, but for their dead relatives. The enemy has finally been beheaded. In the loud wails, they worshipped the deceased and cursed the ruthless officials. Naturally, they also mentioned Yang Fan. If Yang Fan hadn't risked his life, how could the enemy have been beheaded? And how could their relatives rest in peace? However, when they set up the memorial tablets and kowtowed to their benefactor, they didn't expect that Yang Fan was standing among them. Dressed in black, Yang Fan stood behind Feng Yuanyi and his younger brother. When the 2 of them offered incense and worshipped their deceased father and fell to the ground and wept bitterly, Yang Fan sighed softly, stepped forward, poured a cup of wine, and poured it gently in front of Feng Juanheng's memorial tablet. Then he turned around to help Feng Yuanyi and his younger brother up, saying in a low voice, "The dead are gone. Now that the enemy has been beheaded, your father can also rest in peace. Don't be too sad." "Big brother, Yang." Feng Yuanyi threw himself into Yang Fan's arms and cried loudly. Yang Fan gently patted his shoulder and comforted Feng Minor, who was wiping away her tears, saying, "Now that your father has been rehabilitated, you have regained your freedom. In a few days, I will send a carriage to send you back to Lingnan." When Feng Yuanyi, who was crying bitterly on Yang Fan's shoulder, heard this, he opened his mouth to speak, but then he saw his father's memorial tablet. In front of his father's memorial tablet, how could he bear to speak of his plans and cause his deceased father's spirit in heaven to suffer? The words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back. Li Xiaoda returned to the political affairs hall. There were 2 tall stacks of documents waiting for him. Li Xiaoda had been standing in the imperial court for the entire morning. His heels were aching. so he ordered a young servant to fetch a bucket of hot water, took off his official boots, and put his feet into the bucket of hot water. Only then did he heave a long sigh of relief. Although there were many documents on the table, he did not feel bored at all. On the contrary, when he saw the high stacks of documents, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Every document was a piece of power. Perhaps it was someone who had performed meritorious deeds and should be promoted, or someone who had broken the law and should be severely punished, or a place that had suffered a disaster and should be allocated money for disaster relief, or a place that needed to be allocated funds for infrastructure construction. Everything was decided by him. There were medicinal herbs in the water, which seeped into his skin along with the hot water, activating his blood vessels. As he read through the memorials, his mind was also floating, and he felt a strange sense of pleasure. Diligent in politics, daring to take on tasks. He is my right-hand man, and cannot be separated from me even for a moment. This was the Empress's evaluation of him. He did not know how many documents he had read, but Li Xiaoda's presbyopia eyes were already filled with tears, and his old waist was so sore that it was about to break. He had to put down the documents regretfully and asked a young servant to bring a wet towel to wipe his face. He pulled his feet out of the already cold wooden bucket, put on a pair of high tooth clogs, and wanted to go behind the screen to let the young servant massage his shoulders and back. As soon as Li Xiaoda got up, a young servant walked in, lightly bent down, and reported, "Prime Minister Li, the new imperial officer, Yang Fan wants to see you." Oh, Li Xiaoda was not moved at all, as if he had already known that Yang Fan would come. He walked behind the screen as usual, and lightly ordered, "Let him in." Yang Fan followed the young servant into the political affairs hall, but did not see Li Xiaoda. Yang Fan slightly raised his eyebrows, and the young servant did not stop walking. He walked to the side of the screen, looked back at him, and gestured for him to follow. Yang Fan smiled knowingly and stepped forward to follow. He walked around the screen and saw a space surrounded by a painted screen with a bed in the middle and a stick of sandalwood burning at the head of the bed. Li Xiaoda had loosened his official robe, and his feet were bare. He was only wearing a snow-white shirt, and he was lying on the bed. A young eunuch was skillfully massaging him. Li Xiaoda's chin was resting on the back of his hand, and his eyes were closed. He did not open his eyes even when he heard Yang Fan come in. Yang Fan stood still and made a deep bow to him. "I am Yang Fan, greeting Prime Minister Li." Li Xiaoda closed his eyes and said, "Oh, I wanted to invite Erlang to my residence for a banquet yesterday, and unexpectedly your teacher also held a banquet to welcome you. Today I am busy with work and have no time to drink. I was planning to invite Erlang tomorrow. Why are you here now?" Yang Fan smiled politely and said, "I am not worthy of Prime Minister Li's invitation. I just returned to the capital yesterday, and after seeing His Majesty, I wanted to visit Prime Minister Li. Unexpectedly, my teacher has not seen Yang Fan for a long time, and in his joy, he has already held a banquet at the Drunken Golden Hairpin, so I delayed my visit until today." "Ha!" Li Xiaoda laughed loudly, opened his eyes, and looked at Yang Fan with a smile, and said, "Erlang has returned to the capital this time, and has been promoted to Heavenly Official Doctor, and has the right to know Heavenly Official Assistant Minister. Congratulations." When Yang Fan heard this, his face immediately turned bitter. This lowly official's words carry little weight. As a new official, I have no foundation to speak of. This small bamboo raft has to be weighed down with a heavy burden. This lowly official is worried that it will sink. Li Xiaoda raised his white eyebrows and glanced at him with interest. Even the cruel officials of the imperial censorate, who are feared by all the civil and military officials like snakes and scorpions. Erlang is not afraid. Why is it difficult to be Heavenly Official Assistant Minister? Yang Fan shook his head and smiled nervously and shook with grievance, The sharp teeth and claws of those cruel officials of the imperial censorate can be seen and can be felt and cannot be considered powerful. But the position of heavenly official doctor is different, especially in this southern border official selection storm. The undercurrent is turbulent, dangerous, and unusual. One careless mistake, and one's body will be smashed to pieces. If not for Prime Minister Li's protection, how would I dare to be the one who rides the waves? Chapter 636. Ha ha ha! Li Xiaoda laughed again. This time, his laughter was much more carefree, and it was clearly different from the laughter just now. He waved his hand, and the young servant behind him retreated to the side. Li Xiaoda turned over and sat up. Yang Fan quickly went forward to support him. The young servant helped Li Xiaoda put on the high-tooth wooden clogs, and Li Xiaoda stood up. His Majesty made you a heavenly official minister, the assistant minister of the heavenly official. His intentions are self-evident. Young people, you should be more responsible. Don't just think of asking others for help when you encounter a problem. Li Xiaoda said with a smile. His tone was cordial, and his attitude was benevolent, like a family elder teaching his own nephew. Yang Fan's words, just now, were clearly expressing his loyalty to him. Li Xiaoda was pleased, and his attitude towards Yang Fan became more intimate. When he first learned of Yang Fan, he only felt that this young man was too impulsive and not capable enough. He was dismissive of his actions of presiding over the Ministry of Justice's challenge to the imperial censorate. When Yang Fan broke into the door and angrily rebuked, argued for what was right, and went to the southern frontier to stop the atrocities of those cruel officials without regard for his own future, he felt a bit more admiration for this young man. But admiration was admiration, and he still didn't think that this young man was anything special compared to many shrewd, capable, and shrewd officials of the court. In his eyes, Yang Fan was just a young man who had just come out into the world. Now that Yang Fan could see that this seemingly limitless glory of the heavenly official minister position was filled with endless dangers, and decisively turned to him, the prime minister, who was below only one person and above millions, he felt that this young man seemed to have made a little bit of progress. Of course, the main reason for this good impression was because of Yang Fan's respect, seeking advice, and loyalty. Prime Minister Li is not an outsider. Ever since this junior abandoned martial arts and became a Minister of Justice, I have received Prime Minister Li's guidance and training. For this important matter, I still need Prime Minister to give this junior an idea. The lower official that Yang Fan called became a junior. He immediately took advantage of the opportunity and became a step closer. There were two young servants next to him. By right, they should be more careful with others around. But since Li Xiaoda did not care, Yang Fan did not need to hide. It was obvious that these two little eunuchs were Li Xiaoda's people. It would be easy for the prime minister to bribe these two little eunuchs to be his confidants. Li Xiaoda walked outside and said with a smile, "It is indeed not easy to choose officials in the southern frontier. If it was easy, the saints would not have specially promoted you to be an official. However, although you are loyal to the imperial court and have the courage to take charge, you are still too young. You do not have enough experience and prestige. I'm afraid that you will not be able to handle some matters. But although you are loyal to the court and you is still there is no position. There. Li Xiaoda said happily. How many scholars, after working hard for half their lives, are still waiting for an official to be elected? There is no vacancy for them to take up. Relatives of meritorious service, nobles in the imperial court, and direct descendants of officials of the 5th rank and above can be appointed. However, you should also understand that most of the officials who are appointed are idle officials, disbanded officials, and some even have official positions and only receive a salary." Yang Fan continued to support Li Xiaoda. Li Xiaoda did not want him to let go. He already had the intention to take Yang Fan as his disciple. Since he was his disciple, this attitude was what Yang Fan should have. Now that there is such an opportunity, do you think these people will not dig a thief's hole, seek marriage, rely on friends, and strive for a future with real power? Do you think those meritorious officials and nobles will do their best to fight for a position for them for the sake of their descendants? That's not all. Zhang Yizhi, Zhang Changzong, Wu Sanxi, Wu Qingxi, and many other aristocratic families are all staring at this fat piece of meat. If you can satisfy their appetite, it's fine. But if you can't, these people will vent their anger on you. Li Xiaoda stopped and pointed at Yang Fan. At that time, even if you have the ability, you will be torn to pieces by them. Do you think you can deal with the pressure and attacks from so many forces? Yang Fan said solemnly, Prime Minister Li is right. I also understand that if I offend so many forces, I will no longer have a place in the court. Li Xiaoda nodded slowly. Yes, if you want to save your life and ensure your future, you can only satisfy them. But there are only so many vacancies. Everyone wants to fight for one more position. No one will think that the vacancies they have already got can satisfy their appetite. So no matter how you arrange it, it is destined that not everyone will be satisfied. Li Xiaoda glanced at Yang Fan with a faint smile and said, If you want to take care of them all, you don't have so many vacancies to give to them. If you want to weigh the size of the forces and divide this fat piece of meat from big to small, you are destined to offend some people. But these forces, even the weakest among them, are not something you can contend with alone. At that time, you will still be finished. Li Xiaoda patted Yang Fan's arm and said, Since you can't go left or right, you might as well be impartial and make a decision. Arrange all the qualified officials according to their qualifications, reputation, status, and talent. It doesn't matter whose camp they belong to. How about this? Not waiting for Yang Fan to answer, Li Xiaoda smiled coldly. If you do this, it will be even more stupid. Even if you're fair, even if you put up a notice and announce your criteria for selecting talents, so that everyone in the world can't say anything and can't find any fault with you. So what? Indeed, no one will use this matter to make a fuss about you. But from now on, you will be unable to move a single step. In the open and in the dark, you will make countless enemies. As long as they get hold of a weakness, a chance, open spears and hidden arrows will swarm over and crush you to pieces. Li Xiaoda smiled faintly and said, If it is not so troublesome, why would the saint entrust this matter to you? Because the southern border barbarians are close to you. You are the most suitable candidate. However, once this matter is done, you will no longer be an indispensable person. Do you understand? Li Xiaoda said it in a slightly implicit way, but this implicit way was only to contain some words that could not be said directly. Those with a little bit of experience in officialdom would be able to understand. If Yang Fan could not even understand such a clear hint, then he would be a real fool, and it would be fine if he did not become an official. Put Yang Fan in an important position, let him take charge of the matter, and concentrate all the conflicts on him. When the matter was resolved according to her wishes, then she would get rid of Yang Fan to quell the resentment and conflicts from all levels. As the saying goes, once the cunning hare is killed, the hound is cooked. Her Majesty the Empress had always done this. At the beginning, the 6 scholars of the Northern Gate. Later, she used the Shandong noble families to suppress the Guanlong aristocratic families. After succeeding, she vigorously promoted the Han families to suppress the Shandong aristocratic families. Even Qiu Shenji, Lai Junchen, Zhou Xing, and the others to help her eliminate the obstacles to her ascension to the throne. Yang Fan blushed and said, To tell you the truth, Prime Minister Li Jr. did not sleep last night. I thought over and over again. I feel that no matter if this matter is handled well or not, it will be a disaster for Junior. No matter which direction I go, Junior has nowhere to go. I can only ask Prime Minister Li to point out the right path. Power. Li Xiaoda patted Yang Fan's arm in a friendly manner. He was like a benevolent elder who was patiently and inculcating his junior. Because you do not have enough power to protect yourself. If the saint does not use you for this matter, and does it himself, how about it? Of course, it will cause some forces to be dissatisfied, and it will cause some interference to the saint, but it will not be a big problem. Because the saint holds the greatest power, so the power that can tear your body to pieces will at most cause some trouble for the saint. The bamboo raft that Erlang used just now is very accurate. If you are asked to carry 2 baskets of stones, you can sail it. If you are asked to carry a mountain, it will sink. Yang Fan let go of Li Xiaoda's arm and took 3 steps back. He bowed deeply to the ground and said respectfully, "A small bamboo raft cannot carry a mountain. I need to borrow Prime Minister Li's huge ship that can carry a mountain." Yang Fan exited the political affairs hall. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the palace. The 9-layered palace was like it was in the clouds, magnificent and majestic. Mingtang and Heaven were 2 towering buildings that seemed to be as tall as the sky. They went straight into the clouds. In the Heaven, there was a huge Buddha with a mysterious smile that looked down on all living beings. It still carried a kind of high and mighty serenity. Yang Fan smiled slightly and said, "Can Li Xiaoda's ship really carry this huge Buddha that is even more majestic than a mountain? It is easy to know others, but difficult to know oneself. The most important thing for a person is to know himself." Li Xiaoda was a person with talent, ability, influence, and prestige. The only thing he lacked now was self-awareness, right? Unfortunately, his thirst for power has already completely blinded his eyes. Yang Fan did not try to get close to the Hall of History. As expected, Wana was busy in the Hall of Martial Attainment. She needed to finish all the things on hand. Tomorrow, she would start her 3-day leave to visit her mother. Of course, she would also visit him. Yang Fan only glanced in the direction of the Hall of Martial Attainment and then walked out of the palace. At the same time that he held the position of heavenly official, he had also become the master of the Xian sect. The selection of officials in the southern border was not only a major test in the court, but also a major test of whether he could sit firmly on the throne of the Xian sect. In order to perform this play well and burn the first 3 fires of a new official beautifully, he had long discussed with Ning Ku and Duguyu when he was in Chang. And now the entire plan was being carried out step by step. As expected with Li Xiaoda, next he had to deal with the demon Wu Sansi. "Sect Master, we still have not found young Master Zhang's whereabouts." When they were about to reach the Tianjin Bridge, a guard next to Yang Fan quietly reported the latest news to him. Yang Fan smiled faintly and said there is no need to waste too much energy on him. It would be strange if he could be easily found. When I rinse the water dry, this rock, will come out on his own. The urgent matter at hand is for our people to disassociate themselves from Taoisi Fong and the old nun of Hanoi. Yang Fan had started digging a hole for young Master Jiang a long time ago in Luoyang. At that time, young Master Jiang was the sect master of the Xian sect. Yang Fan's goal was to dig out all of the power of the Xian sect in the capital, and on the surface, it was not him who had done it. Right now, the plan had to continue, but he had to make subtle adjustments. He had to remove the power that belonged to him without arousing young Master Jiang's suspicions. He could not have any more connections with those 3 swindlers. Governing a great country was like cooking a small fish, but cooking a small fish was not just governing a country. The play in Luoyang was much harder to sing than the play in Chang. And Chapter 637. In the afternoon, Yang Fan returned to the Liang household. Wu Sanxi of the Liang household had not done anything to help Yang Fan, but he felt extremely good about himself, and had always regarded himself as Yang Fan's benefactor. Although he had never taken the initiative to provide any help to Yang Fan, objectively speaking, he had indeed played the role of covering for Yang Fan. He and his 5 dogs had always regarded Yang Fan as one of their own. Because of this, Empress Wu Zetian mistakenly thought that although Yang Fan did not get along with Wu Qingxi, he had an extremely close relationship with Wu Sanxi. There were 3 main reasons why Wu Zetian had considered making Yang Fan the heavenly official doctor. First, Yang Fan had a friendly relationship with the barbarians of the southern border, and the people he selected would not be opposed by the local tribal leaders. Second, Yang Fan was hostile to the aristocratic families and was the representative of the Han race. Third, he had the brand of the Wu faction on him. This was also the main reason why Yang Fan had always maintained contact with Wu Sanxi. As long as Wu Zetian was still in power, he would not easily abandon this layer of protection. Wu Sanxi did not treat Yang Fan as an outsider. When he saw Yang Fan come to visit, he immediately led him into the small study. With a few words, he bypassed the necessary formalities and excitedly threw him a small booklet. Yang Fan opened it to take a look. On it were lines of small words. He did not know who wrote them, but they were written neatly and beautifully in small regular script. Looking closely, he saw that it was a person's name, and behind it was their background, qualifications, and career history. The various details were not inferior to the official files of the Ministry of Appointments. Yang Fan fiddled with the booklet and asked curiously, "Your Highness, this is—" Wu Sanxi looked at Yang Fan and pretended to be annoyed. "Erlang is a clever person. Don't play dumb with me. Now that you have taken up the post and been honored as the heavenly official doctor, do you still not understand my intentions by giving you this list?" Yang Fan flipped through the booklet. There were more than 30 pages in total. Each page contained one person, which meant that there were at least 30 people. If these people were all placed in important positions, they could fill up more than half of the vacancies in the southern provinces. The reason why there was only one person per page was naturally because Wu Sanxi was considering this disciple of his. If he wanted to recommend people, he had to list a reason. This booklet recorded in detail the background, and achievements of these people. If the records were completely true, Yang Fan would not need any more information from the Ministry of Appointments and could just directly copy the booklet. Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Are these people arranged by Your Highness to serve as pastors?" Wu Sanxi said in a loud voice, "Of course. These people are either officials waiting to be elected, or they are small officials with no work. If they are still small officials, why send them thousands of miles away from the capital?" Yang Fan pondered and said, "If these people are all placed in important positions, I am afraid that all parties in the court will oppose it." Wu Sanxi said in a carefree manner, "All parties in the court, what side?" Wu Sanxi suddenly stood up and said in a clear voice, "You do not need to care about the aristocratic families. You do not need to care about Li Tang's royal family either. This will certainly be in line with the emperor's wishes. As for Wu Qingxi, don't worry, let me deal with him." Yang Fan asked in return, "What about Prime Minister Li?" All the civil and military officials in the court respect the Political Affairs Hall. The Political Affairs Hall only follows Prime Minister Li's lead. Although Prime Minister Li is from the Danyang branch of the Longxi Li family, and is from the same branch as Duke Wei Li Jing, he is a concubine's son and was mistreated when he was young. Therefore, his relationship with the Longxi branch and the aristocratic families is not good. Now that he has received His Majesty's recognition, he has transcended the aristocratic families and formed his own faction. This is the time when he urgently needs to expand his power. Will Prime Minister Li be indifferent to these empty positions? Wu Sanxi frowned. Although he was arrogant, he was still somewhat wary of Li Xiaoda, who was even more arrogant than him. Yang Fan said again, "Moreover, although the aristocratic families are an independent force, their power is invisible and untraceable. They are integrated into the court and share weal and woe with the country. They are both a hindrance and a help. To completely separate them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It is easy to distinguish those who belong to the aristocratic families on the surface, but how to distinguish those who belong to the aristocratic families in secret?" Wu Sanxi's frown deepened. Yang Fan's tone became even more sincere. "This lowly official is under King Liang's tutelage. I wish that all the vacancies in the southern border will belong to Your Highness and help Your Highness achieve great things. But has Your Highness ever thought that if we monopolize this benefit, the aristocratic families, Minister Li, King Wei, and Second Zhang, who is currently favored by the Emperor, will not let it go easily? At that time, won't Your Highness make enemies of the entire court?" Wu Sanxi's large eyes swayed a few times. He stared at Yang Fan and said, "Then in your opinion, what should we do?" Yang Fan said respectfully, "As a tutelage, I will naturally do my best to fight for a few good positions for Your Highness. But this benefit, we cannot monopolize it all. We must give some positions to others so that they will not be satisfied. But because of the benefits they have already obtained, they will not be able to harden their hearts and go against Your Highness." Wu Sanxi thought for a moment, and his anger turned to joy. He said, "Erlang's words can be considered an honest and prudent opinion. Since that is the case, I will listen to you. You can arrange it carefully. If there are any difficulties, feel free to tell me. I will support you." "Many thanks, Your Highness." Yang Fan stood up and bowed deeply to Wu Sanxi. He put the register into his sleeve and said without batting an eyelid, "Then I will take my leave." Wu Sanxi said, "Hey, what's the rush? In a while, set up a banquet and have a few drinks with me." Yang Fan laughed and said, "I've just returned to the capital, and I have a lot of work to do. The Ministry of Justice hasn't been handed over, and the Ministry of Appointments hasn't taken office yet. I'm itching to be torn into two, so I really don't have the time to drink. Wait until I have settled this matter. Then I will enjoy it with Your Highness." Wu Sanxi laughed and said, "That's fine. Go and do what you need to do. Remember, I will make all the decisions for you. Just be decisive and do not worry." Yes, when Yang Fan returned to the residence, he immediately called for the second steward. He took out the roll of register from his sleeve and handed it to him, saying, "Take it and quickly make a copy." The second steward did not say much and bowed in response. He took the register and left. Yang Fan's residence originally only had one old steward and did not have many servants. However, in the past few days, there have been many gardeners, coachmen, cooks, doorkeepers, and even the number of maids and servants in the backyard has increased. The Yang family had more than 10 shops in the southern city. They made a lot of money every day and could afford to keep so many people. However, Yang Fan and his wife did not like to be ostentatious, so they did not increase the number of servants. Now that Yang Fan had been promoted again and held an important position in the court at such a young age, it was normal for the family to increase the number of servants. However, although these people had a normal background and were registered in the broker house and the government office, anyone who investigated could only prove that they were slaves who sold themselves. However, Yang Fan and his wife were very clear about their real identity. These people were sent by the succession hall to protect the sovereign's family. These people were all under the second steward's responsibility. The second steward's surname was Liu, and his name was Liu Rinnie. He was mainly in charge of the accounting department. The accounting department had originally been personally managed by Xiaoman. Ever since she had given birth to her son, she had devoted all of her attention to raising him. Now, that steward Liu, who was skilled at managing finances, was here. She had some time to spare. The name list that Wu Sanxi had handed to Yang Fan clearly contained the main forces of King Liang's faction. Of course, King Liang's subordinates, who already held important positions in the capital, were definitely not on this list. However, there was no way these lowly officials could be in direct contact with King Liang. If he could figure out these people's identities and follow the clues, he would be able to get a clear picture of the main forces of King Liang's faction. Yang Fan naturally attached great importance to this name list. Right now, Yang Fan only wanted to figure out King Liang's faction in case he needed it, before Wu Qingxi and Heir Zhang's strength was exposed and severely weakened. Yang Fan wouldn't make a move against Wu Sanxi's faction. As long as those people didn't fall, Wu Sanxi would still be of great use. In Yang Fan's plan, even Li Zhaoda was a target. This was a request that Grandpa Li had personally made, so he had no choice but to agree. Moreover, based on his own understanding of the situation, he also felt that he should consider Li Zhaoda as an opponent. When Di Renjia, Ren Zhigu, and the others were prime ministers, Li Zhaoda was only a lowly person in the political affairs hall, and his words carried little weight. He had the least seniority among them. These prime ministers had fallen one after another in the struggle against Zhou Xing, Lai Junchen, and the other ruthless officials. Zhou Xing and Lai Junchen had also fallen from power, and the outstanding figures of both factions had been swept clean. This power vacuum had been smoothly filled by Li Zhaoda. Li Zhaoda was now second only to the emperor, and his mentality had also changed. Back then, he could have put in a few words for Di Renjia, Ren Zhigu, and the others, and kept them in the capital. However, because he was unwilling to relinquish the power in his hands, he cleverly advised the emperor to make the decision to demote these prime ministers to county magistrates and expel them from the capital. Now, he was highly regarded by the empress, and his desire to oppose the empress was growing weaker. Perhaps he still favored Li Tang, but this desire couldn't surpass his desire for fame and fortune. If one said that his insistence on making Li Tang's heir crown prince was due to his loyalty to the Li clan as an old subject of Li Tang's, one might as well say that it was because he coveted the merit of ascending to the throne so that he could continue to wield power in the court. Whether it was Wu Qingxi or Wu Sanxi, putting aside their old grudges with Li Zhaoda, even if Li Zhaoda was willing to submit to them, given their domineering personalities, once they became emperor, they would never listen to Li Zhaoda's every word. Li Zhaoda had already changed from a supporter of the Li clan to a supporter of the emperor. As long as Wu Zetian did not die, he would do his utmost to support her. As for the future, as long as he remained in power and supported the Li clan in the future, Li Xian and Li Dan, given their cowardly personalities, would only be puppets in his hands. This was the primary reason why Yang Fan had decided to deal with him. The other reason was that although Li Zhaoda was from the Longxi Li clan, he was now too powerful and was no longer under the control of his clan. Not only did he not care for his own clan, he often acted as an enemy. This was why Grand Duke Li had decided to deal with him. In the court, because of Li Zhaoda's acerbic and unkind conduct, he had already offended too many people. Yang Fan knew that even if he did not deal with Li Zhaoda, the resentment that had accumulated in the hearts of the civil and military officials had already reached the point where they would explode. At that time, Li Zhaoda would still fall. Li Zhaoda's possessiveness was too strong. The aristocratic families, the Zhang clan, the Wu clan, and everyone else were not allowed to share his power. He firmly controlled the power in his own hands, and even the other prime ministers had become his lackeys. This was a road to death. However, it just so happened that he did not know how to win over those independent officials who did not belong to the above forces. He only humiliated and urged them to do so. He only exerted his authority, but did not know how to show kindness. Now, this number one person below the emperor had enemies all over the capital, but he was still unaware of it. If he wanted to fall, all he needed now was a straw. Chapter 638. Yang Fan handed the roster to Lu Rini and walked toward the back of the residence. He had just reached the back door when he suddenly heard an indignant roar from behind the rock garden. "I'm not going back. I'm not going back. If you force me again, I'll die in front of you." Then another girl cried out, "Yuan, don't." Yang Fan stopped abruptly and dashed to the back of the rock garden. He saw Feng Min and Feng Yuan with tears streaming down their faces. Min was hugging Feng Yuan tightly. Feng Yuan looked like he was about to crash into the protruding rocks of the rock garden. "Yuan, what are you doing?" Yang Fan hurried over and scolded with a dark expression. When Feng Minor saw Yang Fan, she called out happily, "Brother Yang, come and help me persuade Yuan. He's not willing to return to Lingnan with me." At this point, Feng Minor's tears that had just stopped flowed again. He wants to enter the palace." Yang Fan pressed down on Feng Yuan's shoulder and said in a low voice, "What are you doing? You're a good man. Why are you seeking death?" Feng Yuan stopped struggling and lowered his head sadly. He said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, what kind of man am I? I'm ashamed to face my ancestors. I don't want to return to Lingnan. Ever." Yang Fan frowned and said, "You want to enter the palace?" Feng Yuan raised his head and said seriously, "Yes, that is where people like me should go. Only there will not be so many people mocking and despising me." He grabbed Yang Fan's arm and begged, "Brother Yang, please send my sister back to Lingnan. I won't go." Yang Fan frowned and said, "Entering the palace is not that easy. You can't enter the palace as long as you succeed." Yang Fan was afraid of hurting Feng Yuan's pride and did not say the word eunuch. Feng Yuan smiled sadly and said, "I know. That's why I wanted to ask Big Brother Yang for help. But there's no need for that now." Feng Yuan's eyes slowly lit up. "On the way back to the capital, I've been serving eunuch Gao and won his favor. Now, I've already acknowledged eunuch Gao as my adoptive father. He promised me that as long as I'm willing to enter the palace, he'll bring me in. He said that as long as he nodded, it would be very easy for me to enter the palace and become a little eunuch." Yang Fan stared fixedly at Feng Yuan. This child's figure was far more mature than his peers. His eyes shone with an indescribable air of maturity. Perhaps this was the greatest humiliation for a man, causing him to mature prematurely. Yang Fan could read his pain and fear. After a long time, he finally nodded and said slowly, "All right, if you insist, I won't stop you." Feng Yuan was overjoyed and quickly said, "Thank you, Big Brother Yang." Yang Fan nodded and said, "Go back to your room first. Men don't cry easily. Don't cry again in the future. I'll have a few words with your sister." "Okay." Feng Yuan knew that Yang Fan wanted to persuade his sister, so he quickly nodded, looking at his sister's tear-stained face. He bit his lip and ran back to his room. Right now, he didn't even have the courage to speak to his own sister. Yang Fan used his large sleeves to sweep away the fallen leaves on the rocks beside the pond. He gestured to Feng Minor and said, "Min, sit down and talk." Yang Fan sat down first. Feng Minor gently wiped away her tears and sat down beside him. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said softly, "Min, this kind of thing is indeed a great harm to a man. Yuan is still young and didn't understand it at first. But later on, he heard some rumors." Feng Minor said, If he returns to Lingnan, who would dare to bully him like this? Who would dare to mock him? Just because he's young, how could I bear to— Yang Fan pressed down his palm and stopped her words. Sometimes humiliation doesn't come from other people's words or attitudes, but from his own inner demons. The more he sees his relatives and old friends, the more he feels humiliated. He feels like he can't lift his head. You're not a man. You don't understand that kind of feeling. Feng Minor's tears widened, and she asked, "Then should I let him enter the palace?" At this point, she couldn't help but cry again. He's still so young, and he's never served anyone before. Yang Fan said, now in his heart, only the palace is where he should be. There won't be so many people looking at him. Strangely, perhaps returning to his hometown is a kind of torture, a kind of harm to him. Don't worry, the people in the palace will be released every few years. His identity is special. As long as he wants to leave the palace, he can leave at any time. In this situation, it's better to let him enter the palace first and wait until his emotions have calmed down. Yang Fan then said to Feng Minor, "Eunuch Gao has a very high status in the palace. Since he has adopted Yuani as his son, Yuani won't be bullied in the palace, and he won't have a bad life. I will also take care of him in the capital." Feng Minor was only a young girl and didn't have so many ideas. Her younger brother insisted on entering the palace, and now that Yang Fan said the same, Feng Minor couldn't insist anymore. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Suddenly, she raised her head and said to Yang Fan firmly, "If my younger brother doesn't leave, I won't leave either. I will take care of him in the capital." Yang Fan said in shock, "You just came out of the palace. Don't tell me you're going back. There are many rules in the palace. The palace maids and internal attendants all have their own duties. Even if you and Yuani live in two adjacent palaces, separated only by a palace wall, you might not be able to see each other every day." Feng Minor didn't understand the situation in the palace. When she heard Yang Fan say this, she couldn't help but ask blankly, "Then what if I live outside the palace?" Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, "How can people outside the palace enter the palace as they please? Don't think that I can go to the palace every day, but I only go to the outer court. Unless the emperor gives an edict to summon me, I can't enter the inner gardens of the inner palace. Unless it's someone as favored as Princess Taiping, then she can enter the palace without being summoned, but she can't enter the palace all the time." At this point, Yang Fan's voice suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something. Feng Minor was quite quick-witted. Her almond-shaped eyes immediately brightened, and she said happily, "Brother Yang, you have an idea?" Yang Fan thought for a moment. His gaze slowly moved to Feng Minor, and he asked, "Can you sing?" In the second division of the Ludao Lane in the southeast of Luoyang, other than the commoners and some unsatisfied scholars, there were two large families. One was the residence of Scholar Xiang Jun, who had retired and retired. The other family's mansion was much more luxurious than Scholar Xiang's. The name on the lintel of this mansion's door was not the owner's surname. Generally speaking, the residence that the owner often lived in would be named after the owner's surname, such as the Lu Mansion, the Zhang Mansion, or the Li Mansion. This made it easier for others to find and identify it. However, this magnificent mansion's hanging inscribed board seemed to indicate that it was a residence of a lower courtyard. Just like Princess Taiping's villa in Golden Grain Garden was called Ziyuan, this mansion was called Luzhou. Luzhou was a very elegant and beautiful mansion. The sunlight bathed it warmly. On the crisscrossing bluestone paths, a few sparse leaves of the parasol tree floated in the air. Not only did the path not look desolate, it looked even more clean and tidy. Upon entering this mansion, It was difficult to see a man. All that came and went were women, young and beautiful women. Most of them were like the herons in the name of the mansion. They had a pair of slender and elegant legs. They strolled on the pavilions in the forest between the long corridors and the winding bridges, like egrets moving their long legs. Fairy flowers fluttered, fragrant orchids filled the air, lotus robes fluttered, rings and ornaments clanged, peaches in spring, and slender waists. This was clearly a den of beauties. If there were so many young and beautiful women in a mansion, and the sound of stringed instruments could be heard from time to time, and a few melodious voices could be heard from there, the first word that people would think of would be a brothel. But in fact, compared with the deserted mansion of Grand Secretary Xiang, this Luzhou was also rarely visited by guests. Moreover, the hustle and bustle here only belonged to the daytime, and at night it was as quiet as ordinary people's homes. Because this was actually the residence of great Minister Rumei of the musical house, and many beautiful girls in this mansion were her disciples. The status of a kabuki was not high, but once it was promoted to the level of master, it would be completely different. All the dignitaries, princes, and ministers in the imperial court would be respectful and courteous to Rumei. Occasionally, they would hold some grand banquets, and if they could invite Rumei to perform, it would be a supreme honor, because the princes, marquises, and ministers treated Rumei as a distinguished guest. So although there were many young and beautiful girls in the mansion of the great minister of the musical house, no rascal dared to make trouble. In the back garden, the red maples were like fire, and the green pines were still there. Rumei sat beside the stone table, with a futon covered with soft feathers under her buttocks. On the edge of her lotus skirt, there stood a bright and beautiful rose, competing with the late autumn for the last glimmer of spring. Not far behind her, a rattan swing was still swaying gently. Yang Fan sat on the other side of the stone table and said to Rumei with a smile, "Miss Min is from the south of the 9 Ridges. Since she was a child, she has sung a good mountain song and practiced a good voice. Her foundation is not bad. If you accept her as a disciple and give her a good training, she will definitely become a great person in the future." Rumei smiled and said, "Miss Min just wants to take care of my brother and go in and out of the palace more conveniently. She is not sincere in learning. Since Yang Longzhong has asked, how can I not give you face? Although everyone can learn singing and dancing to become a great person, they also have to pay a lot of hard work. If Miss Min is not interested in this, you can just live in the mansion, and you don't have to be my disciple." Min who stood in front of the two, bowed to Rumei and said respectfully, "I want to take care of my brother nearby, but since I am a disciple of a master, I also sincerely want to learn. Ever since I became your disciple, I have thrown away all the past. From now on, I am only a disciple of your master. Please teach me." Rumei's clear eyes stared deeply at her, and she smiled. "Good. If you have this thought, I will not give you special care and will treat you the same as other disciples in the future." She pondered for a moment and said, "Since you are my disciple, it is naturally easy for you to go in and out of the palace. However, being able to see your brother often doesn't mean you have the ability to take care of him. After becoming my disciple, you will be an official. Practice your skills well, and when you become a wife, you will have a say in the palace." The female artists who entered the musical house were collectively called officials, and the female artists who reached a certain level of status were called wives. Consecrated was the highest level of artists in this industry, but those who could become consecrated could already be on equal footing with the nobles. Looking at the whole world, there were very few people who could reach this level. Rumei did not dare to hope that this new disciple would have this kind of luck, but as long as she could reach the level of wife, she would have a certain say in the palace and would have good and close contact with the stewards, eunuchs, and female officials in the palace. Taking care of a little servant would only be a matter of a word. Min-er bowed again happily and said from the bottom of her heart, "Master's kindness to this disciple is the same as giving me a new life. This disciple is extremely grateful." Chapter 639. Yang Fan and Feng Yuanyi walked out of Luzhou and stopped at the bottom of the stairs. He turned around and cupped his hands in obeisance, smiling, "Everyone, Ru, please wait a moment. I won't trouble you to send me off." Master Ru Mei brought her new disciple Min-er to the top of the stairs. She smiled and nodded. "Dr. Lang, take care." Min-er did not dare to speak out of turn in front of her master. She only looked deeply at her brother. Feng Yuanyi's eyes were filled with tears. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. It was unknown whether he was kowtowing to Ru Mei or to his sister, who would rather stay in the capital and learn from him. Yang Fan picked him up by the crook of his arm and brought him up. He nodded to Master Ru Mei and led him away. The carriage slowly moved forward. In front of them was an undulating, wavy garden wall with white walls and black tiles. There was a row of pear trees along the wall. Among the leaves, there were some unplucked, ripe pears that weighed heavily on the branches. Yang Fan comforted Feng Yuanyi in a low voice. Ever since he got on the carriage, tears streamed down his face like pearls from a broken necklace. He would never have thought that young Master Jiang, whom he could not find even after searching everywhere, was just a wall away from him, behind these pear trees, in this very scholar Xiang's residence. Young Master Jiang clasped his hands behind his back and gently frowned. He crushed the half-withered leaves of the pear tree under his feet. He was defeated. First, he was defeated by Shenmu and had to cede half of his territory. Then, he was defeated by Yang Fan and had to give up the remaining half of his territory. He was forced to retire and hide here. Although his plan to use Yang Fan's wife and son to force Yang Fan to be his own failed, it was not completely hopeless. He still had one last chance. This chance was originally Yang Fan's. The aristocratic family originally wanted to divide a part of his power for Yang Fan and cultivate a third representative. It was because Yang Fan had become the key to the selection of officials in the southern border. Also because his subordinate Yu Haoyang thought himself clever, Yang Fan decisively took control of the situation and took away his power. However, there were 2 sides to every coin. Yang Fan's opportunity was also his risk. Before Yang Fan, the 2 sect masters of the succession hall, obvious sect and hidden sect, did not have official positions in the imperial court, but Yang Fan was hidden in the imperial court. Therefore, as long as he could use the creation of officials in the southern border to create a storm and ruin Yang Fan's plan, not only would Yang Fan fail on the verge of success, but he would also very likely be beheaded by the emperor. If Yang Fan died, he might have a chance to make a comeback. Those old men of the aristocratic families weren't good horses that wouldn't return to eat grass, but a bunch of crafty old men who put profit above everything else. This opportunity was not difficult to find. The reason why Yang Fan was able to rise to power was that he could use his position to provide convenience to the aristocratic families. Therefore, his list of officials would definitely be filled with the children of the aristocratic families. Perhaps most of them were more secretive, but this matter could be hidden from others, but it could not be hidden from young Master Jiang. If the emperor found out about this, Yang Fan would definitely die. What he needed to do right now was to add fuel to the fire and use the remnants of his influence to help Yang Fan fight for as many seats as possible for the aristocratic families. Afterwards, how should he expose this matter? He had to remove Yang Fan from the picture and avoid suspicion. Outside the wall, the rumbling of wheels and the clattering of hooves could be heard. These were the sounds of Yang Fan's carriage and his guards passing by. Young Master Jiang was lost in thought. He could never have imagined that the person he had schemed so hard to consign to eternal damnation was just a wall away from him. Wei Manor. Wu Qingxi was seated behind his desk, his face as dark as still water. Phoenix Pavilion's benevolent Zhang Jiafu was chattering away in front of him. Yang Fan hasn't reported to the heavenly official manor yet. He went to see Li Zhaoda first, and then King Liang. It's clear that he wants the support of those two. Li Zhaoda's family is the only one in power right now. With his support, Yang Fan can do whatever he wants. And His Majesty only wants the Wu clansmen to hold the authority. He doesn't care if it's you or King Liang. This way, as long as King Liang gains the upper hand, His Majesty won't object. Yang Fan's plan is truly wishful thinking. Your Majesty, if Yang Fan succeeds, Li Zhaoda and King Liang's influence will expand even further. Wu Qingxi waved his hand with a gloomy expression, cutting Zhang Jiafu off. There's no need to say anything else. I have my own plans. Wu Qingxi's fierce brows furrowed slightly, and he began to laugh sinisterly. It seems like I won't be able to change this unfavorable situation if I don't use any drastic measures. Go back and continue to keep an eye on Yang Fan. See if he makes any moves. I have my own ways to deal with him. Zhang Jiafu hesitated for a moment, but when he saw Wu Qingxi's gloomy expression, he didn't dare say anything else. He could only cup his hands in greeting, then tiptoed out. Wu Qingxi fished out a handkerchief from his sleeve, covered his mouth with it, and coughed a few times. When he removed the handkerchief, he saw that there were traces of blood on it. He couldn't help but frown. He hurriedly opened an exquisite porcelain box on the table and took out a scarlet pill the size of a longan. He swallowed it with a mouthful of water. After a short while, a sickly flush appeared on his face, but his expression was much more spirited. Wu Qingxi let out a long sigh, then ordered, "Servants, invite Taoist Zhang in." After a short while, a Taoist dressed in a Taoist robe of the 8 trigrams strolled in, led by a servant in the study. This old Taoist had white hair and eyebrows, and his skin was rosy. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and had the demeanor of an immortal. When he saw Wu Qingxi, he cupped his hands together and smiled. This humble Taoist was meditating, and my mind was wandering into the great void, immortal realm. I was suddenly summoned by Your Highness. I wonder what's the matter. Have you used up all the youth-restoring pills? Wu Qingxi hurriedly came forward to welcome him and said with a face full of smiles, "It's a sin to disturb Immortal Senior's peaceful cultivation. This humble prince hasn't used up all the immortal pills. I've specially invited Immortal Senior over because there's an important matter that I need Immortal Senior's help on." Wu Qingxi waved his hand to dismiss the servant and invited the old Taoist to sit on the seat of honor. He lifted his sleeves, then knelt before him, and said with great sincerity, "This humble prince is in a difficult situation and has no way out. I hope that Immortal Senior can help this humble prince." Behind Luo Yang's palace city were Yaoi City, Yuanbi City, and a few other affiliated palaces. However, they were all outside the high palace walls. This was a place to store miscellaneous items and to deal with matters that would affect the environment of the palace city. For example, the large number of toilet bowls in the palace city were gathered here every day and then transported out of the capital. The area here was not small, and not every place was filthy. At this moment, for people were standing on top of a palace in Yaoi City that looked dilapidated on the outside, but was relatively clean on the inside. One of them was eunuch Gao Yanfu. Behind him stood a strong-looking, stocky little fellow who was dressed in the clothes of an inner servant. On the other side was Yang Fan with Feng Yuanyi. Eunuch Gao's duck-like laughter echoed in the empty main hall. Yuani has already acknowledged me as his godfather. How can I not take good care of my godson, my dear husband, Yang Longzhong? Don't worry. He, no one will bully him. Yang Fan smiled and said, I know eunuch Gao very well, so of course I trust you. However, I have always regarded Yuani as my own brother. Before we enter the palace, I have to be long-winded. I hope eunuch Gao won't laugh at me. As Yang Fan spoke, he rubbed Yuani's head and said, Hurry up and greet your adoptive father. In the future, be careful in your work in the palace and be filial to your adoptive father. I will not let you suffer. Feng Yuani obediently went forward and knelt down solemnly before eunuch Gao. He kowtowed 3 times and said, Yuani greets adoptive father. Good child, good child. Eunuch Gao happily helped him up. He looked at the dark-skinned, quick-eyed youth behind him and said to Feng Yuani, General Li Qianli has just sent a batch of people to the palace from Lingnan. I could have chosen 2 people to serve by my side, but I purposely chose him and left the other position for you. With you by my side, no one will dare to bully you. Eunuch Gao pointed at the youth and said, This child has also acknowledged me as his adoptive father. My surname is Gao, and I have already given him a name, Gao Jingang. Now that you are my adoptive son, I cannot favor one and discriminate against the other. So I will also give you a name. He will be called Jingang, and you will be called Strong Man. From now on, you will be called Gao Lisher. What do you think? Feng Yuani crossed his arms and bowed respectfully. Thank you, adoptive father, for giving me a name. Eunuch Gao laughed and shook his buttocks like a duck. He brought his 2 adoptive sons, Jingang and Strongman, back to the inner palace. Yang Fan looked at their backs. The son of the former provincial governor of Panzhou followed behind eunuch Gao and never looked back. Yang Fan looked at his stiff neck and let out a deep sigh, which echoed in the empty palace. Gao Lisher still had to undergo a physical examination and be registered by the Yamen. As for his identity, origin, and arrangements, with eunuch Gao's status and power in the inner palace, it was naturally up to him to decide. There was no need for Yang Fan to worry. Yang Fan left Yaoi City, passed through the Round Wall, and arrived at the northern city wall. Because this area was adjacent to the back of the palace, it was the city wall. People entering the city could not enter from this direction, so the palace gate was almost permanently closed. The road between the city wall and the palace wall was extremely wide, at least 100 paces wide. This was to prevent enemies from attacking the palace with catapults if they came under the city wall. With such a wide road and the obstruction of the Round Wall City and Yaoi City, no long-range weapons would be able to land in the palace. There were no pedestrians on this road. Although it was cleaned every day, there was still an air of old decay. Yang Fan's entourage and carriage were parked at the right side of the Xuanwu Gate, 2 miles away. Yang Fan could only walk there. Yang Fan walked as he deliberated his plan. The high city wall and the palace wall were as quiet as the wilderness, allowing his thoughts to quickly calm down. In the 2 days back in the city, he was really busy. He settled his family, met Xue Huai, Li Zhaoda, Wu Sanxi, and the others, smoothly carried out his plan for the selection of officials in the southern border, and took some time to understand the affairs and sphere of influence of the successor hall that he controlled. The handover of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Appointments had not been completed. A group of civil and military friends had not had time to meet. The matter of Feng Yuani and his brother had just been settled. Young Master Zhang's whereabouts were still unknown. He did not know how and when he would act. It was inevitable that there would be a battle between the 2 of them. There were so many things to worry about. Fortunately, he was young, strong, and full of energy, so he did not collapse. Had left the palace today to visit her relatives. She had just returned and would inevitably be with her mother, Zhang. When night fell, He would have to go through the wall and steal her, busy, really busy. Chapter 640. Yang Fan had been back in the capital for 3 days. According to Princess Taiping's personality, she should have invited him to see her, even if it was just a meeting and a few words. But this time, the princess did not send anyone to see him, which inevitably made Yang Fan think, is it true that the princess is pregnant? So she is ashamed to see me? At the thought of this, Yang Fan felt uncomfortable in his stomach. Thinking about it carefully, he really had no right to be jealous because Wu Yuji was Princess Taiping's legitimate husband. But he still felt uncomfortable. Perhaps the only reason he could stand was that Princess Taiping once told him that she never let Wu Yuji touch her. Although it was only a few words that Princess Taiping had said to him on the bow of the ship that year on the Double Seventh Festival, she had only told him about the situation between husband and wife up to now. It could not be considered a promise. It was only about the past and not the future, but in his heart he had already taken it as a promise, an implicit promise, especially when they had untied the knot in their hearts on the way to Chang. And how could the princess? This princess really could not help but think. And as soon as he thought of this, she quickly appeared. When Yang Fan thought of her, he had already walked to the Xuanwu Gate, where his bodyguard was waiting. The general stationed at the Xuanwu Gate was Zhang Shitong, who had once fought with him in the western regions. Zhang Shitong had been promoted to brigade commander, and the two met very affectionately. After chatting with Zhang Shitong for a while at the palace gate, Yang Fan cupped his hands to bid farewell. Just as he left the Xuanwu Gate with his 4 attendants, he saw a man and a horse waiting on the road. Although Yang Fan did not remember this man's name, he remembered his appearance. After Princess Taiping's original groom, Su Haod was sent to Zizia Garden to be a steward. This man replaced him and became Princess Taiping's groom. Naturally, he was also one of her trusted aides. When Yang Fan saw him, he subconsciously pulled the reins. The palace was not a place to talk, and the man did not dismount. He only smiled at Yang Fan, turned the horse's head, and said, "Doctor, please follow me." That man took the lead, leading Yang Fan around the palace, and galloped straight ahead. The Tianjin Bridge was not directly facing the palace, but the man did not turn to go around the Tianjin Bridge. Instead, he rode straight to the willow embankment in front of him, flipped over, and dismounted. Pulling on the reins, he smiled and pointed to the riverside. Yang Fan suddenly understood and ordered his 4 subordinates, "Follow the ship." With that, Yang Fan jumped off his horse and hurried to the riverside. A large ship was currently anchored by the riverside. The steps had already been set up. The sailors and boatmen on the ship were all busy arranging the sails and winding the ropes. No one looked at him, but Yang Fan quickly descended the embankment. Just as he stepped onto the deck, the boatmen appeared out of nowhere. With a shout, the sailors all began to move, untied the ropes, put away the steps, and the boat slowly drifted downstream with the Luo River. This process was extremely fast. If there were people watching Yang Fan, they would not be able to follow him into the palace. After following him to the Tianjin Bridge, they could only guard the other side, waiting for Yang Fan to come out of the palace. This was because that was the path that Yang Fan had to take. Therefore, they were destined to not be able to see this tryst. Yang Fan lifted the cabin curtain. There were tables and chairs inside, but there was no one in the hall. Yang Fan slowed down his steps and probingly asked, "Princess, come in." A sweet voice called out from inside the cabin. The voice was gentle and magnetic, containing a kind of intoxicating magic. Yang Fan walked over and lifted the cabin curtain. What came into view was a bed, a curtain, a dressing table, and a screen. It was a boudoir that was beautifully decorated. An alluring fragrance wafted into his nose. Immediately, Yang Fan saw that Princess Taiping, who was said to be several months pregnant, was wearing a thin, soft, and revealing underwear. She was sitting in front of the dressing table. Behind the dressing table was a window. The sunlight shone through the water, then reflected on her body sitting in the cabin. Finally, it was reflected in the delicate mirror. Her appearance was as soft and beautiful as water. When Yang Fan lifted the cabin curtain and walked in, she was putting down her eyebrow pencil. She looked back at Yang Fan with a sweet smile. Her slender waist gently twisted, showing a charming curve. Her towering breasts were full and round like two bright moons. How could such a charming seductress be a woman who was several months pregnant? Yang Fan was stunned. He rolled his eyes and did not come back to his senses for a while. Princess Taiping automatically regarded his confusion as amazement. She smiled charmingly and stuck out her proud chest. She gracefully stood up and walked to the side of the bed to sit down. The distance from the dressing table to the side of the bed was only 1 step. Her Royal Highness took 3 steps. 1 step, she stuck out her chest. 1 step, she twisted her waist. And 1 step, she swayed her buttocks. She presented her 3 most charming and seductive parts in front of Yang Fan one by one. Then she leisurely sat down. Not only did her body movements have an extremely strong and silent temptation, but even her beautiful face had a kind of delicate amorous feeling. Yang Fan was angry and amused at the same time. Princess Taiping obviously put on an inviting posture, but he did not go over. Instead, he hugged his body against the cabin wall, crossed his arms, and said with a teasing smile, "What is your Royal Highness doing this time?" Princess Taiping giggled mischievously, but intentionally or unintentionally, she stuck out her chest a little higher. The thin and transparent sleeves could not cover her full snow-white breasts. Her plump breasts trembled. Because of the angle of the cabin, her pair of slender and perfectly round thighs appeared even more slender. The part of her calves that was exposed under her skirt, because of the reflection of the gentle sunlight on the water surface, exuded a kind of seductive brilliance that made men drool. Prime Minister Li is below one person and above millions of people. He can grant you power and influence. Prince Liang is a member of the royal family. He can grant you wealth. I have thought about it. Since I can't grant you power and wealth, then I can only give you my body and give myself to you. Princess Taiping was lying on the bed. Her 2 slender, snow-white thighs were crossed. Her pair of snow-white, jade-like skin was as white as frost. Her delicate feet were swaying gently. She was so beautiful that there was no flaw. Just this perfect body alone was already emitting a kind of bewitching magic that made one's heart beat faster. Coupled with her bright and beautiful eyes that were filled with tenderness, she was truly a stunner that could take one's life. Yang Fan snorted. Her enchanting arousal immediately calmed down a lot. From Princess Taiping's words just now, he knew that the princess did not see him today just because she missed him. However, although he was not used to talking about things when they were in love, women seemed to be the exact opposite. After the lovemaking with him, Buchi's body was as limp as spring mud. It was as if she couldn't even move her little fingers. However, only her mouth could still speak. She could still earnestly talk in his ear about her plans for her family shops, and how much money they could make every day after her improvements. Wanner was the same. After making love with him, her face was pink, her eyebrows were raised, and her body was burning hot. But she could very calmly tell him about the movements and changes in the court and the changes in personnel. Her analysis was incomparably detailed and thorough. This enchantress Princess Taiping was even more so. No matter how important it was to talk about, She could perfectly blend these ice-cold power struggles into romantic talk. Yang Fan walked to the side of the bed and sat down. Princess Taiping immediately came over like a beautiful snake. She softly wrapped around his body. Her soft and fragrant chest was next to his arm. Her plump and sexy lips gently bit his earlobe. Her soft and flexible tongue licked it like a cat. Then she giggled and said, "You just arrived in Chang, and I went back to Luoyang. I left you for the official selection in the southern border. But in the end, this matter still fell on you. I still have to wait for you to come back. Don't you think it's funny?" Yang Fan did not want to talk business with her immediately. He still had a knot in his heart that had not been solved. His tone was stiff. "Aren't you already pregnant?" Princess Taiping prettily rolled her eyes at him. Little Yao wrinkled her nose and said, angrily, "You still know about this. You have been back in the capital for 3 days. You did not ask about me at all. Humph. I thought you have forgotten about me." Yang Fan did not let it go. He put on a sullen face and carried out his power as a man. "Say it. What is going on?" Princess Taiping giggled. Seeing that he cared, she was very proud and happy in her heart. "Lang Jun, do you remember that I have once said that I have solved the problem with Wu Yuji, and he will not trouble you in the future?" Yang Fan frowned and thought for a while. He nodded and said, "Yes. What did you do?" Princess Taiping snorted and said, "He is from the Wu family. What extreme means can I use? I just promised him that I will not care about him, no matter how much he indulges in debauchery. I don't care how many concubines he brings back. If his concubines have children, they can count it on me. In the future, they can give his children a good birth. In exchange for my freedom." Hearing this, Yang Fan's heart was moved, and he couldn't help holding her hand. Is his concubine pregnant?" "Yes, but I have to pretend for a few months. I can't even leave the mansion easily. Moreover, pretending to be pregnant is more difficult than really being pregnant." Princess Taiping said pitifully. She suddenly sat up happily and threw herself into Yang Fan's arms. She said happily, "How about we really have one?" Yang Fan was shocked. He quickly coughed and said, "Let's talk about business first." Princess Taiping began to giggle again. Yang Fan was very helpless. This was the ship, and the people outside were all sailors. Moreover, it was still daytime. He knew that Princess Taiping was just teasing him, but he did not dare to take the bait. If this woman really went crazy, perhaps she really would not care about the daytime obscenity. Women are like springs. If you are weak, they will be strong. Therefore, Yang Fan, who showed his manly power in front of Warner, suffered a setback in front of Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping sat up. Her plump, slender, and pink thighs were wrapped around Yang Fan's body. Her hands were around his neck. She was like a coquettish little girl asking for candy. She pouted her mouth and said, "I am determined to get the vacancies in the southern border. Since you are in charge of this matter now, tell me, how many vacancies are you going to leave for your women?" A strange light suddenly appeared in Yang Fan's eyes. He asked in a strange tone, "These vacancies, do you really want them?" Chapter 641. Princess Taiping was a smart girl who could understand the meaning of a person's words. Moreover, the person in front of her was Yang Fan. She knew Yang Fan very well. Therefore, when Yang Fan's tone was a little strange, she could feel the meaning behind it. She moved her body and fixed her bright eyes on Yang Fan's face. After a long time, she put on a faint smile and asked softly, "This time, who is going to be unlucky?" Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you know what I am going to do?" Princess Taiping smiled and shook her head. "I am not a worm in your stomach. How would I know what you are going to do? But since you said so, I know you are digging a pit, and then someone will jump into it. Princess Taiping's charming eyes rippled, and she giggled. Maybe even the pit is not dug by you. You just pointed to a place and said, there is treasure down there. And then someone will go and dig a big pit and jump into it. Princess Taiping sighed softly and said, I am afraid that even the person who dug the pit is not you. Yang Fan's shoulders gently shook, and then his movements became more and more intense. He was laughing silently. Speaking of a bosom friend, it must be Taiping. Unexpectedly, she could sum it up so concisely and clearly. Princess Taiping's plump leg was still straddling Yang Fan's body. When Yang Fan laughed, her soft body also trembled. Yang Fan laughed very intensely, but he did not laugh at all. After laughing silently for a long time, he slowly stopped laughing and said while panting, since you know it, do you still want to participate? Princess Taiping hurriedly shook her head with a very obedient expression. Of course not. But her eyes showed a touch of mischievousness. At least you should tell me how big the pit is, so that I can avoid it. Don't you think so? As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Yang Fan's neck in an attempt to please him. She moved her sexy and plump lips closer and gently kissed Yang Fan on the cheek. The aristocratic families had been suppressed by the imperial power these years. Every time they fought for an official position, they had to spend a lot of manpower and material resources. This time, there were a lot of official vacancies in the southern border provinces. They naturally cared about it because every position they had in the government meant more influence. Although the border provinces did not have much influence on the imperial court, the risk was not small. But because the mountains were high and the emperor was far away, they would not be suppressed and excluded as soon as they entered the officialdom. Moreover, the aristocratic family's plans were quite grand. They were determined to overthrow Wu Zetian's rule, and if there really came a day when they controlled more of the provinces and counties in the outer regions, the chances of the world falling into chaos would be smaller. From this long-term goal, they were determined to obtain these positions. Right now, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji's biggest reliance was the emperor's trust. They were eager to establish their own power and had no interest in the prefectures and counties of the border provinces. However, the imperial court needed to fill the vacancies in the officials, so it was impossible to appoint the governor, provincial governor, and other high-ranking officials from the candidates. Whether it was qualifications, experience, or talent, these officials who were waiting to be elected had never held such a high position. They were afraid that they would not be able to do it. These officials could only be selected from the existing officials in the imperial court to be stationed there. Once they left, there would be a vacancy in the imperial court. Second Zhang valued this vacancy in the imperial court. On the other hand, Wu Sanxi, Wu Qingxi, and Princess Taiping wanted to expand their power in a roundabout way. It was not easy to become an official in the imperial court. They wanted to get their trusted aides to become officials in the southern border provinces. Using their superior position in front of the emperor, these trusted aides would only need to work there for a year or two. After that, through their manipulation, it would be much easier to transfer them back to the capital. Simply put, becoming an official in the capital, especially an official with real power, was no different from leaping over the Dragon's Gate. It was too difficult. Not everyone was as lucky as Yang Fan. However, they first sent their trusted aides to the local areas. With the capital as a springboard, it would be much easier to transfer them back to the capital from Fuzhou County. Therefore, Wu Erwu and Princess Taiping paid special attention to these vacancies. Li Xiaoda undoubtedly had the same wishful thinking. But now, after Yang Fan's words, Princess Taiping suddenly realized that her little husband was not so simple. It seemed that there was a great risk hidden in it. Yang Fan thought for a moment and then gently patted her soft and bouncy bottom. He slowly asked, "Your power has not been exposed yet, right?" Princess Taiping's eyebrows rose, and she said proudly, "Of course. While I have recommended some officials to the Mother Empress, it is just a recommendation. It is to choose talents for the country. The people I recommend are not all my people, so it has never been exposed that I actually control a force. The Mother Empress has always opposed me interfering in politics." Yang Fan nodded and said, "That's good. Now that you are pregnant, you can focus on nurturing the fetus. This is a very good cover. It's even more impossible for you to interfere in the selection of officials in the southern border." Princess Taiping's heart itched, and she begged, "Good husband, tell me, what do you plan to do?" Yang Fan could not tell Princess Taiping that he was the leader of the Xian sect. After all, she was a member of the imperial family. Princess Taiping knew that the aristocratic families were also opposing the Mother Empress. She herself had some contact with the aristocratic families, but she did not know that the aristocratic families had created an organization just for this. The existence of this organization was a great help to the Li Tang imperial family, but once the Li Tang imperial family regained power, they would also have to view the existence of such an organization as a threat. The honeymoon period would eventually pass. No matter who became the imperial family, they could not tolerate a force subtly influencing them and controlling them. Therefore, Yang Fan described the whole plan as his own design and didn't mention the involvement of the aristocratic families. He explained in detail the parts that he could explain to Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping opened her mouth wide in astonishment and said in surprise, "If you do this, I'm afraid that you will also be trapped in it." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "I have thought very clearly. In reality, no matter what I do, I will have to offend a power and be deeply involved. At that time, if the goal is not achieved, the angered side will retaliate without regard for anything else. Do you think that Li Zhaoda or Wu Sanxi will do their best to protect me?" Yang Fan smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, "In order to show the imperial censorate what they are made of in order to attack their arrogance, Li Zhaoda could watch as Su Weiwei, Cui Yuanzong, and Zhang Xi, the 3 prime ministers, were imprisoned and exiled. If he had been willing to compromise, Ho Siji would not have died, and these 3 people could have been used in exchange to clear their names. What was the result?" Yang Fan took a deep breath and slowly said, "In his bones, Li Zhaoda is a cold-blooded politician who will do anything to achieve his goals. Do you feel that his promises are reliable? When his goal is achieved, he will definitely hand me over to appease the anger of the rebels." Princess Taiping's brow furrowed slightly, and her expression became serious. Yang Fan continued, "As to Wu Sanxi, he is of the Wuzhou imperial family. As long as the Empress does not fall, he has nothing to fear. So his greatest support is the Emperor, and he does not pay attention to the management of his subordinates. The 5 hounds are loyal to him. Have you seen how much effort he has put into cultivating the 5 hounds? He has always treated me as his disciple, but how has he ever helped me?" Yang Fan said, "Therefore, he won't hand me over. But once I'm attacked by the powerful forces, he won't give me much help either. He's still the supreme, carefree lord. Losing me won't be a big deal for him." Yang Fan gently patted Princess Taiping's smooth cheek and softly said, "What will you do at that time?" Princess Taiping's eyes were glistening. She hugged him tighter and said with a firm expression, "Of course I will do my best to protect you. I have never treated you as a lackey like Li Zhaoda or Wu Sanxi. I know. Of course I know." Yang Fan saw that she was a little anxious, so he quickly patted her shoulder and comforted her. "But even if you can protect me, your power will be exposed. Although the Empress is a woman, she has never considered letting other women have such great power in the imperial court. Even you are no exception. At that time, what will you do? Princess Taiping was stunned. Yang Fan said seriously, I believe you can protect me, but at that time, I will definitely be transferred to an idle position and will never be entrusted with important tasks. As for you, all your forces will be destroyed. Whether you are willing or not, you can only travel around and attend banquets like a princess. You will never be able to get involved in politics again. How can you help your brother restore the Li Tang Empire? Princess Taiping said worriedly, but I will be fine. Yang Fan smiled strangely and said, in the eyes of the Empress, I am her watchdog. This watchdog helps her to guard her yard. If it barks at the guests, she will kick it and scold it. If this guard dog is a traitor and helps others to move things out of her house after taking a piece of meat from her, then that's the end of the line. Princess Taiping was silent for a long time. She sighed softly and said, in that case, it seems that there is really no better way. But after this chaos, how to clean up the mess? We originally wanted to have more places to strengthen ourselves. I didn't expect that you took a different way and used this matter to weaken the opponent. Weakening the opponent is equal to strengthening ourselves in disguise. But it is a pity to give up these vacant positions in the southern border. Yang Fan smiled and said, who said that I will give up? This is just a way to survive in a desperate situation. Princess Taiping's eyes lit up again. You still have a plan? What do you want to do? Yang Fan rolled his eyes slightly. He didn't answer her directly, but asked, who are the important people in the secret power in your hand? I am talking about the people who can play a big role in the imperial court, not the power in the army. Princess Taiping said vigilantly, why do you ask this? Chapter 642. Yang Fan said calmly, if you tell me, I can arrange the next action. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any losses, only benefits. Princess Taiping squinted her eyes like a cunning fox. Why don't you tell me your plan? I can give you some advice. Yang Fan interrupted. No need, my plan is very thorough. It doesn't need to be perfected. Princess Taiping bit her lips and said unwillingly, then you can also tell me I will ask my people to cooperate with you. Yang Fan's eyes faintly showed a smile. I am asking you now because I want your cooperation. You just need to tell me which people you control. I will tell you how to cooperate with those who are suitable. And you don't need to worry that I will harm those who are not suitable, right? Princess Taiping bit her lips tighter and tighter. Her eyes slightly drooped. It seemed that she was still hesitating. Yang Fan was not in a hurry at all. After all, the initiative was in his hands. He just lightly patted Princess Taiping's plump buttocks twice and mischievously said, I won't touch your private money. But how much private money do you have? You have to be honest with me, right? Otherwise, this fat meat of the southern border. Yang Fan did not say anything more. He just shook his head, smiling and shaking his head gently and elegantly. You bad guy. You want to eat me, don't you? Princess Taiping pouted coquettishly. She pounced on Yang Fan like a female beast in heat, pushed him down on the couch, held his shaking head, and kissed him fiercely. For a moment, no one knew who was eating who. It was only after a long time, when her hair was in a mess, her delicate breathing was soft, and her coquettish eyes were like silk, that Princess Taiping finally calmed down. She bit Yang Fan's ear and whispered several names to him. Amazing! You have quietly roped in so many people. Yang Fan exclaimed. Not to mention, these people are all useful. Princess Taiping asked, what do you want them to do? Yang Fan smiled and said, it's just waving flags and shouting battle cries. Don't worry, I won't let them charge and break through the enemy lines. You don't have to worry too much about this matter. Just wait for my news. When I need them to take action, I'll let you know. After it's done, you'll naturally get your share of the benefits. Yang Fan stood up, straightened his clothes, and adjusted his hat. Princess Taiping was still lying face down on the couch. Her thin and soft clothes were wrapped around her curvaceous body. There was a seductive hollow at her waist. Soon after, it arched into an amazingly round ball, as if there was a sweet and juicy peach hidden there. Her big eyes were also watery, as if they were filled with honey. She looked at Yang Fan and said coquettishly, "You're really capable now. When you first came to the Ministry of Justice, you told me everything. Now, you only let me tell you, men are really not good people." Yang Fan smiled and was about to leave. His hand had already lifted the cabin curtain. Suddenly, he stopped, turned his head, and asked curiously, "Oh, yes, why did you decorate this place like this? You're just inviting me to meet on the boat. Do you still need to decorate this place like a boudoir? Even the clothes you're wearing are—" Princess Taiping said bitterly, "I just want to seduce you. So what?" Yang Fan smiled and did not answer. Then the curtain fluttered, and his figure disappeared outside the curtain. After a moment, Yang Fan's voice came from the bow of the boat. "Pull to the shore, I want to leave the boat." Princess Taiping sat on the couch and turned her head to look at the beautiful face in the bronze mirror. She bit her rosy lips with her white teeth and burst into laughter. She did not say anything, but her pretty face turned red first. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, saying, "Why are you so arrogant? I'll sleep with you sooner or later." An extraordinary person appeared in the Ji prefecture of the Hedong province in recent days. This extraordinary person was a sloppy Taoist with a turtle's body and crane's back. He had big ears and round eyes, and his appearance was very simple. When this person first arrived at the Ji State prefecture, he carried a worn-out bag and held a bamboo stick in his hand. He seemed to be a Taoist who came from afar. The reason why he became famous in the Ji State prefecture in just a few days was that this Taoist was good at divination, and all his divination was accurate. When he first arrived at the Ji prefecture, 2 fat pigs raised by a villager's family were stolen. At this time, the imperial court's ban on slaughter had been issued for a long time. However, because it prohibited people from eating meat, and everyone was to follow old Madame Wu's unimaginable request to be a vegetarian, it was unanimously opposed by the officials and the people. This ban was only in the beginning, and it was strictly controlled under the feet of the emperor for a while. After that, it was left unsettled. Nowadays, the sale of meat and livestock was just not so blatant. The 2 fat pigs, raised by the villager's family, were a year's worth of expenses for the whole family. Now that they were stolen, to him, it was no different from a big hole in the sky. While the villager was crying, he was coincidentally seen by the traveling Taoist. In a moment of compassion, he performed a divination and gave the villager some advice. The villager led his relatives and friends to search according to the Taoist's instructions. Sure enough, they found the family that had stolen the pigs. The family had secretly slaughtered 2 fat pigs in their backyard, but before they could carry the meat to the city to sell, they were caught by the owner and stolen goods. He was very familiar with the livestock that he raised. From the skin that was peeled off, the villager recognized that it was the 2 pigs that his family had lost. In addition, the family that had stolen the pigs was originally a scoundrel in the village. They usually swindled and did not produce at all. Everyone knew that they did not raise livestock at home. Even if they wanted to explain, they could not explain the origin of the 2 pigs. Because of this, the Taoist's reputation for being accurate became famous. After the Taoists settled down at the Ji prefecture's mysterious temple, there happened to be a local man who suddenly became rich and wanted to move his parents' graves. When he heard about this, he asked the Taoist to help him look at the feng shui and choose an auspicious day. Actually, the poor do not change their homes. The rich do not move their graves. Since the family suddenly became rich, didn't that mean that the feng shui of the ancestral graves was good? But this nouveau riche did not even understand this logic. After suddenly becoming rich, he felt that it was too undignified to bury his ancestors' graves on a barren mountain. So he found the Taoist. The Taoist accepted the money and naturally helped him choose a good feng shui place. He also chose an auspicious day and arranged for the grave to be moved. The rich man heard the Taoist divination saying, "At an auspicious time to move the grave, go out and see water." Water was wealth, and after moving the grave, he would become even richer. He could not help but be skeptical of the Taoist's supernatural powers. This was because his family's ancestral graves were buried on a barren slope. From there to the new feng shui place chosen by the Taoist, there were no lakes or rivers. There was no water on the ground. Originally, rootless water could also be considered water, but it was already late autumn and there was little rain. The chance of it raining was extremely slim. Who knew that on the day of moving the grave, the ditch at the bottom of the slope, which had been dry for who knew how many years and had long been overgrown with weeds, would suddenly have water flowing. It flowed for a full day before stopping. The rich man was surprised and delighted. After asking around, he heard that there had just been an autumn rain in the neighboring county. It turned out that the river in the mountains had been destroyed by the local villagers digging up soil to make bricks. The mountain torrent spread to this ancient road, and in the end, it flowed all the way to the bottom of the hill in front of his ancestral graves. All kinds of strange things happened one after another. That Taoist Zhang's reputation became more and more famous in the area. Many people did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to find this old Taoist to have their fortunes read. The status of the customers also became higher and higher. Gradually, this old Taoist's reputation spread to the ears of Lu Sili in Ji Prefecture. Lu Biche usually believed in these things the most. He even made a lot of tortoise shells and often held the Book of Changes to make deductions. Even though 80 to 90% of the divinations he made were not accurate, he still enjoyed it. Now that such an extraordinary person had appeared in the area, naturally, there were people who catered to his interest and told him about this matter. Lu Sili was very curious about this Taoist. He specially picked a day, dressed in casual clothes, and only brought along a young manservant. He dressed as his own nephew and hurried to find that Taoist Zhang to have his fortune read. Unexpectedly, as soon as that Taoist Zhang saw his face, he saw through his identity and exclaimed that a noble person had arrived. He quickly greeted Lu Sili with courtesy, making Lu Sili suspicious. The Taoist did not ask for his date of birth and 8 characters. He only felt his bones and looked at his face. Afterwards, he confidently told Lu Sili that Lu Sili would be very rich and noble in this life. Not to mention the distant future, there would be a joyous occasion in the near future. He would be promoted to Ji Prefecture's provincial governor. When Lu Sili heard this, the idea that he had some trust in this Taoist faded away. He only thought that this Taoist was a swindler. He did not even pay for the divination and left with a big laugh. As it turned out, although Lu Sili was a provincial governor's assistant official and was only one step away from becoming a provincial governor, but from assistant official to provincial governor, from assistant official to chief official, it was an extremely difficult hurdle to climb in the officialdom. Although Lu Sili was the nephew of the founder of the Tang dynasty, Lu Yijie. Even Lu Yijie himself had been demoted to a commoner in the early years of Jingguan for accepting bribes and was exiled to Lingnan. He had passed away long ago. Lu Sili's family did not have any capable elders in the imperial court. He had been Lu Sili for many years. His qualifications were quite long, but he was still a distance away from becoming a provincial governor. Not to mention that this province's provincial governor, Lin Shiwen, had not yet finished his term of office and had an extremely powerful backer. He was the disciple of Wei Wang Wu Qingxi. The successive provincial governors of Ji Prefecture were all Wei Wang's people. What did Lu Silly, this rotten egg, have to go against such a hard rock? No one knew what Lu Silly had come to read today, and no one knew what Zhang Xian had predicted for him. Lu Silly was not stupid enough to let the provincial governor know that he coveted his position. Zhang Xian was also not stupid enough to let the provincial governor know that he had predicted that he would pack up and leave. The fortune-tellers waiting outside Daoist Zhang's residence only saw Lu Silly come out laughing, his face full of disdain. The door was wide open, and Daoist Zhang was sitting behind the table, stroking his beard and smiling, not angry at all. This caused everyone to be very curious. After a few days of guessing, no one talked about it anymore. In Luoyang, Yang Fan had already taken up his post as the heavenly official physician. After Yang Fan took up his post at the heavenly official residence, the minister had indeed arranged for him to handle the selection of officials in Nanjiang. Many of the officials in Nanjiang were waiting to be promoted and needed to be replaced in time. The journey there was long, and even if everything was arranged here and all the new officials took up their posts, it would probably be next spring, so the task was very urgent. Yang Fan was busy organizing the files and picked one up to take a look. Suddenly, he was stunned. This document was not the resumes of the officials in Nanjiang, but the report of Ji Prefecture's provincial governor, Lin Shiwen, who had suddenly contracted a serious illness and was unable to manage affairs. He requested to resign and return to his hometown to rest. Yang Fan was suspicious. This official letter, was it sent wrongly? Chapter 643. Ever since Yang Fan took office, there was an endless stream of people stuffing him notes, sending visiting cards, and handing handwritten letters. Some were sent to his home, and some were sent to the Yamen. Most of the people who sent letters to his home were of the same rank or subordinates. Naturally, those who asked for his help were accompanied by generous gifts. Fortunately, these people did not have large appetites and did not ask for high positions. Yang Fan did not refuse any of them and accepted them all with a smile. Those who handed letters to the Yamen were naturally people of high status and power. They felt that they could control Yang Fan and that they were giving him face by asking him to do things for them, such as Li Zhaoda and Wu Sansi. When these people handed letters over, Yang Fan naturally had no reason to refuse. The subordinate officials of the imperial official had already screened the resumes of a large number of officials and non-official candidates. Yang Fan followed the map and made a list according to the handwritten letter. He asked the officials to first pick out the resumes of the officials on the list. Just the qualifications of these people were enough to fill up his official desk. These few days, Yang Fan had only dealt with the resumes of the officials and had not touched on anything else. Now that such an official letter had suddenly appeared, he was naturally full of doubts. Yang Fan opened his mouth and called out, "Official Li!" Official Li Zhenghu was a thin scholar in his 40s. Hearing the imperial official's call, he quickly put down his brush and came over with his goatee. He cupped his hands and said, "Imperial official." Yang Fan handed over the official document and said, "Old Li, take a look. This official document was handed to the wrong person, right?" Li Zhenghu took the official document and hurriedly skimmed through it. He grinned and said, "It was smuggled in. Hee, but it can't be considered a wrong person. You are the examiner. Although you are currently in charge of the selection of officials in Nanjiang, you still have the authority to handle the promotion and appointment of other officials. You see, Official Chen has already approved it. You only need to circle it and go through the procedures." "Oh," Yang Fan came to a realization and smiled. "I have just been appointed, so I'm not very familiar with the various affairs of the Ministry of Personnel. Thank you for your guidance." Li Zhenghu hurriedly waved his hands and fearfully said, "I don't dare, I don't dare. This lowly official is only reporting what I've seen and heard in the Ministry of Appointments over the years." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Got it. You can go back to your work." "Yes." Li Zhenghu bowed and retreated. Yang Fan reopened the document and saw that there was a reply from Zhu Ran, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Appointments, recommend that Lin Shiwen be allowed to resign and enjoy a luxurious life. Lu Sili, the other governor of Ji Province, will take over as the provincial governor. Yang Fan picked up the pen and was about to circle it when the tip of the pen slightly pressed down on the notebook. Just as he drew a black dot, his heart suddenly shivered, and he hurriedly stopped the pen. No, even if it was a small position, like the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary of the Treasury, there would be people who would fight for it. The position of provincial governor is such a lucrative position, yet no one is fighting for it. When did these officials become so noble and unquestionable integrity? Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Personnel can be said to be the easiest to handle and also the most difficult to handle. The reason it was easy to do was because the Ministry of Revenue, Rights, Punishment, Military, and Works were all very professional yamen. They were responsible for hosting ceremonies, conducting scientific examinations, receiving foreign guests, tallying accounts, calculating money and grain, prosecuting prisoners, building projects, training soldiers. Which one of them is easy to handle? Which one of them is not complicated and complicated? What is the purpose of the Ministry of Personnel? The Ministry of Personnel is only a place to manage officials. What difficulty is there to speak of? Whether there are achievements or mistakes, it can be seen at a glance during the curriculum vitae examinations. If there are no achievements or mistakes, then it is very easy to handle. Based on seniority, they will be promoted in order. No one can say anything. But can it really be so simple? In reality, the most difficult yamen to handle among the 6 ministries is the Ministry of Personnel. Regardless of whether it is to promote, move, or demote a person, it all has to be considered from top to bottom, left to right, inside to outside, inside to outside. All kinds of relationships have to be considered. All kinds of interference, requests, and pressure have to be skillful, balancing the balance. Now, the position of provincial governor changing hands is actually as simple as changing a gatekeeper. Yang Fan slightly shifted his gaze. Behind a desk in the side room, Li Lingshi was fiddling with his wolf hair brush and pretending to look at something. However, that pair of eyes was clearly looking at his movements. Although Yang Fan still doesn't understand what is strange about this document, he knows that there is definitely something strange about it. Yang Fan secretly smirked. He gently put down his brush and smoothly tucked the document into his sleeve. When Li Zhenghu saw Yang Fan raise his head, he quickly lowered his head and seriously wrote on the document in small regular script. However, even he himself didn't know what he was writing. He was looking at Yang Fan's movements. When he saw Yang Fan stand up and walk out, he quickly stood up and said, if Minister Lang has any matters, you can just send this lowly official to go." Yang Fan said with a smile that isn't a smile, "This official wants to go on official business. Can Li Lingshi go on behalf of this official?" Li Zhenghu made an sound. His goat-like face flushed red. He embarrassedly said, "This lowly official, Yang Fan didn't make things difficult for him anymore." He stepped out of the office and walked towards the back yamen. As the head of the 6 ministries, the heavenly official's position is high and powerful. That's why there are 2 assistant ministers. Coincidentally, these 2 assistant ministers are both part-time. One is the Ren Huang of the Phoenix Pavilion and the left assistant minister of the heavenly official, Wang Lei, The other is the right assistant minister of the heavenly official, Yang Fan. The left assistant minister is half a rank higher than the right assistant minister. In addition, Wang Lei is the official assistant minister, while Yang Fan is the acting assistant minister. Therefore, Wang Lei has become Yang Fan's immediate superior. As for Wang Lei, Yang Fan isn't familiar with him. However, Yang Fan has long heard of Wang Lei's brother, Wang Bo. This great scholar, Wang Bo, who wrote the famous line, "A bosom friend in the sea, a neighbor in the distance," is Wang Lei's younger brother. However, this great scholar is both talented and arrogant. First, he offended Emperor Gaozong because of his play King Yingying. Later, he committed a capital offense by killing officials and slaves. Fortunately, he was pardoned by the imperial court and didn't die. However, he implicated his father and was demoted to a magistrate in Jiaoji. He had to travel thousands of miles to Annan. Later, Wang Bo went south to visit his father, who was an official in Jiaoji. When he crossed the sea, he fell into the water and died. Among the three brothers of the Wang family, the other two are not as talented as him. However, they are not as arrogant as him. These two brothers are conscientious and diligent. Now, they have become high-ranking officials. The elder brother, Wang Lei, is the Ren Huang of the Phoenix Pavilion and the assistant minister of the heavenly official. The younger brother, Wang Zhu, is also the supervising imperial censor. They are very noble. Yang Fan directly rushed to Wang Lei's office. Wang Lei's office is filled with calligraphy and paintings. The smell of books is very strong. There are no piles of official letters on the table. When Yang Fan walked into his office, this old man, who is already over 50 years old, is waving his brush and splashing ink, drawing a painting. An ink bamboo has just taken shape. Assistant Minister Wang is concentrating on drawing the bamboo leaves. Suddenly, he saw Yang Fan rushing in. He can't help but look slightly surprised. He hurriedly pulled a piece of paper to cover the half-finished painting. He warmly greeted, "Yang Longzhong is here. Sit, sit, sit. Is there anything I can help you with?" Yang Fan did not beat around the bush. He took out the official letter from his sleeve and handed it to Assistant Minister Wang. He said, "Assistant Minister, please take a look." Wang Lei opened the official letter and looked at it. He raised his head and asked, "What is it?" Yang Fan said, "This lowly official is looking for talented and virtuous people to fill the positions of the Nanjiang government. I didn't expect to find this file among the piles of official letters. Therefore, I specially sent it to Assistant Minister Wang for Assistant Minister to handle." Wang Lei laughed and said, "Yang Longzhong, don't stand on ceremony. You are now the Assistant Minister of the Heavenly Official. You have the right to handle this kind of matter. This is just a normal resignation and appointment. After you read it, you can handle it according to the rules." Yang Fan seriously said, "The heavenly official is in charge of the appointment, dismissal, assessment, promotion, and transfer of the officials in the country. This is the foundation of the imperial court's selection of officials. How can this lowly official dare to be careless? With this stroke, it will determine the parents and officials of a region. However, this lowly official has just arrived at the heavenly magistrate's mansion not long ago, and I do not know if the various officials are virtuous, prudent, fair, and diligent. Although I have the authority to know the assistant minister, I do not dare to deal with it carelessly. This file should be personally approved by Assistant Minister Wang. This lowly official still has a lot of resumes on my desk. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." Yang Fan modestly smiled at him and turned to leave. One of Wang Lei's hands froze in the air as he watched Yang Fan stride away. He then lowered his head to look at the official letter on the desk. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This young Fan is clearly a cunning fox. Your Highness Wei Wang, you want to kill two birds with one stone? Difficult. His Highness Wei Wang, Wu Qingxi, was at the Hall of Flying Fragrance, waiting for the emperor. Wu Zetian was now spending time with the two beautiful youths, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi. When they were out, they were in the same carriage. When they were in the same room, when they were eating, when they were sleeping, they were very close. This was something that the entire imperial court had heard about. Most of the time, when Wu Zetian summoned her close officials, she didn't shy away from having them wait on her. However, Wu Qingxi was her nephew after all. It was not good for Wu Zetian to have him appear in front of her close relatives and juniors, so she specially moved to Flying Fragrance Hall to see him. At this time, Wu Zetian was sitting on a chair, excitedly looking at the 3 long boxes on the desk. The 3 boxes were made of small red sandalwood with soft silk padding on the inside. Inside each box was a ginseng, a Polygonum multiflorum, and a lingzhi. The Polygonum multiflorum was in human form, especially the Polygonum multiflorum. Even its facial features were vivid and lifelike. Wu Qingxi stood behind Wu Zetian and gently massaged her shoulders. He said in a soft voice, "These 3 ginseng, lingzhi, and Polygonum multiflorum are at least 300 years old. Lai Junchen spent a lot of effort to get them to help Aunt nurse her dragon body. Right now, Lai Junchen is only a small soldier from Tongzhou. How could he have the right to directly present the 3 treasures to the palace? Fortunately, he is quick-witted and thought of this long ago. Instead, he sent the 3 treasures to nephew's mansion and let nephew present them to aunt. In the past few years, Lai Junchen would occasionally send some things to the palace to arouse Wu Zetian's pity. Unfortunately, Shangguan Wan'er was in the palace, so Lai Junchen's news couldn't be sent in at all. Later, Lai Junchen discovered that there seemed to be people in the palace who were against him, so he turned to Wu Qingxi. Unfortunately, he was too successful as a lone official. Not only did the loyal officials hate him, even the treacherous officials didn't like him. He sent a lot of things to the Wei Wang Fu, but Wu Qingxi still accepted the gifts, but didn't do anything for him. This time, it was Wu Qingxi who took the initiative to help because this mad dog was the mortal enemy of Li Xiaoda and Yang Fan. Wu Qingxi wanted to bring him back to the capital to bite people. Wu Zetian looked at the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum and nodded slightly. It's not easy to see this thing in the palace. It must have been hard on him. Wu Qingxi quickly said, "That's right. This spring, Aunt was unwell and court was suspended for 3 days." After Lai Junchen heard about it in Tongzhou, he was deeply concerned and hurriedly went around to get these 3 treasures that can prolong life and strengthen the body. He had people quickly send them to the capital. Wu Zetian stroked the Polygonum multiflorum and smiled faintly. She lazily said, "Lai Junchen has been in Tongzhou for a few years now, right? After spending a few years there, his temperament should have been much more restrained. It must have been hard on him to show his filial piety. Let him return to the capital to be a military officer. Don't be like a pitiful child." Chapter 644. Being an official from ancient times until now had always been the most popular profession. Because of the fierce competition, people who were too unpopular, had too little experience, had a terrible reputation, and lacked talent would not be considered. However, things like talent and character were definitely not the most important criteria. One's life experience, background, backing, and connections were the deciding factors. However, the newly appointed heavenly officer Yang Fan was not in charge of a single vacancy, but a group of vacancies. This matter attracted too much attention. Under such circumstances, very few people dared to play any tricks. Even if they wanted to take care of a certain faction, they would not be too unscrupulous. In this kind of situation, the most likely way was to give the faction he wanted to take care of a few more positions, but the degree could not exceed the limits of the other factions. The other factions could also gain something. While they would not be full, it was not as if they had nothing to eat. This way, people would not turn against each other and only compete in the shadows. But Yang Fan was not like this. In the resumes of the people he had personally looked at, there was only a small portion of people from noble families and cold clans. Wu Sanxi and Li Xiaoda's factions were the majority. These people were originally from the cold clans, noble families, or official families, but they all had the most obvious political label, Wu Sanxi, or Li Xiaoda. After young Master Zhang lost the position of master of the Xian sect, his power had greatly weakened. He could not keep track of Yang Fan's movements at any time. He had spent great effort to obtain a list of the officials that Yang Fan had looked at. Looking at this list, young Master Zhang was puzzled. He had thought that most of the names on the list would be from aristocratic families. Perhaps there wouldn't be many officials who had a close relationship with aristocratic families, or those who were born in aristocratic families, but those who were secretly supported by aristocratic families or had inextricable connections with aristocratic families would definitely make up the majority. The imperial court might not know the backgrounds of these people, but he knew most of them. Yet this list was clearly beneficial to Wu Sanxi and Li Xiaoda's factions. Just from this list, Yang Fan was clearly Li Xiaoda's or Wu Sanxi's people. All the aristocratic families had pushed Yang Fan to the top and given him so much power. Was it just so that he could serve Wu Sanxi and Li Xiaoda, who was born in an aristocratic family but later broke away from the aristocratic families and formed his own faction? Young Master Zhang held a list of names in his hands and looked at it over and over again. Every time he saw a name, he would combine it with the information he had on hand to analyze that person's background. He looked at the list for more than 2 hours and still hadn't put it down. Yuan Tingyun had been standing behind him. The slender bamboo outside the window would occasionally sway in the autumn wind, but he remained motionless. But after more than 2 hours, he couldn't hold back anymore. Yuan Tingyun coughed lightly and tried to make his voice as soft as possible. "Young master, is there something fishy about this?" "Something's wrong. Something is fishy." In the past, young Master Zhang had never spoken in such a tone. Now that he had stepped down from his pedestal, he seemed to be much more easygoing than before. It was rare for him to be humorous for once. Young Master Zhang pointed at the list in his hands and said in a low voice, "Yang Fan must be planning something. Before we figure out his goal, we can't act rashly. This is our last chance. We must be cautious. Right now, we just need to wait and see and stop with silence." After young Master Zhang said, "Stop with silence," the room really quieted down. Young Master Zhang didn't speak anymore, and Yuan Tingyun didn't ask anymore. Young Master Zhang held the list and continued to study it, trying to find some clues. But the silence only lasted for a moment before it was broken by a baby's crying. The baby's crying was loud and powerful. Accompanying the crying was a middle-aged woman's coaxing voice. Oh, good baby, don't cry. Ani will play ball with you. Look, Gulyalu, isn't the ball rolling fast?" The baby's crying stopped, but the wooden ball hit the wall and made a dong-dong sound again. Young Master Zhang threw the list on the table in annoyance and shouted, "Tell her to take the baby away." In the Yang family's mansion, little Yang Nianzu was lying in the cradle with his big black eyes wide open. He was trying to snatch the red ball from Aunt Nu's hands. When the baby in the scholar's mansion was crying, his little mouth suddenly flattened, and he also burst into tears. Xiao Man was playing with a child's clothes that had just been planted. When she heard the crying, she quickly turned her head. Ah Nu quickly raised her hands and said innocently, "It's not my fault. I didn't bully him." As she said that, she let go of her hands, and the red ball quickly slipped into her sleeve. "Give me the ball." Xiao Man fiercely rushed up to help her baby son grab the ball. She took out the red ball from Anu's sleeve and said angrily, "Do you still have some dignity? You only know how to bully my son all day long." Xiao Man bent down and stuffed the ball into her little baby's hand. She said softly, "Baby, be good. It's Nu's fault. I ignored her. The ball is my baby's. Here, hold it." The little guy held the red ball with his two chubby little hands, but it only lasted for a moment before the ball slipped to the side. The little guy tried hard to shake his pair of chubby little arms. His two little fat legs also scurried like a frog. As long as he touched the ball, he would laugh loudly. Ah Nu bitterly wrinkled her nose at him and said angrily, "You little brat, I have to hold you all day long. You're so stingy. You even complained to your mother. I won't talk to you anymore." The little brat pulled the ball to his chest and foolishly smiled at her. In the heavenly official yamen, in the office of the examiner, Yang Fan carefully flipped through the files in his hands. From time to time, he would pick up a pen and carefully copy down a name on the paper beside him. After a preliminary review of the relevant personnel's resumes, he was doing a preliminary screening. He was seriously counting when a servant suddenly walked into the office and bowed to him, saying, "Yang Longzhong, there is a Dragon Guard Brigade commander, surnamed Ma. He said he is your friend and would like to see you." Oh, when Yang Fan looked up from the file, his eyes were still a little dazed, but he immediately sobered up and said happily, "Ma Chiao." He put the half-copied name list into one of the resumes and strode out to greet him. As soon as the door of the office closed, Li Zhenghu, who was bending over the desk, stood up. He did not even have time to put down the brush in his hand. He rushed to the door and leaned against the crack to eavesdrop on the sound outside. He heard Yang Fan's laughter coming from outside the door. "Brother Chow, did you find an excuse to sneak out of the army again?" Another man's voice said, "Can you, Yang Longzhong, do you think you can fulfill your duty? Tomorrow is the Tianshu inauguration ceremony. I have been transferred back to the capital to carry out military affairs. I will see you after the military affairs are finished." Yang Fan let out an and said, "Tomorrow is the Tianshu inauguration ceremony. I am so busy that I am dizzy." "Ha! You came at the right time. The yamen is about to end. Let's go together. You and I are getting busier and busier. It is rare for us to get together, so we should have a few drinks." As the two people talked and laughed further and further away, Li Lingshi was overjoyed. He quickly rushed to the back of Yang Fan's office and opened the file. When he saw the name on it, he quickly grabbed a piece of white paper and quickly copied it down. In Ji Province, Lu Silly sat in the study room and laughed for a while. Then he jumped up as if he had just woken up from a dream and shouted, "Want you quick, bring me some casual clothes. I want to change. Get someone to prepare a carriage. I want to pay a visit to old immortal Zhang." He had just received an edict from the imperial court to be promoted to Ji Province's provincial governor. This absolutely impossible good luck actually fell on his head. The imperial court's letter of appointment had been issued. That Taoist Zhang's prophecy had come true. In his heart, Taoist Zhang's divination was accurate, and his physiognomy was a little fake. The various legends about Taoist Zhang that had been circulating in Ji Province had a little possibility of being fake. But now, all of it had disappeared with this edict from the imperial court. This Taoist Zhang was a real miracle in the world. If it was fake, this slovenly Taoist would never let the imperial court and the emperor fake it with him no matter what. Provincial Governor Lin Shiwen was originally as lively as a dragon and a tiger, but he actually fell ill overnight. The imperial court actually issued an edict for him to be promoted to provincial governor of G province. He had really met a living immortal. Lu Sili was still dressed the same as last time. The manservant in the study room, Wan Yu, was still disguised as a junior in his family. The old and the young left the residence in a hurry and went to Xuanmiao Temple, where Daoist Zhang was staying. Xuanmiao Temple, it's mysterious and mysterious, it's wonderful. Lu Sili looked at the tattered horizontal board on the lintel of the Daoist temple. He clapped his hands and sighed. He secretly made up his mind to reconstruct the golden body of the 3 pure Taoists and renovate the Taoist temple. After making the great vow, he couldn't wait to enter the Taoist temple. When Lu Sili entered the Taoist temple, Daoist Zhang had already finished his daily 3 divinations. There was no one waiting at the door. This Taoist temple usually didn't have many incense offerings. It was originally quiet and secluded. Daoist Zhang's residence was also quite secluded. At this time, there was no one there. Lu Sili arrived at the door. He tidied his clothes and gave a look to the manservant. The manservant hurried forward and called out, "Is old deity Zhang in? My master wants to see you." Lu Sili hurriedly pulled the manservant away and glared at him. He then turned to the slightly closed door and greeted with a smile, "Disciple Lu Sili requests to see old deity Zhang." It's benefactor Lu. Please come in." An elegant voice came from the room. Lu Sili hurriedly agreed and brought the manservant into the Taoist residence. The Taoist was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. When Lu Sili entered the room, he hurried forward and knelt in front of him. He kowtowed and said, "Disciple is ignorant. I have eyes but cannot see. I didn't know old deity Zhang's face. I have offended you last time. Please forgive me." When the Taoist saw him kowtow, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He hurriedly got up and helped him up. He said, "Benefactor Lu, please get up. I've only glimpsed the secrets of heaven. I don't deserve a bow from a noble. Benefactor Lu, please don't make such a big bow again. It will shorten my life." Lu Sili said repeatedly, "You deserve it. You deserve it. Old deity Zhang's cultivation is profound. You're an extraordinary person. How can you not deserve a bow from me?" The Taoist Zhang shook his head and said, "You don't deserve it. Benefactor Lu, you're the descendant of the Wunchang star. In the future, you'll be the supreme grand preceptor. You'll be below one person and above millions of people. I'm just a rogue cultivator. How can I deserve a bow from you?" Lu Sili had just stood up. When he heard this, his knees went soft. He knelt down again. Chapter 645. On the day of the completion of Tianshu, the imperial court would hold a grand celebration, which had been arranged a long time ago. The whole ceremony was personally arranged by Prime Minister Li Zhaoda, and the scene was very grand. In addition to the civil and military officials, famous ministers in the capital, relatives of the emperor, and meritorious ministers, many chiefs of the 4 barbarians also came to congratulate. At this moment, the towering and spectacular Tianshu stood outside the Duanmen Gate, which could be seen by the whole city. It was a pillar supporting the sky, the golden coiling dragon, and the Qilin were vivid and lifelike, as if they were riding on clouds and mist ascending the pillars. The 8 large characters Great Zhou 10,000 countries praise the virtuous Dubhe, were sparkling with golden light and could be seen clearly from the bridgehead of Tianjin. Before the emperor arrived, the musical house had arranged beautiful girls to dress as flower-scattering fairies. They wore flower vines on their heads, red dots between their eyebrows and tassels. Their slender waists were exposed, their navels were covered with gold powder, and their snow-white feet were bare. Although their bodies were tender and petite, they actually had a kind of charming charm. The heavenly maidens all carried bamboo baskets filled with small silk flowers and danced gracefully while scattering flower petals all over the sky. There were also some teenagers of the musical house who were dressed like golden boys, holding incense burners in their hands. They were distributed throughout the celebration site so that the entire square was filled with sandalwood. A group of solemn eminent monks in kasayas stood orderly in front of the magnificent Tianshu, and the chanting converged into a heart-shaking airwave. Countless people in Woyang, dressed in neat and bright clothes, came to the front of Tianshu in groups, worshipped, and then retreated to the side. Watching eagerly, Her Majesty had sent people to pull a total of 10 carts of copper coins. They saw strong warriors carrying boxes of copper coins up the gate tower, and the heavy money boxes bent their waists. When the ceremony was over, Her Majesty would ask people to throw down the copper coins one by one. So many people who came today were strong workers of their families. The imperial palace was also preparing. The imperial edict of amnesty had been prepared, and the Chinese language of worshipping heaven had been written with gold powder by Shangguan Wai, which was placed on a tray covered with red silk and held by the eunuch of the ceremony. Great General Wang Xiaojia and the other generals were all dressed in military attire, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Kesselo and the other leaders of the various tribes were all dressed in their national costumes. For a moment, all kinds of leather hats and pheasant tails were gathered together. Feng Yuanyi ran back and forth behind Eunuch Gao, his face flushed red. In the palace, he worked as an attendant, but this was where eunuchs should be. At least no one looked at him strangely. He didn't notice that his sister was standing among a group of women. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him. Grand Master Ru Mei stood at the head of the group, nervously memorizing the ode to virtue of all nations that the Empress had personally written. Huai hadn't had the chance to enter the palace for a long time. As the imperial sorcerer, duke, and general, he finally entered the palace on such a grand day. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see the Empress. He could only stand there and occasionally chat with Yang Fan. Most of the time, he just looked around impatiently. The buzzing sound of people whispering to each other permeated the Golden Water Bridge until the Empress's carriage appeared. There were actually 2 imperial carriages. The civil and military officials, as well as the relatives of the royal family, all looked solemn, thinking that the crown prince had received an imperial carriage. When the imperial chariots arrived in front of them, they discovered that the person sitting in the front imperial chariot was Her Majesty, who was dressed in a grand regalia, while the person sitting in the rear imperial chariot was Princess Taiping, who was dressed in a bright red peony regalia. On the left and right of the Empress's carriage were Shangguan Wai and Crown Prince Li Dan. The officials were a little surprised at first, but then they realized Her Highness was pregnant, so the Empress took pity on her daughter. Yang Fan, come closer and talk. There was still a while before the auspicious hour, and the palace gates hadn't opened yet. Wu Zetian's carriage had to stop here for a while. As soon as the carriage stopped, Wu Zetian smiled and glanced at the officials. She didn't expect to see Huai's resentful gaze. Wu Zetian was afraid that this boorish fellow wouldn't be able to restrain himself and rush up to talk. If he said something inappropriate, it would be too embarrassing in such a grand occasion. Her gaze shifted, and she happened to see Yang Fan. Without thinking, Wu Zetian called out his name. Yang Fan didn't expect the Empress to call out to him. He was a little surprised, and hurriedly took a few steps forward. Huai had wanted to go forward to greet and strike up a conversation, but seeing that the Empress had summoned the officials, it wasn't appropriate to go forward. He could only stand there angrily. Yang Fan walked to the front of Wu Zetian's carriage and cupped his hands in greeting. Subject Yang Fan greets the sage. Wu Zetian was just calling out to someone in a moment of desperation. Now that he was in front of her, she didn't know what to say. She quickly changed her mind and asked with a smile, "The borders of the southern border is an important place for the country. A day cannot go by without a shepherd. Thus, the selection of officials in the southern border cannot be delayed. How is it going?" Yang Fan crossed his hands and said, "This subject is following Her Majesty's orders and is screening people day and night. The selection will end in a few days. At that time, the list will be submitted to the political affairs platform for the prime ministers to review." Wu Zetian was basically looking for trouble now. She deliberately dragged Yang Fan to speak so that her lover, who had fallen out of favor, wouldn't come forward and act like a spoiled child. Hearing this, she nodded slightly and smiled. She asked, "Subject Yang, what are the criteria for the selection of officials?" Yang Fan didn't understand why she was testing him in public. The 4 good and 27 best had always been the criteria for the selection of officials in the imperial court. Even a lowly official could recite these regulations. Of course, he couldn't rigidly follow the regulations and say these things. He hesitated slightly and replied in a clear voice, "This subject is appointed as a heavenly official to select officials for Her Majesty. I abide by 3 principles. The first is loyalty. Not only were there civil and military officials, there were also relatives of the imperial family and the chiefs of the 4 barbarians. The Empress arrived and ignored everyone else. She only called Yang Fan to come forward and test him. In the hearts of the officials, they naturally had their own interpretations. They all thought that the Empress had given such an important and lucrative task like the selection of officials in the southern border to Yang Fan, which was enough to show the Empress's favor and trust in him. Now that she was testing him in public, it was probably because of the Empress's favor and trust. They were jealous and envious in their hearts and couldn't help but listen attentively. For a moment, there was absolute silence. Yang Fan said, "This subject believes that, as an official, the most important thing is loyalty. With loyalty, even if one's ability is slightly lacking, there won't be any big problems. On the contrary, the stronger the ability, the greater the disaster." These words really hit home with Wu Zetian's heart. The Empress had originally been casually testing him in order to stall for time. At this moment, she couldn't help but nod repeatedly, a joyful expression appearing on her face. Yang Fan said, "This subject selects officials for Her Majesty, and the second criterion is talent. Her Majesty is wise and mighty, and is a rare and brilliant ruler in the Golden Age. All the officials and common people are loyal and devoted to Her Majesty. If you want to talk about loyal officials, they can be found everywhere. On this basis, there must be people with official reputation, political achievements, and talent." Wu Zetian nodded and said, "And then what is the third criterion?" Yang Fan said, "There were originally officials in the southern border, and many of them were dismissed because of incompetence. Investigating the reason, it wasn't because they were disloyal to Her Majesty, nor was it because they didn't have talent." This subject carefully pondered. The reason why they didn't do their job well was because they were completely unfamiliar with the place, and because of their temperament, they couldn't put down their pride and communicate with the local chiefs of the southern border. Among Her Majesty's officials, there are many talented people, and there are many who are qualified to hold the position of a pastor. Therefore, this subject first selected many officials, and from these people, I chose those who have traveled extensively, have rich experience in governing, and have a candid temperament, and are good with words for Her Majesty to choose." Wu Zetian laughed, turned her head, and asked Li Zhaoda, who was standing at the head of the hundreds of officials, "What does Minister Li think?" Li Zhaoda already knew that among the officials selected by Yang Fan, his people and Wu Sanxi's people were divided equally, and they were the ones with the most influence. He was extremely satisfied with Yang Fan, and when he heard the Empress's inquiry, he immediately cupped his hands and replied, "Although Yang Langzhong is young, he is a capable and experienced person. This subject congratulates Her Majesty." Wu Zetian laughed loudly. Li Xiaoda twirled his beard with his hand. He was also immensely proud of himself. He didn't notice that because he had monopolized so many official positions and destroyed the hopes of many of his colleagues, many officials were secretly looking at him with jealousy. When Yang Fan heard Wu Zetian and Li Xiaoda talking, he knew that the memorial was over, and then he straightened his back. And when he looked up, he saw Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping was wearing a red peony robe, which made her face look extremely beautiful, but her belly was slightly protruding, and her body was slightly bloated. Yang Fan saw her just a few days ago, and he didn't know how enchanting her slender waist was. But now she looked like this, and he didn't know what kind of messy things were hidden under her clothes. He couldn't help but feel angry and funny at the same time. Duke Taiping saw that when he looked at him and saw his own face, he was at first absent-minded, and then his eyes fell on her belly, but revealed a slightly strange expression. As if he knew what he was thinking, he couldn't help but smile at him, and a mischievous look appeared in his eyes. At this time, the bell and drum sounded, and the door opened wide. Wu Zetian sat up straight and ordered, "Let's go." Shui Huai finally waited until Li Xiaoda's voice stopped, and just squeezed 2 steps forward. And the time for the ceremony was up. The Empress was already sitting in the imperial carriage, looking straight ahead, and passed in front of him. Shui Huai stopped, and all the officials passed by him. Shui Huai was in a trance, and actually didn't move. Shui Huai only brought his 2 favorite disciples, Hong 1 and Hong 6, into the palace this time. The 2 disciples were also wearing monastic robes, and stood in the distance. Both of them saw their master's actions, and felt sad for him. The 2 squeezed to Shui Huai's side, and Hong 1 scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Master, let's go." Hong 6's eyes turned, and said to Shui Huai, "Master, the Empress likes crowds very much. Our White Horse Temple hasn't held a grand ceremony for a long time." Hearing him mention the Empress, Shui Huai came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Brat, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so wishy-washy." Hong 6 whispered a few words into his ear, and Shui Huai's gloomy expression was swept away, and he said excitedly, "Good idea. Let's go back and prepare. Hee." Shui Huai smiled widely and chased after the officials. Hong 1 hurriedly grabbed Hong 6 and asked, "Old 6, quickly tell me, what did you say to Master?" Chapter 646. The entire ceremony to complete the Dubhe was complicated and lengthy. Everyone who attended the ceremony had different feelings. For the busy eunuchs and serving girls, what they looked forward to the most was the moment the ceremony ended. For the countless people of Luoyang who had gathered, they looked forward to the spectacle of countless copper coins pouring down from the top of the city walls. The scholars and legendary figures who were familiar with the rites of Zhou kept pursing their lips and nitpicking at which parts of the ceremony did not conform to the ancient rites or the Zhou system. Some members of the royal family would only become excited when Ru Mei and the other high priests of the internal court performed their skills. The Empress cared about the most when she ascended the Iron Mountain and read out the decree of amnesty to the world. When she read the Chinese language of offering sacrifices to heaven, she would appear solemn, respectful, and meticulous. Shui Huai had been thinking about how to organize a grand ceremony. As long as he could invite the Empress with his strong body, he would definitely be able to win back the Empress's favor. Yang Fan was looking up at this towering pillar that had never existed since ancient times and probably would not exist in the future. It was 105 feet tall, 10 feet wide, and had 8 sides, each with a diameter of 5 feet. The base was an entire iron mountain. The Iron Mountain had a circumference of 170 feet and a height of 20 feet. Giant dragons and cheilants made of brass were flying on top of it. What a magnificent building! It was likely impossible to find another such pillar made of iron in the world. It was incomparably large. Behind it was the magnificent Ming Hall. Behind the Ming Hall was the heaven that was as tall as the sky. In the heaven was an unparalleled giant wooden Buddha. But in terms of visual impact, none of them could compare to this towering pillar that pierced the clouds. If such a huge pillar was left for thousands of years, it would certainly be a precious cultural relic in the eyes of future generations. Future generations would be endlessly proud of it and use countless beautiful poems to praise the greatness of their ancestors. But they would never think of how much blood and tears of their ancestors had flowed into this towering pillar. It had used up 2 years of the total steel production of the Tang dynasty. Because a portion of the steel had to be set aside to meet the needs of the army, countless commoners' hoes and kitchen knives had been mercilessly confiscated by the government and merged into this magnificent pillar. Yang Fan was a little absent-minded. He only woke up from his stupor when he heard a roar that sounded like a tsunami. Yang Fan raised his head and saw copper coins being tossed down from the top of the city wall. Under the sunlight, the coins shone like golden dragon scales. The people cheered and rushed to the bottom of the city to pick up the newly minted copper coins. Wu Zetian laughed out loud and announced in a clear voice, "Tonight, the curfew will be lifted. All the people in the city, join me." The grand celebration was not over yet. This was just the beginning. The emperor had set up a curfew. Today, Luoyang City was destined to have a sleepless night. The civil and military officials were dispersing, while the officials of the third rank and above, as well as the members of the imperial family, were walking into the palace. The emperor had prepared a royal banquet to entertain them. Yang Fan only found his coachman after most of the people had left. His men were martial arts experts sent by the Succession Hall to protect his safety. These people were not familiar with the buildings in the palace, nor did they understand the procedures of the palace etiquette. That was why they were scattered by the crowd. Yang Fan mounted his horse. Because he saw that the Tianjin Bridge in the distance was still crowded, and the carriages and horses of many officials and nobles were still there, he was not in a hurry. He only lightly whipped his horse and slowly moved forward. Unexpectedly, before he could go far, he saw a few servants in front of him, escorting a light carriage. They were moving even slower than him. Although the carriage did not have an official banner, it looked very familiar. Yang Fan took a closer look and saw that it was indeed Princess Taiping's carriage. Princess Taiping had one hand on the window and slightly poked her head out, smiling sweetly at him. Seeing that Yang Fan had already seen her, Princess Taiping gently turned her head toward the carriage and let down the curtain. She also withdrew her hand that was covered with cardamom. Yang Fan turned his head to look around. There were few carriages and horses left and right. He lightly coughed and jumped down from his horse. He quickly walked to the side of the carriage, and in a flash he entered the carriage. His movements were incomparably skillful. Although his subordinates had only been following this suzerain for a short time, they were already familiar with this suzerain's strange behavior when he saw Princess Taiping. One of the knights stooped, picked up the suzerain's reins without any surprise, and led the mount to his side. Yang Fan got on the carriage and sat next to Princess Taiping. He began to inculcate, "If you have any problems, you can ask your subordinates to secretly pass on the message. If you act like this, it will inevitably fall into the eyes of some people, especially in this palace where there are many eyes and ears. It doesn't matter. Everyone should be careful, but I don't need to. As long as I'm with you, no one will think of anything serious." This can be considered this consort's unique ability. Princess Taiping said proudly. She cutely hugged one of his arms and simply ignored his sullen face. Young Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had to say, "Things are going according to plan. You just need to wait for the news. Now you are looking for me. Is there anything else?" Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at him and said, "If I look for you, can I only talk about serious matters?" Young Fan helplessly said, "Well, then why is your highness looking for me? Is there anything improper?" As soon as the words came out, he also could not help but laugh. Princess Taiping humphed. "Now, I am not telling you." She kicked the pedals, and the carriage sped up. Through the bamboo curtain, Yang Fan saw the carriage drive past the Tianjin Bridge. It did not follow the large group of officials and nobles to cross the bridge. Instead, it drove across the street in front of Chengfu Lane. He could not help but wonder, where are they going? Princess Taiping gently put her cheek on his broad shoulder and satisfyingly sniffed his scent. Then she said, "Today the curfew is lifted. The people of Luoyang City are having a party all night long." Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. "Ah, you want me to accompany you?" He turned his head and was stunned to find that Princess Taiping, who was smiling sweetly a moment ago, was now weakly leaning on his shoulder with 2 lines of tears on her cheeks. "Taiping, you—" Princess Taiping gently closed her eyes and faintly said, "You said it yourself. Since that year's Chinese Valentine's Day, have you ever accompanied me for a day?" Yang Fan was silent. Princess Taiping still closed her eyes. Her tears fell down and wet her clothes. Yang Fan gently sighed. He opened his arms and gently hugged her. The carriage continued to move forward. There was only the rumbling of the wheels on the road in the carriage. After a long time, Yang Fan let go of her and gently wiped the tears on her cheeks. He lifted a corner of the curtain and loudly ordered the guards outside, "Tell my family that I will not go back tonight." One of the 4 bodyguards accompanying the carriage immediately reined in his horse, nodded slightly to him, and turned his horse to leave. Yang Fan put down the curtain. As soon as he turned around, Princess Taiping cheered and threw herself into his arms. Full of joy and affection, she kissed him. The carriage drove past Chengfu Lane. When it was about to reach Yuji Lane, it turned right and drove on Xinshe Bridge. Inside the carriage, 2 people's voices faintly came out. "Touch it. Does it look like it? Oh, it really does look like it. What did you put in?" "How can I scare people with stuff? I first patted something on my stomach and then wrapped it with layers of white cloth. Does it look like it? Fortunately, the weather is not hot now. Otherwise, it would really be fatal. You are really good at lying. What are you talking about? Have I ever lied to you? Let me think. Humph." As the 2 people bickered, the carriage shuttled through the streets like a fish and finally drove out of Jianchun Gate. The bumpy road made Yang Fan feel that they were out of the city. He lifted the curtain and looked outside. The carriage was indeed out of the city. He could not help but ask Princess Taiping, "Where are we going?" Princess Taiping smiled, but did not reply. She lifted the curtain and walked out of the sedan chair. She said a few words to the driver, and the driver somersaulted down to the ground. He chased after Yang Fan's horse for 2 steps, and then he pulled the saddle and leaped up. Princess Taiping sat on the carriage driver's seat. She grabbed the big whip and shook it in the air with a crisp sound. She shouted majestically, "Go!" At this time, Taiping was like when she appeared in front of the emperor and empress in men's clothes for the first time when she was 15 years old. She gracefully told the 2 highest rulers of the empire that she wanted a son-in-law. She was a little playful, a little valiant, and a little manly. Yang Fan smiled and shook his head. He simply lay down on the spacious couch. The 3 guards of the succession hall rode their horses and followed him. They were secretly shocked. They knew about the love affair between their sovereign and Princess Taiping, but they never thought that their sovereign could be so awe-inspiring as to let Princess Taiping be his driver. Compared to their former sovereign, this sovereign was really much more awe-inspiring. The carriage drove on. Yang Fan, who had been lying on the couch for a long time but was not sleepy, had already sat up. He rolled up the curtain and looked outside. The scenery changed along the way. Gradually, it seemed familiar. Yang Fan thought for a while, and finally realized that this was the Golden Grain Garden. The Golden Grain Garden in late autumn. Su Hao had been waiting at the entrance of the Purple Grain Garden since early in the morning. Since he was sent to the Purple Grain Garden to be a steward, he had put on a little weight in just a few months. He had also brought his wife and children here. In this manner, he was very leisurely every day. He lived like a hermit. When he liked the liveliness, he would take his family to the city for a stroll. Anyway, it was not far. This autumn, the fruit forest of the manor had a big harvest. Those fruits were all picked and sold in the city. Some of the money was given to his subordinates. The rest naturally fell into his own pocket. It was even more generous than his previous salary as a driver for Her Highness. Today, when he heard that Her Highness was going to the Purple Grain Garden to play, Su Hao had been busy since early in the morning. He had prepared delicious and exquisite dishes. The princess house had been cleaned up. The road from the gate to the princess house had been swept spotless. Then he had been standing at the door until now. From afar, he could see the princess carriage quickly approaching. Su Hao was overjoyed. He quickly led a few of his men to greet the carriage. Seeing that the carriage had arrived in front of him, Su Hao was just about to bow when he suddenly opened his mouth in shock. Her Highness was actually driving the carriage. Su Hao's face was full of surprise. Before he could think of what to say, the carriage had already passed by him like a gust of wind. Only Princess Taiping's happy words were left behind. "None of you are allowed to follow me." Su Hao blankly looked up, only to see the back of the carriage disappear at the end of the forest. Almost at the same time, Lai Junqin returned to Luoyang. 3 long-distance carriages entered from the Ding-Ding Gate. Lai Junqin sat in the first carriage with the curtains rolled up. As soon as the carriage entered Ding-Ding Long Street, Lai Junqin couldn't help but rush out of the carriage. Standing at the front of the carriage, he laughed loudly. Lai Junqin, have returned." Chapter 647. Lai Junqin's proud and arrogant laughter spread to the second carriage. A beautiful young woman with a slender waist and fair skin couldn't help but turn pale. She was really afraid of this devil's laughter. This beautiful young woman looked extremely dignified and intelligent, but she was not Mrs. Wang from the Wang family of Taiyuan. A pair of white hands reached out and gently held her hands. The young woman's body trembled, and she turned her head pitifully. It was Mrs. Wang of Taiyuan sitting next to her with a face full of concern. "Yunji, don't be afraid. He is like this. As long as you are docile, he won't abuse you." Madame Wang comforted her in a gentle voice. The beautiful young woman lowered her head when she heard this, and 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. This beautiful young woman's surname was Xiao Yunji. She was the wife of Xia Yulong, the military advisor of Tongzhou. After Lai Junqin was demoted to Tongzhou, he still didn't change his habit of loving beautiful young women. When he accidentally saw Xia Yulong's wife, he immediately coveted her. When Lai Junqin came to Tongzhou, he held the post of military advisor. In a prefecture's territory, the merit officer was in charge of military affairs, finance, criminal law, farmland, household grain, and other kinds of affairs. In prefectures without a sima, the record officer was in charge of the assistant prefectural governor, in charge of supervising the merit officer. In the Tang dynasty, the military advisor was far less important than in the Han Dynasty and gradually became an empty title. Therefore, among all the military advisor Xia had the least power. But even if his position was lower than Lai Junqian's, he couldn't let Lai Junqian kidnap his wife. Lai Junqian used the same trick again. Since he took office, the first thing he did was to find fault with military advisor Xia. Military advisor Xia didn't know how he had offended him. His position was originally a dispensable one that no one cared about, but military advisor Xia didn't let him go. How could all the officials be clean? Military advisor Xia's position was not as rich as others, and he didn't have as much power as others. He had done a few things for others, so it was hard to say that he was secretive. Finally, Lai Junqian had something on him. With this evidence, although Lai Junqian couldn't kill him, he could report it to the provincial governor and have him removed from office and exiled to the border. With the evidence in hand, Lai Junqian decided to lay his cards on the table with Adjunct Xia. Finally, on a summer night, Adjunct Xia drugged his wife's wine and gave up the spot that should have belonged to him on the bed, with tears streaming down his face. Adjunct Xia's wife first lost her chastity to Lai Junqian. Later on, her husband found another reason to divorce her. In desperation, she could only become his concubine. Today, she had followed Lai Junqian back to the capital and walked past the Ding-Ding Gate. She knew that she would never be able to turn back for the rest of her life. She could not restrain her tears. Madame Wang saw that she was crying nonstop and was secretly worried. She quickly persuaded her in a low voice, "Don't cry. He is feeling happy. Once he sees it, you will have a lot of trouble." Madame Wang timidly looked towards the carriage in front of her and lowered her voice to speak to Miss Xiao. "He usually looks no different from an ordinary person, but when he really goes crazy, he is like a demon. You must not make him angry." Xiao Nyangzi was using a handkerchief to wipe her tears. When she heard this, she could not help but look at Madame Wang in shock. Madame Wang said in a low voice, "In the past, I only felt that his actions were slightly different from ordinary people, but I could not tell that he was a little crazy. Ever since he was banished from the capital, he would occasionally reveal even more bizarre actions. If not for the fact that I was the person by his bedside, accompanying him year after year, only noticing it after a long period of time, I would not have been able to tell." As Madame Wang spoke, she suddenly shuddered. It was unknown what terrifying things she had thought of. Xiao Nyangzi was even more afraid, and did not even dare to cry any more. The moment Lai Junqian entered the Ding-Ding Gate, he could not suppress his joy. Fortunately, other than that wild shout when he first reached the main street of Ding-Ding, he did not do anything too out of line. It was only when he returned to his own residence that the smile on his face disappeared and turned into a gloomy expression. At the entrance of his residence, only Wei Suizhong, who had just received the news, rushed over to welcome him. He stood alone under the setting sun. Wei Suizhong was the latest to be promoted to an imperial censor. Due to his lack of seniority, he was left behind to guard the censorate that day, and did not get the opportunity to become an imperial envoy. As such, he managed to escape the calamity. The censorate was now emptied. When Lai Junqian left the capital, he still had many lackeys under him. Today, when he returned to the capital, only Wei Suizhong was left. Deputy Prime Minister. The moment Wei Suizhong saw Lai Junqian, he prostrated himself on the ground and burst into tears. "What are you crying for?" Lai Junqian kicked Wei Suizhong to the ground and strode into the mansion. He saw that the ground was covered with fallen leaves, and a few birds and crows flew up in a panic as he barged in. The mansion that had been left unattended had become a piece of ruin. Lai Junqian could not help but let out a strange cry and howled to the sky, "This is what you all owe me." This is what you all owe me. I will definitely collect all of my debts with interest. Just you wait. Ha ha. I, Lai Junchen, am back to collect my debts. The strange cry that sounded like an owl crying and laughing scared even more crows and sparrows away. A wild cat scurried towards the entrance of the residence in a panic and just happened to scurry under Miss Zhao's skirt. Miss Zhao screamed and fell into Madame Wang's arms. Madame Wang grabbed her hand tightly and said in a low voice in fear, His madness is acting up again. The sun was setting and it was already dusk in Ji Province's Xuanyao Monastery. Since that day when priest Zhang made a mistake and revealed the secrets of the heavens, who knew how many times Lu Silly had come to visit and begged and kowtowed. Priest Zhang was forced into a corner and was only willing to explain to him in detail. Candles were lit in the room in advance. Each candle was as small as a bean, and the light flickered. The doors and windows were closed, and even the servant was excluded from the door. The flickering candlelight shone on the faces of the two of them, giving off an indescribable sense of strangeness. Provincial Governor Lu, you are fated to be the Grand Preceptor. However, this Grand Preceptor should not be in this dynasty. Should not be in this dynasty? Old immortal means... Lu Silly's expression changed, and he cried out, Is the Wu Zhou dynasty about to change? Silence! Taoist Zhang quickly stopped him. He got up and looked around before returning to sit down. His sneaky actions made Lu Silly even more nervous. Taoist Zhang lowered his voice and said, That's right. The world is about to change. Lu Silly muttered, How can it be? Taoist Zhang laughed coldly and said, When Emperor Wen of Sui was still alive, how strong was Great Sui? The country was vast, the people were strong, the soldiers were strong, and there were many talents. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, how many times has there been such a golden age? What was the result? Emperor Wen of Sui died, and Yang Guang took over the throne. In just a few years, there were 18 rebellions and 72 wars. The seemingly indestructible Great Sui Empire was destroyed, and Li Yuan, who drove the carriage for Yang Guang, is now in the imperial court. Can the current Wu Zhou dynasty compare to the Great Sui dynasty of the past? Lu Silly swallowed his saliva nervously and said with difficulty, Old immortal, you mean once the empress passes away, the world will be in chaos? Taoist Zhang nodded his head heavily and said mysteriously, Provincial governor should know more about the situation in the world than I do. The empress is old and will pass away soon. Once she dies, the Wu and Li families will rise up and the world will be like the end of Sui dynasty. Heroes will fight for the throne, and the flames of war will rise everywhere. The situation that Taoist Zhang described was really easy to happen. The Li Tang and the Wuzhou clansmen were now fighting for the throne to the death. Once the empress passed away, the Li Tang would have the hearts of the people, and the Wuzhou would have the military power. The two sides would fight for it, and the world would be in chaos. Lu Silly's eyes froze, and his eyes seemed to have turned into two stones. After a while, his eyes flickered, and he said excitedly, I understand. Then is it the Li family or the Wu family who will rule the world? Who should I lean towards and be loyal to? Old immortal, please enlighten me. Taoist Zhang chuckled and said, Qin lost its throne and the world chased after it. The one who will emerge victorious in the end will not be the Li family, nor will it be the Wu family. Lu Silly's expression tightened, and he hurriedly asked. Then Taoist Zhang's voice deepened, and he moved closer to him and said in a low voice, The imperial energy is still in Luoyang, but it is not in the Li family or the Wu family. Lu Silly's voice trembled, and he said, Then who has it? Taoist Zhang stroked his goatee and said in a low voice, This person is the military advisor of Luoyang Prefecture. His surname is Qi, and his name is Qi Lianhui. Provincial Governor Liu, you should plan early so that you can have the merit of founding the country, assist the emperor, and control the officials. Even though Lu Sili had long believed in Taoist Zhang's words, plotting a rebellion was not a small matter. Lu Sili did not dare to make a sudden decision. He slowly sat down and started to think deeply. Sunset in the forest. Sunset in the forest. The sunset and the autumn forest blended into one color. It was impossible to tell whether the sunset was bathing in the dyed forest or the dyed autumn forest was bathing in the sunset. It was a very warm color. Being in it, it was like being in a fairyland. Maple trees were mixed in the forest of golden leaves. Red clouds lingered and red maple trees bloomed. The carriage had already stopped. Princess Taiping sat at the front of the carriage and gazed at the fairyland scenery in front of her. She was slightly lost in thought. Yang Fan walked out of the carriage and sat next to her. Princess Taiping was still in the long attire she wore when she participated in the grand ceremony. She wore a 90 crown on her head and 2 golden phoenixes holding pearls in their mouths. 2 pearls, emerald peonies, and warm flowers appeared on her left and right side. She wore a large robe and a red cape with a jade leather belt around her waist. The ribbon was tied with a jade pendant. It was very grand, but the grace and demure expression on her face was incompatible with the solemn and gorgeous attire. At this moment, it was as if her whole person had blended into the sunset and the forest. Yang Fan calmly looked at her for a long time. He was also infected by her mood. He turned his head and began to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the mountains and fields. The two of them did not say anything. They just felt the sunlight, the setting sun, the maple leaves that were in full swing, and the refreshing and pleasant breeze that brushed their faces. Forgetting everything. After a long time, Princess Taiping took a deep breath. She turned her head and smiled sweetly at Yang Fan. Last time, on the boat of the Luo River, there was someone else. But here, there is only you and me. Today, you belong to me alone. Taiping's eyes sparkled, faintly carrying a sense of plunder and capture. For a beauty to have such an aggressive gaze when looking at a man, in all these years, Yang Fan had only seen it in her eyes. The female beast revealed her sharp teeth and claws, preparing to enjoy the meal on her plate. But an amused smile appeared in Yang Fan's eyes. To be her prey, who would not be willing. The Yang Fan who had once struggled and escaped, in the end, could not escape his fate. Chapter 648. The mouth was the most attractive part of a woman's body. With a slight tilt, a slight pursing, a pout, a bite, or an opening and closing of the mouth, there would be a different kind of amorous feelings quietly emerging. At this moment, Princess Taiping's plump and sexy lips were gently licked by a touch of fresh red. That was the tip of her flexible tongue. She was about to capture her prey. Like a man-eating flower, she did not rely on agility and speed, nor did she use her fangs and claws. Instead, she relied on her beautiful seduction. 2 pairs of lips gradually kissed each other. They kissed goodbye to the sunset between their lips. Their lips were so tight that nothing else could be tolerated, not even the all-pervasive light. Then a pair of figures gradually fell under the setting sun. The setting sun, the distant mountains, the treetops, the sunset glow, the withered grass, the magnificent carriage, a man, a woman, and a black horse with a glossy coat. All of these interweaved into a 3-dimensional, beautiful picture. A gentle wind brushed past this picture. The horse gnawed the hay on the ground. After eating the grass near its mouth, it would wander a few steps forward. Thus, the carriage would stop and walk aimlessly in the forest. Wherever the grass was lush, the carriage would go there, But the owner of the carriage did not care about it. The 9 sea beasts' crown was too much of a hindrance. Without waiting for Yang Fan to take it off, Li Lingyue took it off first, letting her fine black hair fall like a waterfall. The 9 sea beasts' crown, which had been casually thrown aside, knocked against the board of the carriage. The golden phoenix was bent, and the pearl was covered with dust. But no one cared to look at it. Leather belt, big belt, red cape, large gown, even a bow dress, plain gauze, knee cover, ribbon tie, hanging. The 3 layers of clothing finally made Yang Fan confused. The pretty man could not be considered an expert in undressing people. The undergarments, overcoats, undergarments, and all kinds of leather belts and ribbons were successfully entangled in his hands, wrapping Princess Taiping into a dumpling. This dumpling was like being torn by a naughty child who did not know how to eat it. Half of the clothes revealed a little bit of red here and a trace of white there. Although it could be seen, it could not be eaten. With her eyes closed shyly, Princess Taiping opened her eyes and was shocked by her own appearance. She couldn't help but giggle. Looking at her Longjuan's annoyed look, the considerate princess suddenly straightened her back like a fish on a hook. She jumped up and threw herself at her Langjun. Then they tangled together again, their mouths and tongues intertwined. Princess Taiping's skillful hands had already unfolded her Longjuan's clothes without her noticing. This time it was Yang Fan's turn to fall down. Princess Taiping, who was wrapped like a rice dumpling, sat by his side. She glanced at him with her watery eyes, and then bent down with a sweet smile on her face. As soon as the warm and moist feeling touched his body, Yang Fan's body trembled violently, and his soul left his body. Princess Taiping really loved this little Langjun to death. She wished she could swallow him and a mouthful of water into her stomach. Thereupon she swallowed mouthful by mouthful with great effort. Unfortunately, her Langjun could not swallow it no matter what. As a result, one was stuttering and the other was hovering between life and death. The sunset also seemed to feel shy. It was so shy that its face became redder and redder. Finally, it covered its face and hid itself under the distant mountains and behind the woods. Only a ray of light peeked out from between its fingers, staring at the passionate scene that it wanted to see, but did not dare to see. The world suddenly darkened for a moment. What replaced it was the flirtatious expression of Princess Taiping's lips and teeth. At some point, a violent ripping sound rang out, causing the horse to raise its head in surprise. As far as the eye could see, there was only silence in the forest, and there was nothing. The horse lowered its head in relief and continued to nibble on its grass. After a moment, there was an exclamation from inside the carriage. "Oh, my God! And you are wrapped in so many layers of white cloth." Then there was a burst of enchanting laughter. "Langjun, you are so strong. Keep tearing." The man's extremely angry voice sounded very ungentlemanly. "How can you tear it? Get up and take it off." The horse did not understand. Anyway, if it was not giddy up, then it had nothing to do with it. It just continued to eat grass. However, after a moment, the carriage began to shake and shake as if it was driving on a gravel road in the mountains. The shaft was loosened and tightened, which made it very uncomfortable to lower its head to eat grass. Much, much later, when the handsome black horse was led into the stable, he snorted so loudly and vexedly that a pretty mare in the stable, who was trying to be affectionate with him, turned her head away in fright. The black horse was very unhappy. It did not have a smooth eating process that night. The road in the woods was really too bumpy. A thin man rode a yellow buckskin horse and rushed to Luoyang City in the dark of night. No one could see that he was originally a woman, and a very beautiful woman at that. Even her disciple, Tian Ai knew, who she had never spent much effort in teaching, could disguise herself as a Ku Xian monk without anyone noticing let alone her Shifu. Gu Zhuting disguised herself as a man to make it easier for her to travel. Even though her body wasn't completely healed with her martial arts, she wasn't afraid of robbers. However, disguising herself as a man would save her a lot of trouble. She was anxious to get to Luoyang, and now that she had finally stepped into Luoyang, she let out a long sigh. Her whole body relaxed, and she felt a kind of exhaustion. She traveled day and night all the way to Luoyang. When she arrived, she thought she would sleep at the city gate and wait until dawn to enter the city. However, when she arrived at the city, she found that the city gate was open and the long street was brightly lit. There was an endless stream of pedestrians. It was as lively as the Lantern Festival, which surprised her very much. Gu Zhuting led the horse into the city and asked an old woman who was playing with her grandson on the street. Only then did she know that the emperor was holding the inauguration ceremony of Tianshu today, so the curfew was lifted to celebrate with the people. She had also heard of Tianshu. It was said that this was a giant pillar that had never existed since the beginning of time. However, when she looked into the distance along Ding Ding Street, she couldn't see that Tianshu, that 100-foot-tall Tianshu, had been completely hidden in the darkness of the night. Only the top of Tianshu shone brightly, as if there was a flame hanging in the air. It was a giant cloud disk with a diameter of 3 feet. On top of the cloud disk, there was a bead of fire that was 1 foot tall and 10 feet wide. The shell of the bead of fire was polished to an extremely bright degree. During the day, it shone like the sun and the moon. At night, its light was much dimmer. However, the top of this bead of fire had an opening. The hollow bead of fire was filled with lamp oil. At this moment, the bead of fire had been ignited. The fire raged as if the bead of fire was hanging in the air, spitting out angry flames. Hidden in the heaven behind it was the giant and majestic Buddha. At this moment, the 99,999 oil lamps in the Ming Hall were all lit. The giant Buddha that shone with golden light was clearly visible. From the Ding Ding Gate along the 4 miles of Long Street, one's line of sight extended all the way to the top of Tianshu. The burning bead of fire at the top of Tianshu was right between the eyebrows of the Buddha statue. This added a bit of mystery to the Buddha statue. Gu Zhuting led the horse and slowly walked forward step by step. She was very hesitant. If she had returned to the capital to report normally, then she would have gone to see her immediate superior first. Under normal circumstances, she didn't need to let the sovereign know that she had come to report. She only needed to report to the chief. When the sovereign had any orders, the chief would naturally assign and make arrangements. But this time, she had rushed to the capital before she had fully recovered. It was to report to the sovereign that he had a biological daughter who was currently in the hands of young Master Jiang. She did not dare to delay along the way. Now that she had reached the capital, of course she should immediately see the sovereign and report the news to him. However, it was currently the middle of the night, and most of the people on the streets would not know where the residence of a heavenly official doctor was. By the time she spent all her effort to find out where the sovereign's residence was and rushed over, it would probably be daybreak. Even if she successfully found the sovereign's residence in the middle of the night, the sovereign wouldn't be able to take any action immediately. Gu Zhuting convinced herself like this, but she was actually a little apprehensive. She didn't understand the sovereign's temperament at all, and this news was definitely not good news to the sovereign. When things came to a head, it was inevitable that she would be a little afraid to see Yang Fan. Even if she could delay for a moment, she would unconsciously find an excuse for herself. I'd better go see the chief first. It's a good opportunity to understand this sovereign. I'll go see him tomorrow. Thinking of this, Gu Zhuting leapt onto the horse and slowly galloped away. With a change of thought, she did a very appropriate thing. The child was the flesh that fell from the mother's body, and the mother and son were connected. Although the man also loved the child, once he heard about this, he would never be as devastated as a woman. Yang Fan was coincidentally not at the residence tonight. If she went to visit at this time and Xiao Man knew that she had a biological daughter that fell into young Master Zhang's hands, she would probably be deeply worried and wash her face with tears every day. She would never be able to be happy again. Before the child could be rescued, Xiao Man would be tortured until she was thin and weak. And this was still the best situation. Gu Zhuding's change of thought undoubtedly dragged Xiao Man, who was almost pushed into the abyss of hell, back. When Luoyang City's 800th bell rang one after another, Yang Fan was already neatly dressed and riding a horse. He appeared at the top of Luoyang's city wall in high spirits. He had always been confused. When a man and a woman made love, it was clearly the man who tossed and turned and plowed without end. Why did the woman always appear more tired than the man? When he got up, his beloved Princess Highness still maintained the limp appearance from last night. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was in a deep sleep. Riding past Anil Square, in front of him was Shiwen Square. Yang Fan subconsciously looked towards the first square he lived in after coming to Luoyang. Perhaps if he raised his head, he would see a familiar person. He really did see a familiar person, but this familiar person did not come out of Shiwen Square. Instead, he came from Jianchun Street, between Shiwen Square and Anil Square. He rode a white horse. His face was like jade. His eyes were like bright stars, and there were 3 wisps of beard under his chin. He truly had a good appearance. Lai Junchen also saw him. He immediately reined in the reins, and the 2 enemies stood at the crossroads. Chapter 649. Lai Junchen gazed at Yang Fan for a moment, then suddenly smiled happily. Putting aside Lai Junchen's knowledge and character, just from his appearance alone, Lai Junchen was as handsome as jade. He was indeed a rarely seen handsome man, but when he smiled, there was an evil aura emanating from his bones that made one's heart go cold. Seeing his strange smile, Yang Fan felt very uncomfortable. He was not afraid of Lai Junchen. In terms of martial strength, he could crush Lai Junchen with 1 finger. At most, Lai Junchen's martial strength was at the level of a ruffian fighting in the streets. In terms of power, he was now the highly sought-after heavenly official merit examination officer, while Lai Junchen was only a county officer. The difference between them could not be measured, but the smile that Lai Junchen suddenly revealed was overflowing with evil. It was not the expression of a normal person at all. Yang Fan could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The corner of Lai Junchen's mouth curled higher and higher. Finally, it turned into a loud laugh. Kicking off the horse's hooves, he came to greet Yang Fan. Cupping his hands, he said, "Yang Longzhong, pleased to hear that officer has been promoted to the heavenly official residence. Congratulations." Ha! Yang Fan might not know about the transfer of an ordinary official, but how could Yang Fan not know about the transfer of Lai Junchen, who had stirred up countless carnage in Luoyang and killed countless prime ministers? This matter was already known to everyone in the Ministry of Appointments. So seeing him appear, Yang Fan was not surprised. He smiled faintly, his hands still holding onto the reins of the horse. Casually, he replied, "County Officer Lai has finally been transferred back to the capital. The bitterness is over, and the sweetness is coming. Making a comeback is something worth celebrating." Lai Junchen waved his hands and put on an extremely frightened expression. "You flatter me. I am only a lowly county officer now. How can this be considered a comeback? It is just that the sage took pity on me for my hard work and transferred me to the foot of the emperor so that I can live a more stable and comfortable life." Ha 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 ha. When Lai Junchen was speaking just now, No matter if he was pretending to be respectful or afraid, his facial expressions were unusually rich. No matter what expression he put on, his eyes were smiling and the corners of his mouth were curled up. Together with his conflicting expressions, it seemed inexplicably strange. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Yang Fan heard his laughter, he couldn't help but frown. He could tell that Lai Junchen wasn't trying to show off, nor was he trying to show off. He was truly happy, but Yang Fan really didn't know why Lai Junchen was suddenly so happy while they were talking. Lai Junchen was grinning from ear to ear as he said, "This lowly official has just arrived in the capital today. I must first report to the Luoyang government and see the superior official before I can take up my post. Yang Longzhong, let's meet again when we have time. I'll take my leave now." Yang Fan nodded, but his brows were still slightly furrowed as he watched Lai Junchen turn his horse and leave. Lai Junchen hadn't taken a few steps on his horse when he suddenly burst into laughter again. The laughter came abruptly and disappeared just as quickly. There was a pause in the middle before another burst of sudden laughter. Yang Fan couldn't help but shake his head and mumble to himself, "Why is Lai Junchen acting so crazy?" As Lai Junchen walked, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He also knew that it was strange for a person to suddenly laugh while riding a horse, but he couldn't help it. When he saw Yang Fan, an inexplicable joy filled his entire body. Yang Fan was the main culprit behind his demotion to the same province. He was his great enemy. His great enemy was still alive and, well, waiting for him to personally wear him down. When he thought of the day when he would bring down Yang Fan and make him his prisoner, he couldn't help but want to laugh at the scene of him personally torturing him with all sorts of torture tools. When he thought of Yang Fan's charming wife that he coveted, Lai Junchen was even more elated. He didn't feel that there was anything abnormal about him. On the contrary, he felt that his mind was abnormally clear and his reactions were incomparably nimble. However, his control over his emotions seemed to be somewhat lacking. Who cared? Now that he had finally returned to Luoyang, the day he made a comeback was just around the corner. Lai Junchen walked and laughed all the way until he reached the Luoyang government office. He dismounted in front of the screen wall and knew that he couldn't laugh for no reason. He held back for a moment and suppressed the inexplicable joy in his heart. Only then did he tidy his clothes and change into a solemn appearance before walking into the office. He thought about his power and prestige after making a comeback, but he never thought about how he could make a comeback now that he was just a Hagong County magistrate. He thought about punishing Yang Fan, but he never thought about how Yang Fan's current position was much higher than his. How he could bring down Yang Fan. He thought about the joy of humiliating Yang Fan in every way possible after bringing down Yang Fan. Lai Junchen's mental state had always been a bit problematic, but on the outside, he only appeared to be a bit crueler, more paranoid, and more perverted than ordinary people. No one had noticed that he was mentally abnormal, from a ruffian in Chang and to a deputy minister of the imperial censor, then from a deputy minister of the imperial censor to a Tongzhou military adjunct. These kinds of ups and downs had further stimulated his mental state. However, he didn't feel that there was anything strange about himself. Other than his wife, Madame Wang, no one else had noticed anything abnormal about him. Yang Fan watched Lai Junchen walk away happily, and his brows furrowed even tighter. When he had been framed and imprisoned by Lai Junchen had once threatened Xiao Man, wanting her to dedicate herself to him in exchange for a chance of survival for her husband. He knew that Lai Junchen had designs on Xiao Man, so Lai Junchen's abnormal behavior today made him feel a bit uneasy. Yang Fan thought for a moment and gave up the idea of directly returning to the Yamen. He turned his horse and rushed to his mansion. It could be said that he was confused because of his concern. Yang Fan had already entered the Fortune house and suddenly remembered that his home was not what it used to be. Even if Xiao Man wanted to go to Nan City to see his family's property, he had a Nu to accompany him in the open, and there were masters in the succession hall to protect him in the dark, so he didn't have to worry about being plotted against. Yang Fan smiled, thinking that he had already arrived at his home, so it was good to go back and have a look. However, he didn't need to tell Xiao Man to be extra careful when she went out. When Yang Fan arrived at his mansion, he had just pulled the reins when a servant beside him exclaimed in surprise. When he went to Golden Grain Garden, he had brought 3 guards with him. These guards were usually quiet and didn't like to talk. Moreover, they had calm temperaments and didn't have times when they were startled. Therefore, when they heard the guard's exclamation, Yang Fan couldn't help but glance at him. The guard hurriedly said, "Lang Zhong, the girl in front, is one of us." These guards around Yang Fan didn't call Yang Fan sovereign, except in very private occasions, but called him by his official position. They completely regarded themselves as the guards of the heavenly official Lang Zhong, not the people of the succession hall. But this way, it was not convenient for him to explain the identity of the person he saw, so he paused. Yang Fan followed his gaze and saw a pretty girl in green walking towards his mansion step by step. Gu Zhuting had washed off the disguise and changed into ordinary women's clothing. In order not to attract attention, she didn't even ride a horse. She directly walked to the Fortune house according to the way she inquired from the leader. At this time, she had just arrived at the Yang mansion. There were 4 knights standing in front of the Yang mansion. This scene was very conspicuous. Gu Zhuting had already seen them. As soon as she saw the 3 obviously dressed as guards, they were all people of the succession hall that she was familiar with. Gu Zhuting immediately guessed the identity of the person they were guarding in the middle. This person must be their new sovereign. So young, so handsome. This was the first feeling Gu Zhuting had when she saw Yang Fan. The previous sovereign of the obvious sect, young Master Jiang, was not handsome, but his presence and demeanor always gave people the feeling that he was as tall as a pine tree and as pure as ice. The sovereign of the hidden sect, Shan Mu, did not have a stunning appearance and even seemed slightly average. Only those who had interacted with him would feel the unique charm that came from the inside out. Compared to these 2 people, Yang Fan had an advantage in appearance. Gu Zhuting only glanced at Yang Fan and did not dare to raise her eyes to examine him again. She quickened her steps to greet them. At this time, the guard had already whispered a few words into Yang Fan's ear, explaining Gu Zhuting's identity. Yang Fan knew that she definitely had a matter. This was the entrance, and it was not easy to speak with so many people coming and going. He immediately got off his horse and walked into the mansion. The 3 guards also got off their horses, and one of them went to greet Gu Zhuting. Last night, the entire city was celebrating, and the gatekeeper, Mo Xuanfei, enjoyed the excitement and sneaked out to have fun for half a night. Since the master of the house wasn't in the residence, there was no need to wake up early today. Mo Xuanfei returned to the residence early in the morning and was catching up on his sleep in the gatekeeper's room. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking on the door. He quickly put on his shoes and ran out to greet the door with his disheveled clothes. When the door opened, Mo Xuanfei was shocked and quickly straightened his body. He called out, "Ah Lang!" Yang Fan ignored his disheveled clothes and waved his hand. "Bring that woman to the study room to see me." He then turned around and walked out. In the study room, Gu Zhuting greeted Yang Fan politely and told him everything that she wanted to report. Yang Fan was completely stunned. He thought that this woman brought important news from Li Taigong or some other senior of the aristocratic clan to tell him. He never expected that it would be such an unimaginable matter. Not only did he have a son, but he also had a daughter. Yang Fan sat there and didn't know what kind of feeling he had in his heart. Once upon a time, he was still alone and had no blood relatives in this world. But overnight, he had a son and a daughter. Then, thinking that his daughter had fallen into the hands of young Master Jiang, Yang Fan suddenly felt a kind of heartache. Gu Zhuting stole a glance at Yang Fan's expression. Sometimes he was happy, sometimes he was worried, sometimes he was angry, sometimes he was sad, but he didn't have any intention to question her. Only then did she feel relieved. Just now, when Yang Fan learned that she was the one who delivered Xiao Man, he had solemnly thanked her. As for his daughter falling into the hands of young Master Jiang, she wasn't the one who kidnapped Xiao Man, nor was she the one who helped young Master Jiang take away the child. Instead, because of this, Xiao Man almost lost his life. She still had to worry that Yang Fan would vent his anger on her due to his mood swings. Gu Zhuting stammered, I really don't understand. Why did young Master Jiang hide the sovereign's daughter? I know why. Yang Fan interrupted her words and slightly closed his eyes. He had already remembered what Anu had told him about the scene that happened at the peak of Mount Hua. He remembered that young Master Jiang forced her to jump off the cliff. Connecting the two events, the real purpose of young Master Jiang's strange behavior was clear. But knowing young Master Jiang's purpose didn't mean that he could save his daughter. Yang Fan's heart was in a mess. He didn't notice that Gu Zhuting's eyes suddenly turned cold. Her wrist trembled, and a flying knife slipped into her palm. Chapter 650. Young Master Jiang is doing this because I have taken his woman. After Yang Fan finished, he was silent for a moment. He sneered and said, It's just that he thinks that it should be his woman. Gu Zhuting was somewhat at a loss. She knew about young Master Jiang's strange obsession with cleanliness. How could young Master Jiang have a woman? The scene that happened at the peak of Mount Hua was a kind of embarrassment and humiliation to young Master Jiang. So other than young Master Jiang's absolute confidence, no one else knew what happened there. Gu Zhuting only knew that Miss Anu had died unexpectedly in the western region. She did not know that young Master Jiang had revealed his feelings for Anu at the peak of Mount Hua. Yang Fan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Because of this, he will not abuse my daughter. I must save the child, but remember, this matter must not be known by others, especially my wife. Also, you cannot show yourself from now on. Young Master Jiang thinks that you are dead. This secret of his will never be known by others. If you let him, when Yang Fan suddenly heard that he had a daughter, and that his daughter had fallen into young Master Jiang's hands, he was indeed confused, but although his heart was confused, he did not panic. His mind was still very clear. He immediately thought that he must not let Xiao Man know about this matter. At the same time, Gu Zhuting could not show herself in public again. Now that Gu Zhuting continued to maintain her dead state, it would not arouse young Master Jiang's vigilance, and he would not carry out special care for his daughter. It would be easier for him to save his daughter. After nervously analyzing everything, Yang Fan immediately ordered Gu Zhuting. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Gu Zhuting's bright black eyes carrying a dangerous glint. Her figure was originally plump and soft, graceful like a willow, but right now it was slightly taut, as if she was about to pounce. Her posture was filled with strength and movement, as if she was a dangerous cheetah that was about to pounce on the treetops. When Yang Fan saw the hurried look that Gu Zhuting gave him, he immediately understood. His tone only paused for a moment, then very naturally continued, If I let him be on guard, he will definitely increase his vigilance. It will not be easy for me to save the child. Before he could finish the word, Yang Fan suddenly gestured to Gu Zhuting, and the two of them rushed out at the same time. Gu Zhuting kicked out an iron pear, wood embroidered stool, smashing the window with a bang sound. Immediately afterwards, her body was like a real leopard, using an extremely graceful agile and ferocious posture to pounce out. Yang Fan turned around and ran to the door. When he reached the door, he took down the scabbard on the wall. He was busy thinking of a countermeasure just now, so he didn't notice the movement outside, but Gu Zhuting heard it. This was the Yang mansion, so if there were servants and maids walking around outside, it would be normal. However, the sound that Gu Zhuting heard was clearly someone quietly approaching. From the light footsteps that were almost inaudible, it could be determined that this person was intentionally eavesdropping, deliberately hiding their tracks. Therefore, when Yang Fan raised his head, Gu Zhuting gave him a look and then pouted her lips towards the outside of the wall. Yang Fan immediately understood her intention and continued to speak to confuse the eavesdropper outside the window, while at the same time looking for an opportunity to rush out with her. Today's Yang mansion, although not said to be a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, it was not far from it. The person who came could actually hide from the many guards, both in the open and in the dark, all the way to the study room. Then this person's martial arts might not be inferior to Lu Boyan's. How could Yang Fan dare to be careless? He kicked open the door, and the sword in his hand stabbed out like a bolt of lightning. Lightning suddenly appeared in Yang Fan's hand, and then immediately condensed into a frozen stream of ice. He held the sharp sword in his hand and stood there motionless. Gu Zhuting followed, closely behind the embroidered stool, and rushed out. The moment her figure passed through the window, she spun in midair in a strange manner, and the flying knife in her hand was like the sharp teeth of a cheetah flashing with a cold light. At the same time, her left hand gripped her belt tightly, as if she was going to pull out some kind of weapon. However, her movements suddenly froze when she saw the person outside, so that even with her agile movements, when she landed, there was a thud sound. "Anu!" Gu Zhuting cried out in shock. The person in front of her was obviously her disciple, Tin Ano, who was said to have died in the western regions. Tin Ano was stunned by the shock coming from the window and the door, until he heard Gu Zhuting's exclamation. Then he answered embarrassedly, "Master Gu!" The movement in the study room immediately alerted the guards of Yang Fan's mansion. Suddenly, a few people appeared on top of the wall and at the door of the courtyard. There was an old servant in green holding a broom, a young servant in green holding a basin, and a wet nurse with a blissful face and a sturdy waist. The masters of the succession hall looked like dragons and tigers. If they did not appear at this moment, who would know that they were woolly masters with unique skills? Yang Fan turned his wrist, and the sword returned to its sheath. "It's fine, you can all leave." Yang Fan ordered the old servant who swept the floor, the young servant who washed the clothes, and the wet nurse. He turned around and walked into the study room, saying at the same time, "Anu, follow me." Gu Zhuting saw Tin Ano, who came back from the dead. At first she was very shocked, but then she remembered that she was young Master Zhang's trusted aide, and this time she came to harm the Lord, so she immediately waved the flying knife again. But at this time, Yang Fan's words passed into her ears. Gu Zhuting waved the flying knife in the air, and her left hand clasped the belt, and she was stunned again. Tin Ano looked at Gu Zhuting, turned around, and obediently followed Yang Fan into the study room. Gu Zhuting calmed down, and then followed behind, thinking anxiously in her heart, "What is going on? Could it be Anu was ordered by young master to fake her death and sneak to the Lord as a spy? Very likely." Thinking of this, Gu Zhuting clenched the weapon again, waiting to expose the true identity of Tin Ano to the Lord. Yang Fan returned to the study room, turned around to look at Tin Ano, and then looked at Gu Zhuting, who had a vigilant face, and smiled. "Miss Gu, don't worry, the woman I mentioned just now is her. Anu is definitely not young Master Zhang's spy." Anu, who was always by young Master Zhang's side, actually became the woman of the Lord. So the Lord not only stole young Master Zhang's throne, but also Yang Fan obviously knew Anu's previous identity, and his words couldn't be disbelieved. Gu Zhuting knew there must be many exciting stories, but now was obviously not the time to satisfy her heart of gossip. She flicked her finger, and the flying knife disappeared again, and stood to the side. Yang Fan slightly frowned, and asked Tin Ano, "If you want to come over, just come over. Why are you sneaking around?" Tin Ano looked awkward, and didn't speak. Her reason for eavesdropping was really not to be known to outsiders. Last night, Yang Fan didn't return to the residence, and came back early this morning, but brought a very charming woman to the study room. When Tin Ano heard this news, his heart immediately felt somewhat anxious. Xiao Man and Yang Fan were fated since childhood. She not only saw Yang Fan as her husband, but also saw Yang Fan as her brother. Both of them had a very deep affection in their love, so Xiao Man wouldn't be jealous, and never worried that Yang Fan would fall in love with someone else. But Anu, who was wholeheartedly looking forward to the wedding next spring, didn't have the capital like her. So how could she not be worried? So she wanted to see what kind of coquettish vixen would seduce Yang Fan to not return home at night, and even bring her home early in the morning, but in the end, she just happened to hear such shocking news. Seeing Tin Ano's somewhat embarrassed expression, Yang Fan's eyes flickered slightly. He roughly understood Anu's intention, and could only smile bitterly, and asked again, "Did you hear what we said just now?" Tin Ano bit her lower lip and nodded lightly. Yang Fan sighed, and then said to Gu Zhuting, "Just now, Anu called you Master Gu. You and Anu are?" Gu Zhuting hurriedly explained the relationship between her, and Anu. Yang Fan suddenly nodded. "Miss Gu, you can't expose your identity now. Just stay in my residence. During this period of time, you can live with Anu, your appearance." Anu is proficient in the art of disguise, Tin Ano timidly said. "What Master Gu taught me is the art of invisibility and disguise." Yang Fan made an "oh" sound, and said, "Then it's done, Miss Gu. It's best for you to change your appearance. Although my residence is very safe, but just in case," Gu Zhuting hurriedly nodded. "This subordinate understands. Sect head, please rest assured, this subordinate will change her appearance in a while." Yang Fan nodded, and after a moment of silence, said, "I am going to the yamen now. Anu, call someone over to repair the study room." Tin Ano hesitated for a moment, and then plucked up her courage to ask. Erlang, about the matter of rescuing the child, Yang Fan had already walked past her, and then he stopped, slowly turned around, and gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "You don't have to worry. The child is in his hands now. There won't be any danger. I also want to rescue the child immediately, but if we act rashly now, we will only alert the enemy, and it will definitely do more harm than good. We don't know where he is, and if we make a big fuss, it will definitely alert him. He still doesn't know that the secret has been leaked, so he won't be too strict with the child. If we make a big fuss, it will be difficult to rescue the child. Don't worry. I will soon lure the snake out of the hole and let him jump out on his own." Yang Fan nodded to Anu firmly, and finally said, "Don't let Xiao Man know." After saying that, he strode away. Anu faintly looked at Yang Fan's receding figure, and for a moment, her heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. Originally, since Xiao Man and the child were rescued, her worries were gone, and she was already very happy, but this news was like a heavy stone, pressing heavily on her heart. Seeing that Yang Fan had already gone far, Gu Zhuting couldn't suppress the curiosity in her heart, and asked, "Anu, why are you with Sect Master?" Anu shook her head, and didn't answer the question. "I can't wait here with a clear conscience. Master Gu, I should rescue the child with my own hands." Yang Fan walked out of the mansion, leaped onto his war horse, and galloped away. He rarely galloped on the long streets of Luoyang, but this time he galloped on his horse. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the widest Ding-Ding Street in the morning. Yang Fan galloped all the way to the Tianjin Bridge, and then suddenly pulled on the reins. The war horse neighed, and stood up. Yang Fan looked back, and couldn't help but look up to the sky, and let out a turbid breath. The 100 squares of Luoyang were as orderly as a chessboard. The affairs of the world were like chess pieces, and life was like a game of chess. He, who was immediately at the Tianjin Bridge, was the pawn crossing the river. He could only take it one step at a time. He was clear about his goal, but before he reached his destination, he would never know how many chariots, horses, cannons, and elephant soldiers would be laying layers upon layers of killing traps for him along the way. He advanced without retreating, not to abandon his wife and child, but to reunite. Chapter 651. Yang Fan returned to the heavenly magistrate's office. Suppressing his worries and the pain of losing his young daughter, he concentrated on sorting out the preliminary list of officials. He had the right to screen, but not the final decision. Therefore, the number of people on the list was 3 times the number of southern border officials needed. Only by reporting it to the Political Affairs Hall could the prime ministers have room to choose. But in the list of officials for every position, Wu Sanxi and Li Xiaoda's people were the absolute majority. After lunch, Yang Fan carefully checked again, and the final list was finally out. Yang Fan called Li Lingshi. Li Zhenghu, who was pretending to be diligent, hurriedly came forward. Yang Fan handed Li Zhenghu the name list, which was dotted with dots and ink, to Li Zhenghu and said, "This is the list of officials that I have preliminarily selected. Make a copy of it. After I check it, you must hand it to the Political Affairs Hall before the Yamen is dismissed today." "Yes." Li Zhenghu quickly took the list with both hands. Yang Fan solemnly said, "I will go out for a while. Make a copy of it carefully. Remember, this is a serious matter. Do not spread it out." Li Zhenghu said with a terrified face, "I dare not. Doctor, please rest assured." In the past dynasties, the lightest punishment for officials who leaked government decrees and other confidential information was demoted and exiled. However, the leaking of government decrees and policies had never stopped. It was just that no one spread the news publicly without compensation. Instead, they had their own specialties and secretly leaked the news to the nobles they were attached to. Yang Fan left the heavenly magistrate's office and went to the Ministry of Justice. The 6 ministries were all on the same street to facilitate the official exchanges between the ministries. Riding on the horse, Yang Fan asked his subordinates, "Have our people been completely separated from Taoist Sifong and the old nun of Hanoi?" One of them answered, "Ever since we received the headmaster's order, our people have retreated at full speed regardless of the losses. Relying on the protection of those 3 people can provide us with many conveniences. Therefore, there are many people who are willing to take over. Our losses have mostly been compensated by these people." Yang Fan smiled and said, "These losses are nothing. What's important is that our people have been stripped clean. I originally wanted to delay it for a few more days, but unfortunately the situation has changed, and I have no choice but to act in advance. Our people have already left, and that's for the best." Yang Fan turned around and said to another guard, "Go to the Golden Grain Garden's Purple Lake Garden and tell Her Royal Highness that everything is ready and we can start as promised." "Yes." The guard galloped his horse in the opposite direction. The guard who had just spoken to Yang Fan was obviously the leader of the guards, so he knew more inside information and was qualified to speak to Yang Fan. He lowered his voice and said, "Sect Master, our people don't need to move." Yang Fan gently shook his head and said, "There is no one that young Master Jiang doesn't know about our people. As long as we make a move, he will notice my intentions. Therefore, this time, we cannot move a single one of them. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements for this." "Yes, sir." Li Zhenghu first quickly copied a list of names, and with it in his sleeves, he went to the side room of the recording room. Seeing that there was no one else besides the servant in charge of grinding ink and serving water, he immediately passed the list to him and hurriedly ordered, "Go! Send it to the Wei Wang residence immediately." This servant was the son of one of his family servants, and he used his connections to get him to work as a servant in the yamen. He more or less received a salary to supplement his family's income, and thus became his most trusted errand boy. The manservant took the list and quickly put it away, then rushed out. Li Zhenghu heaved a sigh of relief, then returned to the recording room and began to copy the second copy. This time, he was meticulous, and his brush was extremely serious. Zhao Gan was the imperial official's Sifeng officer. Sifeng officer was mainly in charge of conferring titles of nobility. Titles of nobility were not easily conferred. It was either the death of the father, and the natural succession was only a normal procedure to go through at the imperial official's residence, or it was for military merits, or for many years of loyalty to the country, and the emperor rewarded them with a title of nobility. And there was no room for Sifeng officer to maneuver, and there was no profit to be made. Therefore, although Zhao Gan had served in the imperial official's residence for many years, he had always been an insignificant official. Compared to the hot and powerful examiners, when it came to New Year's Day, generous gifts would be piled up like a mountain. It could be said that he was extremely poor. However, Zhao Gan was a man of great forbearance. He had been doing his job dutifully. Unlike his predecessors who used their connections in the Ministry of Personnel to transfer people to other government offices, or to prepare a generous gift and ask the assistant minister for help to transfer them to the local government offices. Otherwise, he would prepare a generous gift and ask the assistant minister for help to transfer them to a position with real power. As a result, because he had not been transferred for many years, he became the most senior official in the imperial official's residence. Because of his outstanding reputation, he had never had any serious conflicts with his colleagues, so his popularity and reputation were well known. Now, this Dr. Zhao, who had always been respected in the heavenly official's office, was sitting upright in his usually quiet room, where there was rarely a document to be sent in at the end of the day. He pinched his fingers and listened to the crack, crack, crack sounds made by his joints. His nervous mood gradually eased, but on his cheeks that were as sharp as a knife, a touch of excitement did not fade. He was born of the Han family, and when Wu Zetian vigorously promoted the Han officials to fight against the aristocrats of Shandong, he entered the imperial official's residence with the title of Mingjing. However, the ratio of entering the imperial official's residence was generally 10-1, while the ratio of entering the imperial official's residence was generally 100-1. There was a huge difference between the two, so the imperial official's residence was not very valued. Therefore, when he entered the imperial official's residence, his starting position was one level lower than his colleagues. In addition, he had always been an official, and it was difficult for him to show any outstanding performance. Therefore, when he was in his early 40s, there was no possibility for him to go further, and he stopped at the position of Lantian County Registrar. If there were no accidents, he would probably be squatting there like Zhang Jianji. If he did not live as long as Zhang Jianji, he would have to squat in the position of county registrar until he died. However, at this time, a noble person took a fancy to him and gave him a helping hand. This noble person was Madame Dugu of Chang, and Madame Dugu used the power of her family to help Zhao Gan settle the complicated relationships in Lantian County, provided him with various conveniences, and helped him to create achievements. Finally, he was able to become an official in the capital. From then on, he squatted in the imperial official's residence for another 10 years. From the position of manager, minister-counselor, all the way to doctor, he was always doing the most leisurely and least profitable job. He had also thought of working hard to let go of a foreign official position, But Madame Dugu did not agree. If he lost Madame Dugu's support, he would not be able to keep his current position without any connections or background. Fortunately, Madame Dugu was subsidizing his family. Even in Luoyang, his family's life was not considered poor. He had no choice but to suppress his temper and obediently work as a doctor of Sifeng. Until today. Today, Madame Dugu, who sent rice and silver to his family on time every month without saying a word, finally gave him a mission: to impeach Yang Fan. He squatted in the imperial official's residence for 10 years and finally received an order. This matter did not excite him. What excited him was the second sentence that the messenger said: "If you do well, the position of examiner will be yours." He was already in his early 50s, and there were already some white hairs on his temples. He had thought that his career had come to an end, but now there was hope. He entered officialdom at the age of 30. For the first 10 years, he moved around as a minor official in various prefectures. For the second 10 years, he squatted in Lantian County. For the third 10 years, he was the most inconspicuous official in the imperial official's residence, the most prominent yamen. The power was always close to him, but it never belonged to him. 10 years was a cycle, and now the opportunity had finally come. Zhao Gan took a deep breath and tried hard to calm his excitement. He carefully thought about every detail of the entire matter that Master Dugu had instructed him to do. He could not miss this opportunity, so he had to do his best and firmly grasp this opportunity. The list of candidate officials was sent to the Political Affairs Hall on the same day, appearing on Li Zhaoda's desk. At the same time, the list of candidate officials that Yang Fan had concocted also appeared on Wu Qingxi's desk. There were very few people on the list that belonged to Wu Qingxi, and this had far exceeded his tolerance limit. Wu Qingxi finally could not hold back any longer. Wu Qingxi's hair stood up in anger, and he punched the table, shaking a high-quality inkstone to the ground and shattering it. Since there was no room for discussion, then let's fight. The next morning, Longshan Guai presented the great treatise to the emperor. It was a voluminous speech of thousands of words, sharp and impassioned, describing Li Zhaoda's domineering and tyrannical behavior, comparing him to a rat who stole the imperial court's power to fulfill his own selfish desires. Feng Hongmin and Zhang Jiafu of the Phoenix Pavilion immediately seconded the motion and impeached Li Zhaoda. Yang Fan was just a small lackey under Li Zhaoda's tutelage. Killing him would not affect the overall situation. Moreover, the list of southern border officials had not been finalized, and it had not been announced to the public yet. Logically speaking, Wu Qingxi should not even know the details of the impeachment. Moreover, what kind of person was Wu Qingxi? He was the empress's nephew, and he was the head of the Wu clan. If he fought with Yang Fan, he would lose his status. If he wanted to fight, he would fight the big tiger. Therefore, Wu Qingxi's spearhead was pointed at Li Zhaoda, and he cleverly used Li Zhaoda's harsh and domineering manner to arouse dissatisfaction among the civil and military officials in the imperial court. He only impeached Li Zhaoda for abusing his power and acting like a tyrant. As for the southern border officials, Wu Qingxi did not mention a word about it. The three people's continuous impeachments were like a storm, lightning, and thunder. Li Zhaoda did not expect that with his great imperial favor, there would still be people who dared to impeach him. The civil and military officials of the imperial court also did not expect that there would be people who dared to openly challenge Li Zhaoda in such an unbridled manner, even though the mastermind behind these impeachers was also a domineering and insufferably arrogant person. There were two types of impeachment in the imperial court: impeachment by revealing the seal and impeachment by sealing the seal. In this type of impeachment, no matter how high the official position was, no matter whether the person was guilty or not, he had to immediately remove his hat, bow, and leave the office. He had to bow respectfully below the imperial steps and await punishment. Li Xiaoda forcefully suppressed his anger, removed his hat, and bowed before the Pill Emperor. He lowered his head, that was always held high. Ever since he took sole control of the imperial court, he had never been in such a sorry state. Chapter 652. The entire court was in an uproar. Li Xiaoda was usually arrogant and despotic. Even those of the same rank as the prime minister were often humiliated and scolded by him. The court was silent. Even many of the officials who were still attached to Li Xiaoda were secretly pleased to see him in such a difficult situation because they had been ordered around and humiliated by him. They deliberately pretended to be deaf and dumb and refused to come forward to help him argue. Only a very small number of officials whose honor and disgrace were completely tied to Li Xiaoda jumped out to argue with the Prince of Wei Qingxi, and his lackeys. Wu Zetian saw that there were people attacking Li Xiaoda, whom she had always doted on, and her face immediately showed an extremely unhappy expression. But as the three officials fervently stated their views and continuously listed Li Xiaoda's words and examples, the unhappy expression on Wu Zetian's face gradually disappeared. Especially Zhang Jiafu's words. Ever since His Majesty has lived a long life, he has grown weary of petty politics. The important matters of the court are all entrusted to Li Xiaoda. Foreign and foreign memorials, Li Xiaoda approves. His Majesty has no reason not to approve. Li Xiaoda does not approve. His Majesty has already approved. And according to his request, it is changed to not approve. It deeply touched the most sensitive nerve in Wu Zetian's heart. The foundation of Wu Zetian's power was to let herself be in charge of politics. Riches and honor can be given to others, but the dagger to slit one's throat must never be in the hands of others. Zhang Jiafu's words touched Wu Zetian's reverse scale. Wu Zetian opened her mouth coldly and interrupted the arguments of the officials on both sides. "All right, all of you shut up." The court immediately quieted down. Wu Zetian continued, "Have the censorate investigate the memorials of Deng Zhu, Feng Hongmin, and Zhang Jiafu. Dismiss the court." Li Xiaoda bowed deeply and said sorrowfully, "I request that you withdraw and retire from your post." A trace of a smile appeared on Wu Zetian's face. She gently comforted, "Prime Minister, Li is my arm. How can the court leave my beloved subject? I do not believe in these accusations, but this is the law of the court. Since there are accusations, naturally we must investigate. This way, my beloved subject's innocence can be restored." "Zhao, don't worry about it." If these words were used by Wu Zetian in private to comfort an old official, it would be extremely appropriate. However, right now, the people who had impeached Li Xiaoda were still there, and the entire court of civil and military officials were still present. The emperor's words were simply openly biased. Li Xiaoda was so excited that his face turned crimson. He bowed deeply, but his chest was so agitated that he couldn't say any words of thanks. Wu Zetian flicked her sleeves, stood up, and walked to the back of Dan Emperor. The eunuch hurriedly waved his horsetail whisk and announced loudly, "Emperor, the court is dismissed." Those officials who had not spoken up for Li Xiaoda earlier saw the empress openly show her bias towards Li Xiaoda and hurriedly tried to think of ways to remedy the situation. The emperor had just left the court when a large group of officials pretended to be filled with righteous indignation and shared a common enemy. The ceremonial eunuch glanced at them, and with a horsetail whisk in the crook of his arm, he chased after Wu Zetian. The officials who knew the contents of the Southern Border's official selection list were very clear why Wu Qingxi was making things difficult for Li Xiaoda. For them, the Southern Border's official selection had little to do with them. If they could successfully curry favor, it would be great to find a place for their relatives and nephews. However, seeing the situation of both sides fighting to the death, how would they dare to get involved? Thus, their focus was on the question of who would be able to topple between Wu Qingxi and Li Xiaoda. Wu Chengxi had only been the prime minister for half a year when Wu Zetian first ascended the throne. His evil deeds weren't obvious. Although the officials were afraid of the Wu clan, they didn't have too much disgust towards Wu Chengxi. On the other hand, Li Xiaoda's reputation was already in tatters. Most of the civil and military officials didn't have a good impression of him. In this current situation, it was already very good of them to not throw stones at him while he was down. How could they still wholeheartedly protect Li Xiaoda? Li Xiaoda wasn't worth protecting, and Wu Chengxi was even more so not to be offended. This rare political storm in the court also spread to the imperial court at the fastest speed. Once the Minister of Defense, Zhao Gan, was informed of what had happened in the court, he immediately realized that the reason why these two influential figures had come to blows was because of the southern border's official selection, and this matter was specifically handled by Yang Fan. The clan lord has just sent an order for me to gather evidence and prepare to impeach Yang Fan. Wei Wang has already started to make things difficult for Yang Fan's backer. Could it be that the clan lord has already joined forces with Wei Wang? Zhao Gan's eyes suddenly lit up. He had always believed in the clan lord's ability, and the first person to make things difficult for him was a colossus like Wu Chengxi. This gave him boundless confidence. That night, Minister Zhao stayed up all night in his study. For the sake of his bright future, he busied himself just like he did for the imperial examinations back then. He lit the lamp and boiled the oil to prepare dirt on Yang Fan. There was no morning court the next day. Wu Zetian woke up early and had her breakfast. She was chatting and laughing with Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong as they sat on the lovely spring terrace. Suddenly, the eunuch came over with a memorial wrapped in yellow silk. He came to Wu Zetian's side and whispered in her ear, "Everyone, the Shangguan Imperial Court has sent an urgent messenger to impeach." The Shangguan one could read and approve ordinary memorials, but military and national affairs had to be forwarded to Empress Wu. The other thing was the impeachment of impeachment. This kind of memorial had to be opened by the emperor himself, and the content of the memorial could only be known by the emperor alone. If the emperor felt that it was insignificant and left the memorial unpublished, then no one else would ever know about it. Wu Zetian casually took the memorial and handed it over to Zhang Changzong with a smile, saying, "Sixth Lang, open it for me." Zhang Changzong complied and examined the wax seal. He took out a jade knife and opened the memorial. He did not hand it over to Wu Zetian, but sat on the side of Wu Zetian's bed and read it. Wu Zetian laughed and said, "Sixth Lang has crossed the line. He deserves to be punished." She raised her hand and patted his buttocks affectionately. "Ouch!" Zhang Changzong pretended to be in pain and cried out in alarm. He jumped up and handed the memorial to Wu Zetian. He said with a smile, "Sage, take a look. This man has eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. He dares to impeach Prime Minister Li. Oh." The smile on Wu Zetian's face turned cold. She took the memorial from his hand. After Wu Chengxi, Princess Taiping's men also made their move. However, no one knew that he was Princess Taiping's man, because this man was not an official of the imperial court, but an official of the former imperial court. His name was Qiuming, and he was a military officer of the Lu Palace. The king of Lu, Li Lingkue, was the 19th son of the Tang Gaozu, Li Yuan, and the brother of Li Shimin. After the king of Yu, Li Zhen's rebellion failed. Li Lingkue was also implicated and exiled to Xinzhou, where he committed suicide. Most of the officials in the Prince of Lu's household were implicated, but this Qiuming was originally an official sent by the court to monitor the Prince of Lu. Strictly speaking, he was not one of the Prince of Lu's people. In addition, he had an outstanding reputation in the scholarly community. Therefore, he was only relieved of his official position and stayed at home. He used to be an official of the imperial court, so he always had the right to submit memorials to the emperor. Therefore, this secret memorial was sent to the palace. In terms of literary talent, Old Master Qiu was much more brilliant than Deng Zhu, Feng Hongmin, and Zhang Jiafu. Every word in the memorial was as sharp as a sword. This subject has heard of the mistakes of 100 kings, and all authority belongs to you. When the prime minister was in charge of politics, his power was often the bane of his life. Wei Ran's execution of the commoners to appease Qin was not a sign of disloyalty. It was also a meritorious deed for a weak feudal lord to strengthen a strong state. However, he acted on his own, broke Wuji, awed the ruler, and did not hear of a king. Zhao Da's temperament was arrogant, unyielding, blind, and deaf people were like dogs and straw. He was harsh and unjust. The country relied on little, but the harm was great. The world was silent. No one dared to speak a word. His prestige was impressive, and the sun was blazing. Han Guang's generals favored Pang Meng and could entrust him with an orphan. Emperor Ming of Wei wanted Sima Yi to pacify the country, but dared to rape back. Today Zhao Da is ruling the country, dominating the court. Love, hate, and plunder as if there was no one else around. His Majesty's kindness is deep, and his cover is very thick. This subject has heard of ants burying a dam, and needles writing qi, trickling without end, will become a river. After Wu Zetian finished reading the memorial, she was stunned speechless. Qiu Ming was old, and he had retired a long time ago. He was a famous scholar in the literary world. What reason did he have to attack Li Zhaoda, who had power over the court? It was impossible for him to have any connections with the various factions in the court. There could only be one motive. He was sincerely serving the country. However, Li Zhaoda, had he really become so domineering? Thinking of the examples of powerful officials in Qiu Ming's memorial, Wu Zetian felt a chill in her heart. The wind blew her white hair, gently brushing past her wrinkled face that could no longer be concealed. There was not a trace of expression on her face. Zhang Changzong whispered the contents of the memorial to his brother. Zhang Yiji rolled his eyes and laughed. This surname Qiu is really bold. He even dared to impeach Prime Minister Li. He must be tired of living. Oh, Wu Zetian slowly raised her head and looked at Zhang Yiji. She said without batting an eyelid, "Why? Does Wulong think that this Qiu Ming is arrogant and ignorant?" Zhang Yiji said, "Of course, Prime Minister Li assists His Majesty and is in charge of the country's affairs. He is conscientious and is respected by all. He is the right-hand man of the saint. I don't know who has bewitched this old dog to dare to slander Prime Minister Li with his greedy words. He really doesn't know what death is." Wu Zetian's body trembled. She turned to Zhang Changzong and asked, "Wulong, do you also think so?" Zhang Changzong had already understood his brother's meaning. He quickly tilted his head and thought. He pretended to be naive and said, "Changzong is still young and doesn't know much about the affairs of the court. However, even though Changzong has been in the court for a long time, I have heard of Prime Minister Li's reputation. Prime Minister Li is the pillar of the country. How can he allow this ignorant man to slander him? The saint should punish him severely to appease Prime Minister Li." Ha! Wu Zetian laughed for no reason. She waved the memorial in her hand and said slowly, "It is not easy to know a person, and it is not easy to know a person. Zhao Da, as the Minister of Internal Affairs, has a special honor. If it is, as this memorial says, then he has let me down and let the country down." Zhang Changzong blinked and asked with surprise, "Is the saint saying that Prime Minister Li is guilty?" Wu Zetian slowly shook her head and said, "You don't understand. Leave. I want to be alone for a while." "Yes." Zhang Yiji, and his brother didn't dare to say anything else. They left together. Wu Zetian put her hand on her forehead and was silent in thought. After a long time, a servant quietly walked to her side. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Li Zhaoda requests an audience." Wu Zetian looked like she had just woken up from a nap. She shook her body and said calmly to the servant, "The Prime Minister has been slandered and has not met the Son of Heaven. Isn't this giving the truth to others? As long as you have a clear conscience, your heart will be calm. What is there to panic about? Let Prime Minister Li return home in peace."